Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku met the villain's daughter. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The sound of the wind howled as she rode down the pitch-black pavement, her midnight black hair tousled by the breeze. The road was dark and the moon hung high in the sky as she traveled through the silence of the night, the throaty roar of her motorbike echoing through the empty streets. Time was of the essence. Being late to a meeting with All for One was not something she aimed to do. The thought of being even a second late pushed her to accelerate, and she scowled beneath her black helmet as she realized she was already 5 minutes behind schedule. Speeding as she arrived at the gates of a secluded forest and rode through the concealed entrance, one of the many hidden bases inhabited by the League of Villains. After passing several security checkpoints, she came to a stop at the massive base. The mechanical door opened wide as she rode her motorbike into the parking lot. As she parked, her eyes scanned the impressive collection of vehicles. Wealth radiated from every corner, a testament to the power the League exuded. After parking a few meters away from an army tank, she dismounted her bike and cracked her sore neck while walking toward the security gate. Armed guards stood at the stairway gate, their expressions stone-cold. She paid them no mind as she passed, only to freeze when one grabbed her arm. He demanded to know who she thought she was, tugging her roughly as he leered at her. Anticipating his next move, she met his gaze just as he struck her helmet with the back of his hand, causing it to rattle. In a swift motion she retaliated, using one of her knives to incapacitate him. His eyes widened in shock as he staggered back, collapsing to the floor. She felt a flicker of regret but quickly brushed it aside. His companions raised their weapons, hands trembling, but she ignored them as she removed her helmet. They stepped back in fear as she glanced down at the man on the ground, struggling for breath. Instead of lingering, she turned and walked through the gate, leaving them to handle the situation. Her footsteps echoed through the white-tiled halls as employees parted like the Red Sea, some eyeing her with fear, others with envy. She found their emotions trivial, even though she often used them to her advantage. Soon, she reached the large doors of the room where she would meet All for One. 2 guards stood outside, bowing as they opened the doors for her, their heads lowered in respect. Once inside, she stood before the imposing office desk where the black-haired man awaited her with a smile. The room was spacious and modern, a stark contrast to what one might expect from the King of Darkness. Black and gold carpeting adorned the floors, and 2 small couches sat in front of the large desk. He greeted her warmly, expressing his gladness at her arrival. She nodded in acknowledgement, clutching her helmet under her arm. When he asked about her last mission, she replied flatly that it had been successful. The late president of Russia was now just a name in the history books. His gleeful grin filled her with a sense of pride, and she smiled back at him. Then he informed her of a new mission, and her eyes widened in surprise. Her father had never given her missions directly, they were always relayed through her brother. This must be important. He needed her to infiltrate UA High School, the prestigious school for heroes. The mention of All Might teaching there this coming school year sparked her interest. If they could eliminate the symbol of peace, it would plunge the world into chaos, granting them immense power. Her father explained that he trusted her for this mission and needed intel on All Might, as well as potential attack strategies. His warm smile encouraged her resolve. She was determined to prove herself. She assured him she would not let him down, and he expressed his confidence in her abilities. He explained that she would need to take the entrance exam to get into the hero course, emphasizing the importance of being close to All Might. With a firm nod, she promised not to disappoint him, feeling a renewed sense of purpose as she looked up at him. His grin reassured her, solidifying her determination to succeed. Standing in front of the UA building was no easy feat. The atmosphere was thick with the presence of heroes, an inevitable challenge for someone like her. Ikari steeled her mind and walked through the courtyard, heading toward the towering structure. If her father wanted her to complete this mission, she was determined to succeed. If she accomplished it with distinction, perhaps he would consider her as his right-hand ally. The thought brought a hint of a smile to her face. The school was alive with students, all buzzing with excitement on the day of the coveted entrance exam. the sound of laughter and the familiar bro hug greeting among the boys filled the air, but it only made the protagonist feel uneasy. Maintaining a neutral expression, they navigated through the bustling halls of the building, where students, teachers, and examinees moved about, causing a frown to form on their lips. Eventually, they found the written exam room, and the test passed more quickly than anticipated. One would think UA would create more challenging assessments, given the number of clueless individuals around. Having grown up devouring every book available, the protagonist understood that knowledge is power, regardless of which side of the battlefield one stands on. The next challenge loomed ahead, one that filled them with apprehension. The practical exams at UA were rumored to be difficult, according to everyone except the school faculty. The education ministry clearly needed an update. The protagonist had researched everything about UA, knowing that the practical test was primarily physical, often leaving those with mental quirks behind. In their opinion, this was unjust on many levels, but then again, so was the entire concept of hero society. They settled into the auditorium, waiting for the exam rules to be announced. A blond man took the stage, attempting to capture the examinees' attention with an overly loud voice, urging them to respond. The protagonist scowled at his volume, and the auditorium fell silent. Ignoring the awkwardness, the presenter began explaining the rules, which seemed straightforward. Defeating robots would earn points. While saving people also garnered points, the protagonist had no intention of doing so. They recalled their brother's words about the harsh realities of the world, where saving the weak only weakened society. Suddenly, a boy with glasses shot up from his seat, claiming there was a mistake in the rules. He pointed out that while 4 types of robots were mentioned, only 3 had been described. His assertive tone and hand gestures drew attention, and the protagonist couldn't help but smile internally at the irony of UA claiming to be the best while producing glorified villains. The glasses-wearing boy turned to another student, berating him for mumbling, which only made the protagonist roll their eyes at the display of weakness. The presenter, now identified as Present Mike, explained that the last robot was a 0-pointer, meant to hinder their progress without offering any points for its defeat. With the rules established, the examinees prepared for the exam. 30 minutes later, the protagonists stood before Gate C, ready for the mock city to open. They cracked their knuckles, brushing their thumb over the tattoo on their wrist, a reminder of the soulmate concept they found utterly ridiculous. The idea of being tied to someone who could drag them down was unappealing. The bell rang, signaling the start of the exam, and the protagonist dashed through the gates alongside the other examinees. They took a different route down side streets and soon encountered a 3-pointer. As it charged toward them, they swiftly retrieved a knife from their pocket and threw it, striking the robot with precision. The protagonist repeated this maneuver multiple times, taking down around 20 robots before exhaustion set in. Breathing heavily, they leaned on their knees, contemplating whether they had earned enough points. Just as they were about to head toward the exit, a tall building began to topple as the enormous 0-pointer emerged from the rubble. Debris rained down, and 3 students froze in fear, screaming. Acting instinctively, the protagonist scooped up the 3 kids and pushed them out of harm's way just before the wall crashed down. The concrete shattered around them, and the protagonist felt the wind knocked out of their lungs as they landed on their stomach, the impact hitting their only weak point. The students, still in shock, expressed their gratitude before fleeing the scene. The protagonists sat on the ground, trying to suppress the urge to be sick as they clutched their stomach, amazed that the pain hadn't incapacitated them yet. Then, a cry for help pierced the air, followed by a loud crash as the green-haired boy from earlier fell to the ground after attempting to punch the 0-pointer. He had been trying to save a brunette, but his limbs were now injured as he lay on the dusty floor. The protagonist noted the peculiarity of his quirk, which seemed to come with a heavy price. Pushing themselves to their feet, the weight of their actions began to sink in. Staring at the ground in disbelief, they felt the air grow thick around them. Even after the test concluded, they remained frozen in place, their stomach churning as the realization washed over them. They had just saved someone's life. Later, sitting in their father's office while he reviewed the acceptance letter, the protagonist fidgeted with the velvet chair. Smoothing their fingers over the textured material brought a moment of calm to their anxious mind. They hadn't had the chance to open the letter, as their father had it delivered directly to him. The thought of their father discovering their unexpected act of heroism during the practical made them feel nauseous. They never intended to save those examinees. The thought of my body moving before I could react frightened me even more. I maintained a blank expression as he read through the letter. His face showed no emotion as his eyes skimmed the paper, and I began to worry that I had failed. Then he spoke up, offering a small smile. He acknowledged my success, mentioning that I had not only been accepted but had also placed first in the written exams and second in the practical exam as he handed the letter back to me. A sigh of relief escaped me. He hadn't noticed my slip-up. I glanced at the letter, confirming my acceptance into Class 1A. He instructed me to report everything back to him, and I nodded in response. He let out a satisfied sigh, mentioning that Tamura would be proud. My heart sank at the mention of my brother, but I managed to return a small smile. The first day of school arrived faster than I had anticipated. The air was crisp, and the sun was high as I walked to school, enjoying the serene day. Yet I hated it. I thrived in chaos. Fear was what kept me alive. A voice in my head argued that I loved nature, but I dismissed it. Without fear, what else did one have? If it's kill or be killed, I would much rather be the one to strike first. Call me a psychopath if you wish, but it's the truth. A hero can kill thousands and be praised, while a villain who takes one life is condemned. Such is life. In any story, the villain serves as the catalyst. The hero is often one-dimensional, intentionally so, while the villain embraces their nature and stands by it. We are never the villain in our own stories, it's all about perspective. As I entered the Class 1A classroom, I noticed two boys arguing by the window. One of them, whom I recognized from the auditorium, was Tenya Ida. His brother is the engine hero, Ingenium, and his family has a long line of heroic lineage, making him somewhat pretentious. My father had provided me with all the student files for the class, so I knew what to expect. I ignored their argument and took a seat in the back corner, waiting for the teacher to arrive. I tugged at my skirt, disliking the uniforms here. Girls were required to wear skirts, and I wasn't a fan of the impractical clothing. Some might call me a psycho, but the only advantage of wearing a skirt was being able to hide my knives in a leg holster. Wearing tights constantly would be a hassle, but there was nothing I could do about it, so I chose not to dwell on it. A green-haired boy named Izuka Midoriya walked in, exclaiming as he spotted the blonde boy arguing with Ida. The blonde, Katsuki Bakugo, was known to be a bully and a menace, but he didn't seem entirely bad. Ida recognized Midoriya as the kid from the entrance exam and began praising him just as a figure appeared at the door. A man in a yellow sleeping bag entered the room with a monotone voice, stating that if anyone was there to make friends, they should leave. The students stared at the raven-haired man with curiosity as he stepped out of his sleeping bag. Shota Aizawa, the hero informatics and homeroom teacher, seemed lazy but was quite observant and serious about his role. I respected that, but I knew I had to be cautious around him, as he was said to have a keen eye for villains. Trust no one, I reminded myself as he began to speak. He pointed out that it had taken us 8 seconds to sit down, which was unacceptable. He introduced himself as our homeroom teacher for our time at UA. A few students gasped, but he ignored them, holding up a box of sports uniforms and instructing us to put them on and meet him outside. While the class began to pass around uniforms, I grabbed one and headed out of the room. The changing rooms were spacious but separated by gender, and to my dismay, I had to change in front of the other girls since there were no stalls. I quickly changed before they arrived, managing to exit just as they entered. A few minutes later, everyone gathered in the field, and Aizawa informed us that we would be doing a fitness assessment test. The class erupted in protests about having a test on the first day. I recognized the brunette, Ochako Uraraka, who had a bubbly personality and whose parents owned a construction company, though they faced financial struggles. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at her complaint, responding bluntly that life wasn't fair. I almost smiled at his straightforwardness, as he pointed out that the Hero Commission needed to update their teaching methods, but at UA, the teachers decided what to teach. He narrowed his eyes at Uraraka, making it clear that his word was law, which intimidated the entire class. She responded with a shaky, "Yes, sir," and Aizawa threw a baseball to Bakugo, asking how far he could throw it in middle school. Bakugo caught the ball and skeptically asked why it mattered. Aizawa directed him to a designated circle and told him to throw it using his quirk. Bakugo smirked, stepping into the circle and confidently declaring that he would show them what he could do. He unleashed his explosions as he threw the ball, the sound reverberating through the field. I raised my eyebrows slightly, impressed by his undeniable talent. Aizawa held up a monitor displaying the distance, 786 meters, astonishing everyone present. He was definitely talented. I reaffirmed in my head. "We're going to conduct a series of tests to evaluate your physical abilities," Aizawa announced, pausing for effect. "The student in last place will be expelled." A loud gasp echoed from several students, and I raised an eyebrow at the challenge, quickly masking my emotions. I think I'm going to like Shota Aizawa. I felt confident about my performance in the tests, though they weren't tailored to my quirk. When it was time for the ball throw, Uraraka's impressive throw set the bar high. It was my turn next. Aizawa called my name, and I stepped forward to take the ball from his palm. I gripped it tightly, then threw it into the air, stepping back as I propelled it faster than the speed of light. My quirk, mental power, allows me to use telekinesis and read minds. I've always been perceptive, perhaps because I can sense what others are thinking through eye contact. As the ball soared, I turned to the device Aizawa held, reading the numbers displayed. The class gasped at the result, but I maintained an impassive expression as I walked back to my previous spot. While I had achieved greater distances before, 1389 meters was still commendable. Curiosity surrounded me, and many students eyed me warily. I understood their caution. I would be wary of myself too. "Izuku Midoriya," Aizawa called next. The green-haired boy threw the ball, but it only traveled a few meters. Confusion crossed his face as he turned to Aizawa. After a brief exchange, Midoriya threw the ball again, and it boomed through the air at incredible speed, widening my eyes in surprise. I noticed his index finger was injured, and a loud voice shattered the stunned silence. Bakugo stormed over, furious, demanding to know how Midoriya possessed a quirk. Aizawa intervened, using his capture scarf to hold Bakugo back and offering a few stern words before letting him go. Bakugo's anger was palpable, and I couldn't blame him for his confusion. Izuku Midoriya was an enigma. His unusual quirk had manifested on the day of the entrance exams, and according to medical records, he showed no signs of any hereditary quirk formation before that day. I studied the green-haired boy, suspicion creeping into my thoughts. He wasn't just a rare case, something intriguing was unfolding, and it was my responsibility to uncover the truth. After the tests, Aizawa revealed the placements on the board, sparking chatter among the students. "Maindo is in first place," a blond boy exclaimed. "Denki Kaminari may not be the brightest, but his quirk was undeniably useful." The class turned to me and I glanced at the board, confirming his statement. Suddenly, an explosion-like sound echoed, but I paid it no mind as I prepared to leave. "Oh, and no one is going home," Aizawa smirked. "It was just a clever tactic to motivate you." The class erupted into chaos at his words. My admiration for the raven-haired man grew. He instructed Midoriya to visit the nurse for his injured finger as he left the field. As I walked back toward the building, a shout interrupted me. "Hey you!" Bakugo yelled, standing in front of me, his taller frame looming over me. I met his gaze with indifference. "You think you're better than me, huh?" he shouted, frustration evident in his voice. I remained silent, unfazed by his anger. His face reddened as he demanded a response. The entire class watched in silence, the tension thick in the air. The morning breeze tousled my long hair as I continued to stare up at him. He didn't intimidate me, no one on earth could. "Answer me," he screamed again. I decided to give him what he wanted. I communicated telepathically, "Move aside before I make you regret this." His eyes widened, and he stumbled back slightly, taken aback by the dangerous glint in my expression. I brushed past him, leaving the field without any intention of causing harm. Not yet anyway. Why couldn't I do it? I had always completed my missions. I was trained to finish the job, and I always did. So why couldn't my 10-year-old self take that final step? Why did I feel so weak and useless? My thoughts were interrupted when the door swung open, and All Might boomed into the room. I am coming through the door like a normal person. I blinked at the irony. The legendary hero entered the classroom, standing at the front as the class buzzed with excitement. My blood boiled at the sight of him. I'll be teaching you hero informatics this year, he announced with a grin. Today, we'll engage in battle training, but first, a hero must look good. He gestured to the wall, where 20 hero cases were displayed. Grab your case, change, and meet me at ground beta. With that, he left the classroom. I took my case and headed to the changing rooms. To my dismay, the girls were there too, leaving me no choice but to change in front of them. I turned toward the wall as they chatted and giggled about trivial matters. Small talk was not my style. I preferred to get straight to the point. My time was valuable. The thought of them seeing my back made my stomach churn, but I pressed on and removed my shirt. I quickly changed out of my skirt and tights, but soon the chatter quieted. The sudden silence made me uneasy, but I pushed the feeling down as I finished changing. Once dressed, I turned to face them, and they regarded me with wary expressions. I ignored their looks and examined myself in the mirror by the benches. My hero costume was a sleek black catsuit adorned with knife holsters. It also included a mask and custom knives made from my preferred titanium alloy. I adjusted my mask and exited the changing room. Soon, everyone gathered at ground beta, and I observed as Midoriya flirted with Uraraka. The idea of soulmates was irritating. Why waste time on such things? I rolled my eyes and adjusted my knife holsters for easier access. Kaminari smiled at Maindo, addressing her directly. She looked up at him with an indifferent expression, wishing he would leave her alone. It didn't work. He complimented her hero suit, saying it suited her well. She remained silent, prompting him to comment on her quiet demeanor. As he chuckled and rocked back and forth on his feet, he thought to himself that she was really pretty. Maindo almost chuckled at his naivety. Kaminari introduced himself, offering his hand for a handshake, but she didn't move. He hesitated, wondering if she was mute. Just then, a red-haired boy approached them, chuckling as he told Kaminari to leave her alone. Eijiro Kirishima was the type of nice guy who liked to include others, having experienced exclusion himself in middle school. He seemed pretty normal. Kirishima introduced himself with a toothy grin, but Maindo maintained her neutral expression, willing him to disappear. He chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his hand, saying they would be leaving as he pushed Kaminari away. Maindo rolled her eyes at them when they weren't looking and returned to fiddling with her holsters, only to freeze when she felt someone watching her. She glanced around, but the sensation faded. Furrowing her brows slightly, she resumed her adjustments. All Might boomed with enthusiasm, declaring that the costume makes the hero, and they were living proof of that. Maindo almost rolled her eyes but couldn't deny the truth in his words. The costume was the only thing separating her world from theirs. No amount of good deeds could erase their past, yet here they were, learning to be heroes. He announced that they would be doing battle training, splitting them into teams of 2 to either protect or disarm a bomb. Hero team versus villain team. Excitement buzzed in the air as questions erupted from her classmates about how the teams would be chosen and the nature of their battles. All Might explain the rules. Villains had to protect the bomb, while heroes needed to retrieve it. The heroes could win by capturing the villains or touching the bomb. Maindo had a clear preference for which team she wanted to be on. After drawing lots, she found herself teamed up with a boy named Mishiro Ojiro, who had a monkey tail and martial arts training, making him a capable partner. They watched the first match, which featured Midoriya and Uraraka as heroes against Bakugo and Ida as villains. The battle was intense, with Midoriya facing off against Bakugo while Uraraka attempted to retrieve the bomb. Ida, trying to act like a true villain, inadvertently revealed Uraraka's hiding place, which Maindo noted as an amateur move. The fight escalated, and Midoriya created a hole in the building, leaving Maindo momentarily shocked. She shifted on her feet, feeling unnerved by the green-haired boy. Mina Ashido exclaimed at the screen, urging All Might to intervene, while Kaminari echoed her concerns. But All Might declared the hero team the winners just as Uraraka touched the bomb, and Maindo took mental notes of every tactic and flaw displayed in the matches. Soon it was her turn. All Might announced that Shoji and Todoroki would be the heroes, causing Maindo to freeze momentarily at Todoroki's name. She was assigned to be a villain alongside Ojiro, a devilish smirk forming on her lips as she walked out. 5 minutes later, Ojiro and Maindo stood in front of the bomb. He appeared fearful of her, which she found empowering. She instructed him to stay and protect the bomb as the battle began. He nodded, though she noticed a tremor in his stance. Before she could leave the room, the building froze over, trapping her legs to the floor. Confused, she cursed under her breath, trying to break free but finding it futile. Footsteps approached from outside the room, and she decided to use her telekinesis to propel her knife at the ice, shattering it. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the knife returned to her hand as she took a battle stance, ready for whoever entered. When the door opened, she met the gaze of Shoto Todoroki, her heart racing. She had expected him, but facing him directly was unnerving. The blade in her hand shook slightly, but she steeled herself, blaming the temperature of the room. He looked taller than she remembered, with half-white, half-red hair, and an impassive expression that mirrored her own. His heterochromatic eyes glinted in the light, and she recalled the faded burn mark on his left eye. Without a word, he unleashed a flurry of ice toward her. She jumped out of the way, narrowly avoiding it and feeling more scared than she wanted to admit. Pushing her anger to the forefront, she grabbed her knife and shot it at him, but he quickly covered himself with ice. Another knife was thrown, shattering the ice barrier. The opponent leaped aside, and the knife embedded itself into the stone wall. Shock washed over me. I had never missed a shot in all my 12 years of wielding a quirk. Anger surged within me as the knife returned to my hand. I attempted to drop an iceberg on him using my telekinesis, but he braced himself and rolled away. He retaliated by launching another iceberg, which I shattered with my knife. Determined, I furrowed my brows and hurled 5 knives in his direction. To my dismay, they all missed and my shock deepened. I was unable to anticipate his movements. My frustration grew so intense that I failed to notice the ice creeping around my feet until it was too late. He activated the bomb, and the announcement echoed through the arena, declaring, "The hero team wins." Todoroki melted the ice around Ojiro and nodded at him before turning to approach me. I glared at him, my fury unspoken, causing him to hesitate. In a burst of determination, I stabbed the ice encasing me, and it exploded into a flurry of snow, cascading throughout the room. I sheathed my knife and took a moment to compose myself. When I looked back up, I locked eyes with Todoroki, my gaze sharp and intense, before I walked out of the room. It was the end of the school day, and as soon as the electronic buzz of the UA high bell rang, Maindo walked straight toward the door. Midoriya rushed in at the same time, nearly colliding with Maindo had they not stepped back. His eyes widened as he breathed out in an almost breathless tone, asking if Maindo had seen Kaken. Observing him, Maindo sensed something was off about him but chose not to respond. Kirishima, however, answered for Maindo, informing Midoriya that Kaken had left just before he arrived. Midoriya smiled at Kirishima but frowned at Maindo before running back out the door. Furrowing her brows slightly, Maindo decided to follow him. Kaminari shouted for Maindo to wait just as she reached for the door handle. With a slight slump of her shoulders, she reluctantly closed the door again. Turning to Kaminari, she noticed that while some students had already left, many were still present. Kaminari approached her, hopeful, and asked if he could get her number, clearly harboring a crush on her. Maindo regarded him for a moment before glancing at the red writing on his wrist. After a few seconds, she spoke in her soothingly monotone voice, pointing out that his tattoo was red. The class suddenly turned their attention to them, intrigued, as Maindo had rarely spoken before. Kaminari's eyes widened as he checked his wrist, exclaiming in surprise. He began to panic, wondering if his soulmate mark had changed, and shouted to the class, asking if anyone else's had turned red. Most students shook their heads, and Kaminari's anxiety grew as he speculated about the implications, even questioning if it could be All Might or Mr. Aizawa. Turning back to Maindo, he asked if it was her, but she shook her head, stating she had a feeling it was Kyoka Jiro. With that, she slipped out of the class, leaving behind the chaos. The evening breeze fluttered through Maindo's hair, bringing a sense of serenity as she walked outside. She noticed Bakugo wiping away tears as he stormed away from a concerned Midoriya. All Might said something to Midoriya, and they both froze upon spotting Maindo. She observed the hand All Might had on Midoriya's shoulder, questioning the nature of their relationship. As thoughts buzzed in her mind, All Might addressed her, asking if she was heading home. Shock gripped her gut as she realized All Might had passed his quirk to Midoriya. The more she read Midoriya's mind, the more everything began to make sense. Without another word, Maindo walked past them, making her way down the road. She stored the notion of their connection in the back of her mind, planning to gather more information before telling her father. Her thoughts drifted to the mock battle earlier that day, and a simmering fury began to rise within her. The image of the half-red, half-white-haired boy flashed through her mind, prompting her to kick a rock in frustration. The rock hit something that swore in response, and she looked up to see Bakugo whip his head around, his face streaked with dry tears. Bakugo shouted in annoyance, questioning her actions. Maindo glanced at the rock she had kicked and replied that it was just a pebble, teasing him about being a big boy. Bakugo shouted for her to come back, demanding to know what her problem was. As they walked down the road, Maindo flicked through her childhood traumas and fears, lying that she had no problems. Bakugo growled, asking why she had kicked a rock at him. She calmly reiterated that it was an accident. As they passed the trees, Maindo casually remarked that if she wanted to hurt him, he would know. Bakugo fell silent for a moment before grumbling that she was really odd. She shrugged, stating that one had to be odd to be number one, and asked if he wanted to be the best. His determination shone through as he confirmed his ambition. Maindo noted that he was starting to trust her, which was a good sign. They fell into a peaceful silence, a rare moment for Maindo, who found it surprisingly pleasant. Bakugo broke the silence, asking if she could speak to people in their minds, jokingly comparing her to Dr. Strange. Maindo corrected him, pointing out that Dr. Strange couldn't read minds. He dismissed her comment with a scoff, calling her strange as they eventually parted ways. Standing at the train station, Maindo reflected on her day and concluded that, despite his abrasive demeanor, Katsuki Bakugo wasn't as bad as people made him out to be. The next day in homeroom, Aizawa announced that they would be doing rescue training at an undisclosed location. He ominously stated that they would be doing something that would change their lives. Maindo furrowed her brows, curious about his words. Aizawa then revealed that they would be picking their class representative. The class erupted into a flurry of excitement, but Aizawa instructed them to keep it quiet and finish before lunchtime. Maindo had no interest in participating. 10 minutes later, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were chosen as representatives. Momo Yaoyorozu was a smart, wealthy girl with a creation quirk and the ability to charm anyone. Maindo's thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of the lunch bell. As the lunch hour buzzed with activity at UA, the protagonist navigated through the crowded halls toward the file room. After ensuring there were no signs of life and checking for security cameras, they confirmed the coast was clear. With a quick flick of the wrist, the lock clicked open, and they slipped into the dimly lit room. Once the lights flickered on, they began sifting through the filing cabinets, searching for information about the upcoming trip. Some diligent searching, they finally found the file they were looking for. The location was the U.S.J. A smirk crept across their face as they carefully returned the file to its rightful place. Just as they were about to exit, an open file caught their eye, prompting a moment of surprise. A picture of a woman who looked strikingly similar to them lay on the table. They were about to reach out and touch it when the UA security alarm blared to life, startling them. The calm voice of the alarm echoed through the halls, instructing all students to evacuate due to a security breach. Quickly, they dashed out of the room, only to be met with the sound of a wall collapsing. Turning toward the noise, they saw Magna bursting through the debris. Eyes widening in shock, They quickly scanned the area for anyone else. Luckily, they spotted some students. In a hushed tone, they expressed their disbelief at Magna's presence, urging her to leave immediately. She nodded but paused when they instructed her to knock down the door. Complying, she swiftly exited, and the protagonist hurried down the hall, joining the throng of students pushing through the narrow passage. Caught in the chaos, they felt the tension rise but were relieved when Ida, standing atop a wall, managed to calm the crowd. As the students settled, the protagonists straightened their uniform just as the bell rang for class. Mission accomplished, they thought. The lineup for the trip to the U.S.J. was exhausting. Ida, now class president, took his role very seriously, blowing his whistle and barking orders for everyone to line up by gender. Rolling their eyes, the protagonists tried to ignore him, focusing instead on their phone. However, Ida's persistence led him to blow the whistle right in their face, demanding compliance. With an indifferent expression, they gazed at the whistle and, with a flick of their power, crushed it. Ida gasped in shock, scrambling to find another whistle. Bakugo, observing the scene, thought it was a good move. The protagonist shared a silent moment with him, conveying their thoughts telepathically about Ida's behavior. Bakugo snorted, while Midoriya looked on in disbelief as Bakugo began to scold Ida. Taking the last seat on the bus next to Bakugo, the protagonist noticed that others seemed to be avoiding him. They settled in, unfazed by his glare. The class began discussing heroic quirks, and the protagonists struggled to suppress their eye rolls. Kirishima complimented Bakugo and Todoroki on their flashy abilities, while Tsuyu bluntly remarked that Bakugo acted more like a villain than a hero. She then pointed out that the protagonist was equally intimidating, which earned a glare from Bakugo. It was typical for heroes to judge without knowing anything about someone. The protagonist had barely spoken a few words since meeting them, yet their classmates were quick to form opinions. They pondered how people often feared the unknown, making assumptions to ease their anxiety. Observing Kirishima, the protagonist noted his discomfort and spoke softly about his fear of rejection. He responded with confusion, prompting them to elaborate on how he felt pressured to conform to others' perceptions. Kirishima appeared increasingly unsettled as the protagonist analyzed his body language. Before they could delve deeper, Aizawa interrupted, announcing their arrival at the destination. Once inside the building, they were greeted by 13, who began explaining safety protocols. The protagonist felt a wave of anxiety wash over them when they realized All Might was absent. Midway through 13's speech, the lights flickered ominously, signaling trouble. As a portal opened, Kurogyari emerged, followed by a horde of villains and a Nomu, with the protagonist's brother among them. Their heart raced as they locked eyes with him, a smirk spreading across his face that sent chills down their spine. He telepathically urged them to stay out of sight and fulfill their role. With a chilling voice, he mused about the absence of All Might and the potential consequences for the students, igniting a sense of dread in the air. My blood ran cold and I began to sweat. The one thing I feared most in the world was my own brother. Aizawa shouted for 13 to protect the kids, and she nodded in response. Midoriya expressed his concern, pointing out that Aizawa's quirk wasn't suited for long-distance combat. Aizawa put on his goggles and declared that one couldn't be a hero with just one trick before jumping down toward the villains. I couldn't help but admire him. He was the only hero I truly respected. As we rushed toward the exit, we were cut off by Kurogyari, who ominously proclaimed that All Might would take his last breath in that building. Bakugo, filled with determination, leaped toward the warp villain, followed by Kirishima. I reached out to stop them but hesitated, reminded of my own identity. Kurogyari dodged their attacks, chuckling as he acknowledged our potential. He then threatened us, and I stumbled backward onto a pile of gravel, taking in the chaos around me, fire and my classmates struggling to breathe amidst the smoke. Kirishima and Bakugo managed to stand, coughing as they regained their breath. They noticed me and called out my name. We were trapped in a burning building, the U.S.J., which was meant for rescue training, now turned into a real-life nightmare. Villains surrounded us, and as Bakugo and Kirishima took fighting stances, I noticed the thugs flinch at my presence. Bakugo taunted the low-level thugs, and as the battle began, I locked eyes with a guard who had recovered from his previous injuries. He flinched at my gaze and I smirked slightly, grabbing my knife. I threw it at him, hitting him with precision. The other thugs stepped back in fear as I used my telekinesis to incapacitate them, their bodies collapsing. Bakugo and Kirishima, having finished their fight, stared in shock at the scene before them. I stepped outside, and a final thug lunged at me. Without hesitation, I dispatched him and moved on, ignoring the stunned expressions of my classmates. I pulled my knife from the last thug and flicked the blood off, muttering about the waste of space as I kicked his lifeless body. Kirishima, still in shock, questioned why I had killed them. I maintained my neutral expression and simply stated that they had annoyed me before walking away. Bakugo, determined, decided to confront the Warp Gate villain, while I agreed with him about the harsh realities of the world. Kirishima, ever optimistic, interpreted our words as belief in our friends and rushed after us. We soon reached the center of the dome-like building, and my stomach dropped at the sight before us. Aizawa was being overwhelmed by the Nomu, blood pooling around his nearly lifeless body. Panic surged through me, and without thinking, I jumped in to help. My brother appeared in my path, taunting me. My heart raced as I realized the danger I was in. I shouted back defiantly, but regretted it as I saw the anger in his eyes. He lunged at me, but an ice wall suddenly blocked him. I turned to see Todoroki glaring at my brother. As my brother attempted to reach me again, I instinctively stabbed his hand, causing him to groan in pain. Shock coursed through me as I realized what I had done. Just then, All Might burst into the building, declaring his arrival with a fierce scowl directed at the Nomu and my brother. He engaged the Nomu, but Kurogiri restricted him. My focus was solely on Aizawa, and I dropped to my knees beside him, desperate to help. Tears filled my eyes as I pleaded for him to be okay. I picked him up, determined to get him help, ignoring my brother's furious gaze. Reaching the entrance, I found Yaoyorozu, who gasped at the sight of our teacher. I urged her to bandage him, my voice cracking with emotion. She nodded, willing to help as she began to tend to Aizawa's injuries. After All Might defeated the Nomu and the backup heroes arrived with Ida, my brother escaped with Kurogiri. I stood outside the building with my classmates, who spoke in hushed whispers, trying to provide the police and heroes with as much information as possible. Kaminari expressed relief, stating that he was glad the nightmare was over. A few students echoed his sentiment, recalling it as the scariest experience of their lives. For me, however, that nightmare awaited me at home. What was terrifying for them was my everyday reality. As I watched the ambulance take my homeroom teacher away, I felt my heart tighten. I questioned what was wrong with me. The day of the U.S.J. attack was merely a glimpse of true terror for Class 1A. Unfortunately, I had to return to that same terror at home. My brother had tried to harm me when I got home that night. The next morning, as I patched myself up, I gazed into the mirror at my bruised face. My body bore more wounds, and I brushed my hand over a white medical patch I had secured to an open injury. I considered visiting Recovery Girl for healing but sighed, deciding to put away the gauze. If she asked what happened, I would simply say I was jumped by a gang on my way home. When I arrived at school that morning, I noticed many students staring at me. I frowned at the closed sign on the nurse's office, realizing I would have to endure their gazes until lunchtime. As I walked into class, everyone stopped to stare. I could sense their fear radiating off them. I took my usual seat at the back while the class resumed their gossip. Though I felt a pair of eyes on me, I paid no mind, lacking the energy to engage. Aizawa entered the classroom looking worn out, and I nearly jumped out of my chair. Kaminari and Midoriya expressed their shock at his presence. Aizawa sighed, explaining that Recovery Girl had gone a bit overboard but assured them he was fine. His words did little to ease the class's concerns. I spoke up, suggesting he needed to rest, which silenced the room as everyone turned to me in surprise. Aizawa's gaze fell on me, and I realized I must look as bad as I felt. He acknowledged my appearance but didn't press further, for which I was grateful. He then informed us that the school was increasing security and that there would be a sports festival in 2 weeks. When lunchtime arrived, I attempted to get up to find Recovery Girl, but a few classmates stopped me. Hantasiro asked if it was true, his tone filled with suspense. I paused, finally looking up at them. Everyone else had left the classroom except for them. When Azui bluntly asked if I had killed 15 men at the U.S.J, I confirmed it while busying myself with my books, not wanting to entertain their questions. Shiro inquired why I would do such a thing. I regarded him for a moment before explaining that they had been in my way and were there to harm us. They exchanged looks, and Azui remarked that heroes don't kill, her eyes filled with sympathy as she searched my face. I didn't want her sympathy, I preferred judgment over pity. I stated that it was an eat-or-be-eaten world and that I had no time for pleasantries with those who intended to end my life. Azui frowned, suggesting I sounded like a villain, and I couldn't help but think she wasn't wrong. Shiro warned me that I might end up working for a dangerous individual if I wasn't careful. A shiver ran down my spine, and I felt goosebumps on my arms. Memories of the previous night flooded my mind, making me feel nauseous. I reminded myself that I didn't work for him, I worked for my father. Azui scowled, stating I was already a villain as they left, closing the classroom door behind them and leaving me alone with my thoughts. They were all small-minded, perfect hero material. I tugged at my zipper, which stubbornly remained stuck. I heard movement beside me and turned to see Todoroki observing me with a scrutinizing gaze. His presence made me uncomfortable, whether due to our complicated past or his intense stare, I couldn't tell. Breaking the silence, he stated that I wasn't a villain, his voice monotone and steady. My heart stopped, and I felt as if my entire body had frozen. Did he really just say that? I furrowed my brows, shaking off my shock. I told him I didn't need his reassurance, though my voice trembled, betraying my calm facade. When I met his eyes, they were wide with surprise, confirming what I had feared. I glanced at my wrist, noticing that my black tattoo had turned red. As my breathing steadied, my mind remained far from clear. Breathing heavily and feeling a surge of fear, the protagonists struggled to close their bag. When it finally snapped shut, they bolted from their seat and slammed the door behind them. They had no soulmate and no connection to Shoto Todoroki. Chanting these thoughts in their mind, they navigated through the crowded halls. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, and everyone trembled at the sight of them. News of their defensive actions from the previous day had spread, and rather than admiration, the students were filled with dread. Recovery Girl had healed their body but remained skeptical about their story of a gang attack. Eventually she let it. They avoided Todoroki all day, not daring to look at him, and had no intention of doing so anytime soon. The concept of soulmates felt pretentious to them, relying on someone seemed as much of a scam as being a hero. They didn't need a soulmate, especially not him. A group of students blocked the classroom door as everyone tried to leave for home. Minoru Mainetta, a boy with purple hair, eyed them with fear. According to his records, Mainetta was known for his inappropriate behavior, which made the protagonist question how he had been accepted into such a prestigious school. He had often drooled at them, but they shot him a glare that made him shrink back. Mainetta stammered in confusion, wondering why the group was there. Bakugo, stepping up beside him, declared that they were checking out the competition, referring to the recent villain attack they had survived. He commanded the crowd to move aside, releasing a few small explosions to emphasize his point. Ida, standing behind them, admonished Bakugo for calling people he didn't know extras. A boy with purple hair and heavy bags under his eyes approached the front of the crowd, insulting them and claiming he would take their spot in Class 1A if they didn't perform well in the upcoming festival. Bakugo, angered, challenged him, flexing his hands. The protagonist rolled their eyes at the boy's audacity to speak so bluntly to strangers, acknowledging his bravery. They decided to speak up, surprising the class and the crowd, as it was rare for them to voice their thoughts. They locked eyes with the boy, stating that skill was not something one acquired through mere talk. They urged him to prove himself before making bold claims, otherwise, it was just empty words. The boy appeared taken aback as they pushed past him, intentionally bumping shoulders. The crowd parted, and Bakugo followed as they walked down the hall. Practicing for the sports festival consumed their time lately. Their father had expressed that winning wasn't necessary but wanted to see their skills, which motivated them to push their limits, especially with their brother's constant threats. It had been 2 weeks since the U.S.J. incident and 2 weeks since their tattoo had turned red. They hadn't looked at Todoroki since but often felt his gaze during practice and in class. He sat next to them, making it impossible not to notice him watching from the corner of their vision. Fortunately, he hadn't approached them since their shared revelation. While sitting in the waiting room with their class, they drummed their fingers on the plastic table. Bakugo was beside them, while Kirishima and Kaminari sat in front, engaged in a conversation that they found difficult to focus on. A familiar voice broke through the noise. The peppermint-haired Todoroki stood in front of Midoriya, who greeted him with a smile. Todoroki coldly stated that he didn't know what was happening between Midoriya and All Might, but he intended to win against him. Midoriya appeared taken aback, struggling to respond before stealing his expression and acknowledging Todoroki's strength. Kirishima intervened, suggesting that Todoroki's comment was harsh, placing a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. The protagonist noted Bakugo's thoughts, agreeing silently with him. Midoriya, however, dismissed Kirishima's concern, asserting that everyone would be giving their all, including himself, as he aimed for the top. The protagonist regarded him with their usual neutral expression, unimpressed by his speech. If someone needed motivational words to succeed, they needed to reconsider their choices. Todoroki, with an icy demeanor, muttered in agreement before leaving the room. Bakugo made a joke about Todoroki's mood, and the protagonist stifled a laugh, reminding themselves that they were there for a mission, not for amusement. As the sports festival commenced, they stood before the obstacle course. When the countdown ended, everyone surged forward through the narrow hallway. The protagonist pushed and maneuvered through the crowd, determined to be among the first to escape. They ran faster than ever before, but Todoroki glided past them on a wave of ice as they reached the first obstacle. Frustrated, they punched through a robot, feeling a familiar rush as their skin scraped against the metal. They experienced no pain. A zero-pointer blocked their path, and they tore off its right leg without hesitation, blood trickling down their hand. It was nothing they hadn't faced before. Standing on the scrap metal, they noticed a few students passing by as Todoroki struck the robot with ice, causing it to topple. Using their telekinesis, they lifted the metal off the ground, ready to continue the challenge ahead. I sat on the metal piece as it soared through the air. I flew steadily, avoiding any risk of falling. Looking down, I saw Todoroki and Bakugo engaged in a fierce battle in the minefields. Suddenly, a blast echoed behind me as Midoriya shot past, taking first place. Present Mike announced the results, declaring, in second place, Ikari Maindo. I crossed the finish line and returned to the stadium, hopping off the metal piece and compressing it to the size of a ping-pong ball. Second place wasn't bad, but thoughts of my father's potential disappointment nagged at me. Todoroki finished third, and Bakugo came in fourth, with the rest of the first years following behind. Midoriya glanced at me, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he let out a startled cry. I furrowed my brows slightly as he trembled, with Uraraka mirroring his reaction. I looked down to see what they were pointing at. A small trickle of blood ran down my hand, dripping onto the floor. I raised an eyebrow at the sight of a cut on my palm. Uraraka gasped, exclaiming her concern, while Midoriya urged me to see Recovery Girl, clearly panicked by the injury. I chuckled lightly, though it was more of a response to their overreaction than anything else. Waving them off, I assured them I was fine and sauntered away. After Recovery Girl expressed her disapproval of my so-called carelessness, I rejoined the crowd gathered in front of the stage. A woman with midnight black hair and striking blue eyes made her way onto the stage, reminding me of myself in some ways. Then it hit me, she was the lady from the file room. Her figure fit perfectly in her superhero suit, and her hair danced in the breeze. She radiated beauty as she greeted the crowd with enthusiasm, asking how everyone was enjoying the festival. Cheers erupted from the audience as she introduced herself as Namuri Kayama, inviting everyone to call her Midnight. She explained the rules for the second round, and soon we had 15 minutes to form teams. However, I preferred to work alone, believing that others often got in the way with their selfish desires and uncalculated attacks. As I stood there, people avoided me when choosing teams, and I didn't blame them. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to see the same purple-haired boy from 2 weeks ago. He asked if I could join his team. I regarded him and replied that his mind control wouldn't work on me. His eyes widened in surprise, but I respected his strategy and agreed to join his team, even if it made me cringe. I wanted to impress my father, and winning was essential. He looked puzzled, but I cut him off by speaking to him telepathically, revealing that I could read minds. His shocked expression was amusing. He blinked, realizing I was like him. I had researched Shinso's file after our first encounter. He was often mistaken for a villain due to his quirk, which I took as a compliment. I explained that my quirk was called mind power, allowing me to use telekinesis, read minds, and communicate telepathically. As we stood to the side of the arena, we devised a plan. I would act as the horse, while those he controlled would carry me in tandem with him. I would use my telekinesis to snatch headbands, while another boy would utilize his ground quirk when necessary. When the round began, we charged toward the smaller teams, all targeting Midoriya for the 10,000 points. I effortlessly gathered headbands, tying them to my forehead without moving a muscle. As the last 5 minutes approached, we decided to wait in a corner of the arena. I watched Midoriya and Todoroki battling to maintain their points. In a surprising moment, Todoroki unleashed his fire, a rare sight that left me puzzled about his motivations. Bakugo attempted to swoop in for the points but fell flat on his face just as the timer buzzed, causing me to wince at the sight. Midoriya frowned, realizing his points had been taken, while Todoroki mirrored his expression. Shinso set me down, and we exchanged grins before I approached the stage to hear Present Mike announce the top 4 teams advancing to the next round. His voice echoed in disbelief as he declared, "In first place, we have Team Maindo?" Shinso looked astonished, glancing at me and the other teams. Midoriya stammered, trying to comprehend how we had achieved this. I floated the 10,000-point headband in front of my face, teasingly informing him that he had lost it at the beginning of the round. His dismay was evident as Present Mike continued with the placements. Todoroki in second, Bakugo in third, who threw a rather amusing tantrum on the ground, and finally, Midoriya in fourth. We were granted an hour for lunch before the final round, and I seized the opportunity to grab some food. As I walked through the stadium halls, I spotted Bakugo leaning against a wall. I stopped in front of him, but he interrupted me by covering my mouth with his hand. My eyes widened in surprise, and I stepped on his foot, causing him to hiss in pain. He then spoke telepathically, expressing his frustration while clutching his foot. I glared at him and warned that if he touched me again, there would be consequences. He raised his hands defensively. Just then, I heard voices approaching and froze. I asked Bakugo who it was, and he informed me it was Todoroki and Midoriya. We decided to listen in on their conversation, knowing it was wrong but feeling a thrill of mischief. Todoroki's monotone voice filled the empty halls as he mentioned that no one had noticed, except for Midoriya, that he had used his fire during the round. I had noticed something new about him. His fiery determination was like something out of a storybook. He stated confidently that he had finally figured me out, his voice echoing through the halls. Midoriya, looking nervous, seemed taken aback by this revelation. Had Todoroki figured out that Midoriya possessed All Might's quirk? With a serious expression, Todoroki posed a surprising question about Midoriya's lineage, suggesting he might be All Might's secret love child. The accusation caught me off guard, but deep down, I knew it wasn't true. Midoriya panicked, fumbling for words as he vehemently denied the claim, his defensive tone almost comical. He slumped against the cold wall, admitting that even if he denied it, he doubted Todoroki would believe him. Todoroki remained silent for a moment before interpreting Midoriya's words as an indication that there was something he wasn't willing to discuss. I had to admire Todoroki's perceptiveness. He could read people almost as well as I could. Yet, I found myself wanting to understand him too, though I wasn't sure I was ready for what I might uncover. Todoroki declared that he wouldn't pry into whatever connection Midoriya had with All Might, but he made it clear that it only fueled his determination to defeat him. He revealed that his father was Endeavor, who had trained him his entire life to surpass All Might, a goal he was determined to reject. He shared a painful memory from his childhood, revealing that his mother had once poured boiling water on his left eye, calling that side of him unsightly. My breath caught in my throat as I processed this revelation. I had noticed his scar before but had never considered its origin. Anger surged within me as I thought of my own brother and the pain he had endured. Todoroki expressed his resentment towards his father's abusive influence, vowing to reject his father's quirk and the legacy that came with it. Midoriya seemed about to respond, but Todoroki walked away, prompting the green-haired boy to follow him. Bakugo and I exchanged shaky breaths as we stepped away from the wall we had been leaning against. I realized that Todoroki was more complex than he appeared, and I felt compelled to unravel the mystery surrounding him. Why did I care? It was my responsibility to know everything, I reassured myself. Bakugo broke the silence, trailing off with a grunt. I finished his thought, acknowledging the situation's severity. We stood in silence for a moment before I suggested getting food, and he nodded in agreement. As we walked toward the food stalls, he grumbled about almost having his foot broken. After picking up some ramen, we settled at a picnic table. I shrugged off his comment, splitting my chopsticks as he rolled his eyes. We ate in silence, and I noticed him glancing at my wrist, prompting me to pull my sports uniform down to hide it. He quickly averted his gaze, and I remarked that soulmates were foolish, to which he agreed, pulling down his own sleeve. The third round of the tournament was upon us, and as I stood in the field, I felt a pair of eyes on me. I dismissed the feeling as the screen displayed the tournament brackets. Bakugo muttered a question about Uraraka, and I referred to her as Pink Cheeks, while focusing on my opponent. Mina Ishido stood across from me, determination evident on her face. I offered Bakugo a subtle compliment, acknowledging he wouldn't need luck in his upcoming match. He scoffed and smirked in response. As our class settled into the stands, the first match began. Midoriya faced Shinso, and I watched in disbelief as Midoriya broke free from Shinso's brainwashing, a flick of his fingers snapping him back to reality. Midoriya won the first round, overpowering Shinso, who sulked off the arena. The second round featured Todoroki against Zero, and I could sense Todoroki's frustration radiating from the arena. Zero, undeterred, attempted to push Todoroki out of bounds, but was met with an iceberg that Todoroki summoned, leading to Zero's defeat. After several rounds, it was my turn to step onto the field. Present Mike announced my arrival, introducing me as Ikari Maindo, while Mina was introduced as the girl with pink skin and an acidic attack. The bell rang, and Mina skated around me, attempting to push me out of the arena with her acid. Despite her efforts, I remained unmoved. She stepped back, taking a breath before declaring her intent to attack. As she threw acid at me, it hit my shoulder, but I didn't flinch as it burned through my skin. With a monotone voice, I expressed my desire to win, using my telekinesis to gather her acid into a large ball before me, preparing for the right moment to strike. I flicked my wrist, and the acid shot at her like a waterfall, knocking her out of bounds and into the opposing wall. The announcer declared that Ikari Maindo had won. Bakugo's match lasted longer than expected. Uraraka put up a considerable fight against him, but he ultimately emerged victorious. We had a 15-minute break before the next round, and I decided to find some water. As I walked down the quiet halls, my mind raced with thoughts of winning the whole tournament. Turning a corner, I nearly stumbled as I collided with someone. I stepped back and a pair of strong hands steadied me. I shrugged them off and stood tall, meeting the gaze of Todoroki, whose heterochromatic eyes bore into mine. Realizing how close we were, I took a small step back. I acknowledged him with a slight nod before attempting to walk around him. He confessed that he couldn't figure me out, the first thing he had said to me since our revelation. I paused, responding that it was a shame. I continued walking, stating that he didn't need to understand me, as we were merely acquaintances. He regarded me with indifference, and I glanced back at him. Before he could continue, I cut him off, making my intentions clear. I expressed that I wasn't interested in soulmates, asserting that they didn't exist, and even if they did, they weren't meant for me. He remained silent. I walked away, leaving him behind, determined that he would never understand me. The next match featured Midoriya against Todoroki, and it was intense. Todoroki unleashed his fire, surprising everyone, while Midoriya sacrificed his chance of victory for his friends, which was typical of him. As the stadium erupted with a hair-raising explosion from their fight, I covered my eyes and gripped my seat. Midoriya lay bruised and out of bounds on the ground. Todoroki was panting heavily, and I noticed that part of his shirt was torn. I quickly averted my gaze, scolding myself for my reaction. A few rounds later, it was my turn to compete. I stood opposite Tokoyami, the sunlight glinting above us. I was aware of his weaknesses, having observed my classmates closely. My weeks of silent observation were finally paying off. Present Mike announced the match, introducing Tokoyami, who manipulated darkness, and me, Ikari Maindo, known for my strength and resilience. As Tokoyami prepared to send his shadow demon, Dark Shadow, towards me, I gathered the surrounding dust with my telekinesis and flicked my wrist, sending it skyward before he could attack. The shadow demon lunged at me, and I executed a backflip, kicking it away. It howled as it swiped at me, leaving a mark across my neck. I leaped aside just in time to avoid being knocked out of bounds. As the shadow demon fell, I caught it, transforming the dust into a mirror using the sun's heat. I directed the mirror at Tokoyami, causing him to recoil as Dark Shadow weakened. He ultimately surrendered, acknowledging that I had discovered his weakness and that there was no point in prolonging the match. It was a wise decision. After a visit to Recovery Girl, I sat in the stands to watch Bakugo's match against Kirishima. Bakugo eventually wore Kirishima out, leading to his defeat from exhaustion. We were given another 15-minute break, and I headed to the restroom. On my way, I overheard two voices arguing. Endeavor's unmistakable voice boomed, demanding if Todoroki had finally accepted his power. Todoroki retorted that he had no intention of accepting either his father or his power, claiming he had forgotten all about him during the match. Endeavor insisted that Todoroki was his creation, meant to surpass all might, and demanded that he live out his legacy. I approached the father-son duo, unable to hold back my thoughts. I mused that his legacy seemed to be one of arrogance. Endeavor turned to glare at me, and Todoroki followed suit. Endeavor asked who I was, his scowl deepening. Ignoring his question, I told him that Todoroki wasn't a tool for him to manipulate simply because he couldn't achieve his own goals. I warned him that his display of power fooled no one and suggested he lower his voice and check his ego. Fury flashed in Endeavor's eyes as he warned me that it was none of my business what he did with his son. He dismissed me, suggesting I leave before I got into trouble. I remained unfazed, locking eyes with him as I spoke telepathically, letting him know that I could ruin his career effortlessly. He flinched, making Todoroki stare at me in shock. Endeavor threatened me, but I remained indifferent, warning him that I didn't care about his threats. I promised that if he shouted at Todoroki again, he would regret it. He snarled and stormed off, leaving. Todoroki blinking at me in disbelief. I walked away, not allowing him a chance to speak. I wasn't sure why I had intervened or defended Todoroki. It wasn't in my nature, but the feeling of helplessness under the thumb of a relative resonated with me as I continued down the corridors. The match between Ida and Todoroki ended sooner than expected. Ida was talented in speed, but his self-defense mechanisms left something to be desired. After Todoroki's victory against the engine quirk user, Ikari Maindo stood across from a brooding Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike expressed his excitement, noting Bakugo's impressive strength that rivaled any first-year student. The match began with Bakugo charging at Ikari, unleashing a barrage of explosions without giving her a moment to react. She endured the blasts, feeling only a sting on her skin as she kept low to the ground. Drawing inspiration from Uraraka, she baited Bakugo into destroying the cement beneath them. As the dust settled, Bakugo huffed in frustration, and Ikari stood tall, unfazed by his anger. Gathering the debris around her, Ikari pushed it toward Bakugo like a wave, sending him crashing into the wall of the arena. Present Mike announced her victory, confirming her place in the finals. While waiting for the arena to be repaired, Ikari strategized against Todoroki, analyzing his weaknesses. Though her quirk allowed for the use of knives, she had to adapt her plans without them. The ticking clock filled the silence as she prepared for the final match. Winning wasn't essential to her, she had already proven her skills to her father. However, she felt a strong desire to prove herself as the strongest, a normal ambition for someone seeking power. When called to the arena, high-tech cameras followed her as she entered. Todoroki approached with a blank expression, mirroring her own. Present mic announced the start of the finale, energizing the crowd. Ikari maintained eye contact with Todoroki, sensing an unspoken tension between them. As the match began, he immediately shot ice toward her. She dodged just in time, feeling unnerved by her inability to read his thoughts. Using her telekinesis, she shattered the ice shard on the ground and devised her next move. Todoroki's eyes widened in panic as she began gathering the ice into a ball. In response, he activated his left side, melting her creation with flames. Determined, she dodged his ice attacks, skillfully maneuvering through the arena. When he attempted to freeze her legs, she countered by shattering the ice with rock formations. As they closed the distance, Todoroki unleashed a wave of flames toward her. Ikari hesitated, bracing for pain, but to her surprise, the flames had no effect. Standing amidst the remnants of his inferno, she was shocked to find herself unharmed, her clothes singed but still covering her. The crowd reacted with cheers, and she quickly used her telekinesis to gather dirt around her, creating a makeshift armor. Todoroki turned crimson, averting his gaze. Ikari felt a surge of anxiety about her scars being exposed but acted quickly to conceal them. Present Mike hesitated at her bold gesture, while Aizawa clarified the rules regarding her display. He warned the audience against any further inappropriate comments, earning Ikari's silent gratitude. Todoroki launched a massive ice shard at her, encasing her within it. Surprisingly, she felt no coldness as she touched the ice. When she made contact, the ice transformed into water, flooding the arena. Both she and Todoroki stared in disbelief at the sloshing liquid. Attempting to read Todoroki's mind yielded nothing but silence, leaving her feeling vulnerable. In a moment of panic, she tried to use her telekinesis on him, but he remained unmoved, intensifying her sense of helplessness. Todoroki furrowed his brows and launched another fire attack at her, which had no effect other than creating a slight breeze. Determined to set aside her fears, she decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat. She charged through the flames, her eyes fierce as she approached him. His eyes widened in panic as she delivered a swift kick to his gut. He stumbled back, coughing as he knelt on the floor but quickly regained his footing. He threw a punch, and she caught his fist, feeling a burn from the contact. With a twist, she retaliated with another kick. Present Mike expressed his shock, noting the intensity of the fight and her audacity to run through fire. Aizawa observed the match with keen interest. She struck Todoroki in the face, causing him to stagger back in pain. Neither of them was willing to back down until one was either unconscious or defeated. From her observations, she realized that she and Todoroki shared a common goal. Both wanted to prove something to their fathers. While Todoroki aimed to show he could succeed without his father's influence, she sought to demonstrate that she was strong enough to stand beside him, wanting to prove she was stronger than she appeared. Intimidation was irrelevant. True power lay in mental and physical strength. It didn't matter how fierce one's glare was. Without the muscle to back it up, no one would take notice. She unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks and punches, showing no signs of fatigue. She had encased herself in thin layers of ice, adding a layer of protection with dirt armor. Todoroki landed a kick to her stomach, sending her reeling back, scraping her knees on the floor as she fought to stay in the arena. Pain shot through her from the blow, and she struggled to catch her breath. Her stomach had been a vulnerability ever since Tamura had injured her as a child. Although her internal organs were unharmed, any impact to her stomach caused her excruciating pain. As darkness threatened to close in on her vision, everything became blurry. She could choose to give up, but after coming so far, she refused to let herself quit. Yet, no matter how hard she pushed, her mind began to shut down. The last thing she heard before losing consciousness was the announcement of Todoroki as the winner of the first-year sports festival. Standing on the second-place pedestal felt oddly fulfilling. While sports festivals were primarily for heroes, she felt a pang of pride nonetheless. She regained consciousness before the award ceremony, noticing Todoroki to her left, his expression stoic even in victory. Bakugo, restrained and fuming, made her wince as he shouted in frustration. She shot Bakugo a glare, which only fueled his outburst. Their mental exchange was interrupted when All Might boomed from above, placing the third-place medal around a reluctant Bakugo's neck before turning to her. He praised her performance, insisting she should be proud of herself and that she would make a fine pro-hero one day. His words ignited a mix of anger and fear within her, but she suppressed those feelings as he placed the medal around her neck. When he attempted to hug her, she raised a hand to decline. He chuckled and stepped back, turning to the crowd to deliver another enthusiastic speech. The medal felt heavy and uncomfortable against her sports uniform, a reminder of her true intentions that made her flinch. She needed to stick to her plan. After the sports festival concluded, Aizawa announced a 2-day break, congratulating the winners before dismissing the class. As she packed her bag, her classmates began to chatter about the event. Shiro leaned against his table, smirking as he commented on the craziness of the festival, and Ashido enthusiastically agreed, turning to her with a bright smile. Ashido expressed how much fun their match had been and praised her talent. She looked up, maintaining her usual expression as Uraraka chimed in, amazed that she had secured second place. She complimented Uraraka's strategy against Bakugo, deciding to engage with them to build trust. Everyone seemed surprised by her words, but Uraraka returned her smile with gratitude. As the gossip resumed, she stood up and tied her hair into a ponytail, keeping it out of her face. Kaminari blocked her path, leaning against her desk with crossed arms. He met her gaze, his expression eager as he pointed to her soulmate mark. She instinctively pulled her shirt down to cover the red tattoo and attempted to move past him, but he blocked her again, pleading for her to share the story behind it. With an unbothered expression, she remarked on his ridiculous puppy dog eyes, likening him to a constipated Pikachu. His faux offense only fueled her annoyance, and she warned him to step aside before she lost her patience. Kaminari grinned, teasing her about her reaction. She shot him a warning glare, and he finally backed off, shouting a playful invitation as she closed the door behind her, shaking her head at his antics. Walking down the road was peaceful. She let her hair down and took in her surroundings, the summer birds chirping as the evening sun dipped below the horizon. Summer was pleasant, but autumn was her favorite season. The vibrant orange hues and the comforting aroma of pumpkin spice lattes that accompanied the spooky season brought her peace. It was unfortunate that she would have to wait half a year for it to arrive. The only downside to autumn was that winter followed closely behind. While she appreciated the delicate beauty of the snow, the biting cold that came with it made her dislike the season altogether. Not to mention the overwhelming Christmas festivities. As she walked down the concrete path, she kicked a stray rock, feeling a presence fall into step beside her. Instinctively, her body went on high alert. Turning her head, she saw Todoroki, with his striking red and white hair. Furrowing her brows, she continued walking, her eyes fixed on the ground as she kept kicking her rock. The silence between them wasn't awkward, but the awareness of his presence put her on edge. He made her feel vulnerable, and she despised that feeling. After what she had discovered earlier that day, she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Unlike everyone else, Todoroki was a mystery to her. The silence stretched on, and she felt a surge of frustration. She hated the awkwardness. It made her feel weak. To escape that feeling, she broke the silence. She stated that she couldn't use her quirk on him. He didn't respond right away, seemingly lost in thought. When he finally spoke, he reminded her that she had run through his fire. She replied that it hadn't hurt and added that his ice hadn't felt cold either. He turned to her as they walked, questioning her certainty. She responded with sarcasm, claiming to have magical powers that made her indestructible. He raised an eyebrow, genuinely confused by her tone. She clarified that she was being sarcastic, kicking another rock that ricocheted into a drain. He let out a small acknowledgement, and she had to suppress another eye roll at his obliviousness. After a moment of silence, he asked if she wanted to try again, likely referring to their unresponsive quirks. She considered it and agreed, realizing that the more she understood this strange phenomenon, the better. There was a park nearby, and she suggested they go there, earning a nod from him. Upon arriving, she set her bag down under a shady tree, and Todoroki did the same. She tied her hair up and stood in front of him, asking how he wanted to proceed. He created an ice structure around her body and inquired if she felt cold. She shook her head, explaining that it felt like being trapped in plastic. He suggested she try touching the ice with her hands like she had during their match. She complied, and the ice melted into water instantly. He hummed thoughtfully as she looked down at the wet grass beneath her feet. Then she flatly instructed him to burn her. He blinked in surprise, questioning her request. She reiterated that he had heard her, and he gave her a skeptical look, concerned about her clothes. She shrugged, deeming it inconsequential. He hesitated, and she urged him not to worry, stating that seeing her body wouldn't harm him, just as it hadn't earlier. A faint pink flush crept onto his cheeks, and he averted his gaze. He explained that there were other people around, and she turned to see children playing in the distance. With a sigh, she asked if he could use a little of his fire. He looked at his left hand and ignited a small flame. As she approached him, he lit his entire hand on fire. She looked into his eyes and then back down at his hand, grasping it gently. She felt no pain, just the size difference and a flicker of something else. He searched her face for any signs of discomfort, but she shook her head, indicating that she felt nothing. He turned off his fire and asked about her quirk. She hadn't shared much about it with anyone in their class, and she assumed only a few people knew, including Aizawa, All Might, and Shinso. She explained that her quirk was called mind power, allowing her to use telekinesis, read minds, and communicate with others mentally. The leaves of the trees rustled in the wind as they stood beneath them. Surprise crossed his face, but he quickly masked it. Encouraged her to try using her quirk on him. She nodded and attempted to move him with her telekinesis, but it didn't work. She shook her head and focused on his eyes, trying to read his mind. His eyes were captivating, unlike anything she had seen before, and she chastised herself for the distraction as she tried to concentrate. After a moment, she sighed and admitted that it didn't work. He looked down at her and nodded, his gaze shifting to their intertwined hands. Realizing she hadn't let go of his hand after testing his fire, she dropped it as if it were a hot object. She acted as if nothing had happened because, in her mind, it hadn't. She mumbled that they couldn't use their quirks on each other as she grabbed her bag. He followed suit, carrying his own as they walked through the park. The silence lingered until he spoke again, trailing off as his voice was carried away by the evening breeze. She knew what he was about to say, even without reading his mind. The thought burned in her mind, and she hid her right wrist behind her back. She whispered about what else could be connecting them, feeling overly vulnerable at that moment. He didn't respond, and her mind began to wander as they continued down the road. She hadn't won the sports festival, but she had secured second place, defeating all her rivals without mercy. Would her father be proud? Would Tamura be angry with her for coming in second? Would he decide to hurt me again? The thought of what he might do if he discovered my soulmate mark made me feel nauseous. I had managed to hide it for the past few weeks, but how long could I maintain the facade? We arrived at the station and exchanged a brief goodbye as we parted ways. For once, I didn't want to distance myself from Todoroki. The desire to stay felt strange, yet it didn't feel wrong. I simply didn't want to go home today. My 2 days off from school had been unbearable. Tamura was furious about my failure at the festival and chose to unleash his anger on me. My body was in a poor state, and I felt weak as I walked to school. I had managed to patch up my wounds, but there was only so much I could do given the severity of my injuries. Tamura had a penchant for inflicting pain, and it felt as if each wound he inflicted took a piece of his own trauma away. In a twisted way, I felt I deserved the injuries he gave me. I counted each one as retribution for every innocent life I had ever taken. It was as if I was serving them justice through my brother's abuse. My father had turned a blind eye to Tamura's cruelty, and I was certain that if I confided in him, he would deem me weak. Perhaps I was. Maybe I wasn't as tough as I pretended to be. Physical pain no longer affected me as much, and I doubted I had the emotional strength to endure any further abuse. Upon reaching the UA gates, I was met with a throng of reporters crowding the entrance, and I sighed at the sight. I was too mentally and physically exhausted to deal with the press. I pushed my way through them as they tugged at me, causing some of my stitches to tear. I felt lost in a sea of flashing cameras and overwhelming questions, far too many questions for my spinning head to handle. Suddenly, someone grabbed me and pulled me out of the chaos onto the school grounds. I looked up to see Bakugo, his eyes widening for a brief moment as they met mine. I tried to steady my dizzying mind and nodded. I huffed and immediately regretted the action. He regarded me for a moment before nodding back. When we entered the classroom, everyone was buzzing about the news. I kept my head down as I made a beeline for my desk and slumped into it, cursing when I felt more stitches rip. I was foolish for coming to school today, but the thought of staying home with Tamura made me feel sick. I rested my head on my arms, not wanting anyone to see my battered face. I sensed a pair of eyes boring into me, but I didn't bother to check who they belonged to. Aizawa began homeroom and started discussing internships. I kept my head down, wishing I could vanish into thin air. For someone so young, I was constantly in pain. I claimed to enjoy chaos, but in reality, I despised it more than anything. I only said I did to maintain my villainous image. What I truly loved was silence, and even more, I cherished nature. I would never admit it out loud for obvious reasons, but I genuinely enjoyed those moments. Aizawa spoke about the number of internship requests we had received, and the class reacted with surprise at the amount Todoroki, Bakugo, and I had garnered. I didn't bother looking up at the board, I was too exhausted. I hadn't slept a wink since the night before the festival, 72 hours without rest. Aizawa explained that while the requests had been more evenly distributed over the years, this year the top 3 were quite close in numbers. Kaminari exclaimed in disbelief about the sheer volume of requests I had received. It wasn't bad for second place, but I was too drained to celebrate. Internships were an exciting opportunity for me, as they meant I would get to see the inner workings of a hero's mind. They also meant I could escape home for a week, which was a welcome thought. Aizawa informed us that we had 2 days to choose an agency for our internships before we needed to give him an answer. He then announced that we would be selecting hero names today. The class erupted in excitement, and I buried my head deeper into my arms, trying to block out the noise. Midnight entered the room, and the boys began to fawn over her. Aizawa declared he would be taking a nap, and Midnight began explaining the significance of hero names. I struggled to focus as I felt my shirt dampen around my stomach. I cursed internally when I realized my stitches had come undone. Of all places, why my stomach? I had nothing to cover it up with. I never wore my blazer, and my tie was practically non-existent. My head spun as Midnight instructed the front row to take a small whiteboard and pass the rest to the back. Mineta turned around and playfully hit me on the head with the last board, calling me a lazy girl before trailing off in admiration. I looked up, wishing I could turn off my ability to read minds at that moment. I flinched slightly at his playful hit, and his eyes widened as he took in my face. He waved the board around, and I snatched it from him in frustration, inadvertently tearing more stitches in the process. I winced and took a deep breath, scooting my chair closer to my desk to hide my stomach. A hero name? What on earth should I write? Wasn't like I would ever be a hero, this was just a temporary situation. I scribbled down a name that had been lingering in my mind. My head spun as I wrote. I felt utterly drained. I stared at the table once I finished, willing my mind to keep me upright. I would be fine, I could simply patch myself up when I got home. I couldn't risk going to Recovery Girl. What would I tell her? Another gang attack? I couldn't show weakness, I wouldn't show weakness. I wasn't in pain, but the loss of blood made me feel lightheaded, and that was never a good sign. I tried to stay angry to keep myself awake. After the class had ended, I was the last one left to present. I didn't look up as midnight announced my name, signaling that it was my turn. The pretty lady asked if I was ready to show what I had come up with. I nodded, still staring at the table. I had to get up and act like I was fine, even though I wasn't. Pushing myself up, I clutched the whiteboard to my stomach, trying to hide the evidence of my struggle. As I walked down the aisle, I kept my eyes on the floor, almost certain I staggered halfway through. When I reached the front and turned to face the class, I willed myself to look up. Everyone gasped at the sight of my face, and I struggled to maintain a neutral expression, feeling lightheaded. I recalled my brother's voice in my mind, reminding me that pain was for the weak, a sentiment I tried to embody. Midnight encouraged me with a kind smile, snapping me out of my thoughts. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I feared, perhaps they wouldn't notice. Clutching the board, my hands shook slightly as I turned it toward the class and lifted it. Gasps filled the room, and some screamed as I revealed the board. I leaned forward, glancing down at my shirt. It was worse than I had imagined. The bottom of my white shirt and part of my skirt were soaked in red. The liquid dripped to the floor, echoing like a rain shower. I heard voices around me, but they were muffled, and as my mind began to shut down, my vision blurred. From a third-person perspective, screams erupted in the classroom as the raven-haired girl lifted the whiteboard. Red stained her, and the liquid dripped onto the floor. Ashido shrieked in shock, staring at the pale girl at the front. Kaminari repeated an exclamation of disbelief, his voice filled with concern. The class was thrown into chaos as the shocked girl stood frozen, gazing at her now red shirt. Even Bakugo muttered an expletive, a mix of fear and worry in his tone. Todoroki rushed to the front, desperate to help. Before he could reach her, the blue-eyed girl fell forward. Aizawa sprang into action, racing to catch her, but Todoroki managed to reach her first, cradling her in his arms. The whiteboard clattered to the ground as he held her tightly. Midnight knelt beside them, quickly unbuttoning part of the girl's shirt to assess the situation. She gasped at the sight of the open wound in the middle of her stomach, blood seeping out at an alarming rate. Covering her back up, Midnight spoke urgently, insisting they needed to get her to Recovery Girl immediately, as she was losing blood faster than her body could replenish it. Without hesitation, Todoroki lifted the girl and they rushed down the hall. He was careful as he carried her, determined not to cause her any more harm. Anger boiled within him. He had noticed her unusual behavior earlier but had hesitated to approach her. Now, because of his inaction, he feared he might lose her forever. Later, I stood behind a tree, gripping my knife in my right hand. This was my mission, and I had completed it without question. My target today was a boy my age. When Tamura assigned me this task, I found it strange to be sent after a 10-year-old. But now that I was here, I understood. He was kicking a training dummy in the garden while his father, the number 2 hero, shouted at him. The boy looked exhausted, sweat soaking his shirt, and I frowned at the sight. When he missed a kick, his father slapped him across the face, leaving a red mark on his dirt-streaked cheek. I flinched at the sight. Having endured similar treatment from my older brother, witnessing this boy's suffering ignited a fire of anger within me. He didn't cry or flinch at the slap, but his father shouted cruel words before storming inside, slamming the door. The boy stood there for a moment, then fell to his knees, trembling with tears. I gritted my teeth, second-guessing myself. I had to complete the mission, but one more look at him made me sheath my knife and step back. I couldn't do it. He didn't deserve death. He was just a kid, just like me. Cursing myself, I made my way back home, knowing my brother would be furious. My eyes adjusted to the sterile light of a room that smelled of antiseptic. I blinked at the ceiling, struggling to remember how I had gotten there. Gradually, the memories flooded back. I sat up against the nurse's bed and reached for a glass of water on the side table. After drinking, I placed the cup back down and surveyed the room. The door opened, and Recovery Girl entered with Aizawa. She greeted me with a warm smile, but I maintained a neutral expression as they closed the door behind them. I asked how long I had been out, my voice rough. Recovery Girl informed me it had been 24 hours, and my eyes widened in shock as I searched for my phone, panic rising within me. I was terrified of the consequences. Aizawa pointed to my bag, saying I could check it later, but first we needed to talk. His serious tone made my blood run cold. I sat up straighter, locking eyes with him, relieved when he didn't seem to know my true intentions. He sat in the chair next to the nurse's bed, and we exchanged a long look. He asked why I hadn't come to him sooner, expressing that if I had, this situation could have been avoided. I stared at my hands, unable to respond. How could I explain? I finally spoke, saying I understood and that it wouldn't happen again, my voice devoid of emotion. He regarded her, and she flinched before he spoke again, demanding to know who it was. She shook her head and lied, saying it was no one. He scowled as he sat in the plastic chair, expressing skepticism about her claim that she had hurt herself. With no choice but to nod, she felt his disbelief weigh heavily on her. He bluntly stated that he didn't believe her, causing her to almost flinch again. Of course, he didn't believe her, she barely believed herself. She reaffirmed her previous admission, and he narrowed his eyes, accusing her of having scars all over her body. She remained silent, and he insisted on speaking to her parents. She shook her head and looked down at her hands, claiming she had none. It was a lie. While she may not have had a mother, she definitely had a father, but revealing that he was one of the most evil men in the world was something she couldn't do. His brows shot up in surprise as he processed her words. She nodded and continued her lie, explaining that when her parents died, they had left her in the will, providing her with means to survive until she turned 18. Lies. He scowled slightly and asked if she truly had no family. At her nod, he sighed, pinching his nose in frustration. She felt trapped, compromised by Tamura's selfish desires that had led to her turmoil. Aizawa opened his mouth, stating that her physical state still didn't make sense. She sighed in exasperation, expressing her frustration at not knowing what he wanted from her. He explained that he wanted her to be safe, assuring her that he cared for his students. She insisted she was safe, claiming she had simply gotten angry with herself. It was a lie. She rarely showed anger, and when she did, it was more likely to be directed at others than herself. He squinted at her, stating that he would be monitoring her closely. If he caught even a scratch on her, there would be consequences. She wished she could ask for help but felt she didn't need saving from these corrupt heroes. What she needed was for her brother to stop hurting her, and for her father to love her. Later that afternoon, she walked into class, feeling the weight of everyone's stares. They expressed their concern with questions of whether she was okay and how scared they had been. Shocked by their genuine worry, she assured them she was fine before taking her seat. The day passed quickly, and she felt immense relief when the final bell rang. As she stepped out of school, the sun set in the distance, and she walked down the road. Her phone buzzed with 105 messages and 20 missed calls from Tamura. The thought of returning home to him made her tremble. She didn't fear many things, but Tamura was an exception. He haunted her daily life, and even in his absence, she felt a deep-seated terror. Fear had become a twisted companion, driving her to accomplish tasks. As she read his threatening messages while walking, she prepared herself for the inevitable torment she would face. Stab wounds and bruises no longer made her flinch. She had grown desensitized to the pain. However, the mental scars left by her experiences were irreversible. She needed Tamura to stop before Aizawa intervened and placed her in the foster system, or worse, exposed her situation entirely. She slipped her phone into her bag and continued down the road. Flashes of Tamura's past actions filled her mind, and she stopped on the sidewalk, feeling queasy. She sensed that today would be different, that he intended to harm her. Overwhelmed, she bent over and emptied her stomach onto the sidewalk, only water coming up since she hadn't eaten in over 3 days. She felt certain she was going to die, knowing her father would never help her because he simply didn't care. Yet, a small voice inside her insisted that if she tried harder, he would care. As her stomach continued to reject the water she had consumed, she felt a hand rubbing her back and holding her ponytail back, causing her to panic. A deep voice reassured her that everything was fine. She relaxed slightly as she began to dry heave, grateful for the comforting presence. Once she was done, Todoroki handed her a napkin, and she wiped her mouth before tossing it in a nearby trash can. She drank her entire water bottle, staring at the ground in frustration, trying to hide her unshed tears. Embarrassed, she whispered an apology for him having to witness her breakdown. He waved her off, searching her eyes with genuine concern. He asked if she was okay, and for the first time, someone had shown her such empathy, making her breath hitch. Unsure of how to respond, she nodded and claimed she was fine, attributing her discomfort to a slight queasiness. It was easier to pretend she had no emotions than to confront them. Yet, she wondered if she was fooling herself. Perhaps she truly had no feelings left. He bit his lip and inquired about her stomach, referring to her injury. She assured him that Recovery Girl had taken care of her as they walked down the road. She dreaded going home, fearing the consequences of her day of unconsciousness. Breaking the silence, Todoroki suggested they go to the park. She looked at him in slight shock, contemplating the unexpected offer. I didn't expect that, especially from him. I didn't want a soulmate as it felt like a distraction, but the more I thought about the park, the more I realized I needed that distraction right now. When we arrived at the same tree where we had stood the other day, I put my bag down and slumped against it. Todoroki did the same and sat next to me. Our shoulders touched slightly, but I ignored it. Sweeping my black hair to one side, I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. The sounds of birds fluttering through the sky mixed with the laughter of children. The grass was green, and I ran my hands through it, feeling a sense of calm wash over me. The smell of oak was prominent, but as the wind blew around us, I caught a hint of mint and wintergreen. It wasn't winter. In fact, it was far from it. The only logical explanation my mind could come up with was that the scent came from the boy beside me. His body radiated a cool atmosphere, literally. Just from the small contact of our shoulders, I could feel a chilly breeze emanating from him. It was a pleasant contrast to the warm afternoon, and I welcomed it. I felt Todoroki shift and get up for a moment, my eyes still focused on the children playing soccer. He sat back down, his whole arm brushing against mine. A strange feeling arose from the unexpected contact, but I pushed it aside. He handed me something, making my mind snap back to the present. I turned my head toward him, leaning back slightly when our noses almost touched. My heart raced at the sudden closeness. I looked down at his hand and he spoke again, saying he thought I might be hungry. In his hand, he held a chocolate bar, and my eyes widened at the sight. I wanted to refuse him, trust me, I did. But there was nothing more compelling to me than chocolate. Hesitantly, I took the bar from his hand, giving him a suspicious look. Did he poison it? Why would he offer me this? Opened the chocolate bar and inspected it closely, sniffing it to see if I could detect anything unusual. Nothing seemed off. I shot him a narrowed look of suspicion, questioning his motives. He didn't flinch at my inquiry, stating he didn't have an angle. This only made me more suspicious. Everyone had a reason for their actions. The world revolved around motives. I had no intention of following that misguided path that so many had taken. His brows furrowed for a moment as if he were lost in thought, and he insisted he didn't have one. I knew that couldn't be true. I scowled, telling him I had nothing to give in return. He looked taken aback for a moment before masking his surprise, saying he didn't expect anything from me. I frowned at the chocolate and then back at him. Why was he so confusing? I couldn't read him, yet something compelled me to keep trying. I decided to eat the chocolate. If it was poisoned, death by chocolate would be the best way to go. I could picture my tombstone reading, Ikari Maindo, death by delicious chocolate accepted from a boy with peppermint hair. As soon as the dark chocolate touched my tongue, my senses exploded with the rich flavor. I let out a sound of approval. I loved chocolate any kind, really. Todoroki watched me with curious eyes as I savored the bar, taking small bites to enjoy the taste. He remarked that he could see I was enjoying it, which was true. I shrugged lazily in response, then paused for a moment. Did he want some? What was the proper etiquette when eating in front of someone? I didn't know why I cared. I had never been one to worry about such things before. I stopped eating and turned to him, the movement causing our legs to brush against each other. I asked if he wanted some, feeling the question sound strange on my tongue. He glanced at the chocolate bar and then back at me, joking that he wouldn't want to disrupt my love affair with it. His dry sense of humor was unexpected, but it was welcome. I hated to admit it, but I didn't dislike it as much as I had initially thought. The corner of my mouth tugged up slightly as I mused about how generous he was, adding that I thought chivalry was dead. Amusement flickered in his eyes, and the corner of his lip lifted for a moment, mirroring my expression. He claimed he was an exception. I rolled my eyes at his cocky tone and shoved the chocolate bar toward him, insisting he take a bite before I changed my mind. He obliged, taking a piece from the corner while keeping his eyes locked on mine. My stomach did a strange flip as he leaned back, closing his eyes as he tasted it. He muttered that it wasn't bad, which I took as an insult. It was indeed an insult to the sugary delight that this world didn't deserve. He shrugged, explaining that he wasn't a big fan of sweet things, which didn't help his case. I eyed him skeptically. Who didn't like chocolate? I asked why he carried a chocolate bar if he didn't like sweets. He looked around for a moment before explaining that he had bought it for me. My brows shot up in surprise. Why would he buy it for me? I questioned him, my voice sounding strangely small as I asked why he would do such a thing. He explained that I had been unconscious for a day and figured I could use something in my stomach. For a brief moment, my heart ached, and I felt a wave of emotion wash over me. I made it a point to visit the nurse at the league base for a checkup. I paused for a moment, wondering how he knew I liked chocolate. I scowled at my hands, clutching the chocolate bar in my right hand. He looked at me thoughtfully and explained that he had seen me bring one into class every morning before Aizawa arrived. My heart raced as I battled my inner turmoil. What was wrong with me? I became acutely aware of how close we were sitting. His left leg and arm brushed against mine as we sat under the tree, sending an invisible shiver through my body. My brows furrowed, and before I could stop myself, I expressed my gratitude. I felt my eyes widen in embarrassment and shock as I hid my mouth behind the half-finished chocolate bar. I had never thanked anyone in my life. It wasn't something I did or expected to do. But for some reason, it felt right, as if I were responding to something that had touched me deeply. What Todoroki had done bringing me chocolate and sitting next to me in the park affected me more than I cared to admit. Even though thanking him felt strange, it also felt primal and right in a new way. He seemed lost in thought before he nodded slightly, telling me not to mention it. I caught a glimpse of a small smile tugging at his lips before it vanished, leaving me to wonder if I had imagined it. The sound of footsteps echoed through the empty hallways as I approached my brother's room. He had texted me to meet him there, and I knew better than to disobey him. Ignoring the fear that left a slight sheen of sweat on my skin, I took a deep breath and reached for the door handle of his perpetually gloomy room. The League had bases everywhere, but the headquarters was nestled in the mountains of the Japanese Alps. It was always cold up here, and the trek would have been impossible without my motorbike. Top League associates had rooms here, and I was one of them, alongside my brother. Being the children of the most notorious man on the planet afforded us undeniable luxury, but it felt meaningless to me. No matter how many gifts my father gave me, the only thing I truly wanted was his recognition, his love. He hadn't been the most present figure during my childhood, leaving me to be raised by my brother and a few hired villains. My goal was to become his right-hand man, to earn his validation. It was all I had ever wanted, and I would achieve it no matter the cost. If it meant bringing UA down to its knees, I would do it without hesitation. I stepped into the carpeted room, my movements careful and precise. I had been trained for precision my entire life. Every action was deliberate and calculated. My brother sat on his bed, frowning at his phone. He looked up sharply when I closed the door behind me. His bed, draped in black covers that matched the curtains, was to the right side of the room. I regarded him with a calm demeanor, standing firmly in front of the door. He closed his phone and glared at me with intense eyes. My heart sank. He jumped off his bed and strode angrily toward me, closing the distance between us. He demanded to know where I had been, grabbing a handful of my hair, his hand encased in his usual four-fingered gloves. I didn't flinch as he tugged. On my hair, my face betraying no emotion. Inside, however, I was a whirlwind of panic. I explained that I had fallen unconscious the previous morning due to a knife wound in my stomach. His scowl deepened as he absorbed my words. You fainted, he repeated, his tone laced with venom. I did. I lost too much blood and collapsed during a presentation, I replied, omitting the detail that it was a hero name presentation. He pulled my hair harder, demanding a reason why he shouldn't harm me right then and there. I chose my words carefully, even as my pulse raced. They took me to the clinic for help and they saw my body. I trailed off, noticing his grip loosen slightly at my words. His expression turned stony, sending a fresh wave of fear through me. He remained silent, so I continued. I blamed myself. I told them I was angry and didn't mean for it to happen. They asked for my parents, and I told them I didn't have any. His scowl deepened, but he remained quiet. In any case, my homeroom teacher will be keeping an eye on me, I informed him evenly. He tightened his grip again, his anger palpable. I have no qualms about ending you right now, he said, his voice cold. I felt a chill run through me, but I maintained my composure. But since father thinks you're a valuable asset to our cause, I'll hold off for now. I almost sighed in relief. My brother wasn't joking. Without the looming consequences, he would have harmed me. He released my hair, scowling at me. I'll give your weak body a break due to my oversight of your schooling situation. He scratched his neck, stepping closer. Our noses were mere centimeters apart, and I stood still, feeling the tension in the air. But disappoint me again, and I will ensure you regret it, he warned, his voice eerily calm. My skin prickled with sweat. I nodded firmly, my face devoid of emotion. Understood. The thought of being at his mercy terrified me, and I hoped he would keep his word. Aizawa had given me the list of intern requests I received from the sports festival. Overall, I had captured the interest of nearly every hero agency. Most were dull, and I quickly crossed their names off, but a few caught my attention. At the top of the list, 2 requests stood out. Endeavor and Hawks had asked for me, and the realization sent a tremor of excitement through me. It might not have been unusual for Hawks to show interest, but the request from Endeavor left me puzzled. I distinctly remembered confronting him during the sports festival, provoked by his abrasive attitude. He had appeared furious at the time, so why would he extend an offer to me? What were his motives? There had to be a reason for him to even consider me after our rocky encounter. Was he angry and seeking revenge? Was he upset about me defeating his son? Regardless of the reason, his offer intrigued me. As the number 2 hero, right after All Might, he must have many talented students vying for his attention. So why me? Hawks was an interesting hero as well, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't drawn to him. There was something captivating about him, perhaps it was his striking looks or the confidence he exuded in his abilities. Even though he had offered me a place at his agency for the internships, I found myself regrettably turning him down. Endeavor's offer was more compelling, especially considering our tumultuous introduction, so I decided to put his name down. I wrote Endeavor's name as my first choice while sitting at my desk during a free PRD. The class buzzed with chatter around me as I sifted through my options for internships. I bit the top of my pen, squinting at Endeavor's name on my hand, hoping it would provide answers to my internal questions. It remained silent. As I stood to hand the paper to Aizawa, I heard a voice call out. Todoroki asked which agency I had chosen just as I was about to leave my seat. I sat back down, blinking in surprise at his question. I glanced at my hand and then handed him the paper for him to read. His fingers brushed against mine during the exchange, causing a strange sensation in my stomach. What was happening to me? His eyes widened as he scanned the paper, clearly shocked by the name I had written. You chose my dad? He said, his voice filled with disbelief. I leaned back in my chair, stretching my legs, and simply hummed in response. He asked why I would make such a choice, his curiosity evident. I looked at him thoughtfully, remarking that the real question was why his father would want me. Todoroki pursed his lips, deep in thought. It is rather peculiar, he muttered, and I nodded in agreement. I couldn't imagine being in his father's good graces, especially after our first encounter. He returned the paper to my desk as our classmates continued their lively conversations, oblivious to our exchange. However, I felt someone watching us and turned to see Bakugo observing with a furrowed brow. likely wondering why I was speaking with Todoroki. I paid him no mind as I listened to Todoroki's next words. "Are you sure you want to intern with him?" he asked, his brow furrowing. "My father isn't the easiest person to get along with." He shifted in his chair, clearly concerned. "I know. He's quite a character, but his offer is intriguing," I replied, adding with a smirk that I hoped I wouldn't end up in a situation where I would have to deal with a top hero in a negative way. A small smile tugged at Todoroki's lips before it vanished. "I'm interning with him too," he informed me, raising my eyebrows in surprise. I had thought he despised his father. He drummed his fingers on the desk, explaining that while he did have issues with his father, he was using the opportunity for experience. I couldn't help but admire his cleverness. Todoroki wasn't so bad after all. While we weren't friends, we certainly weren't enemies either. That counted for something, didn't it? The class gathered at the train station, waiting for Aizawa to take attendance. He was notoriously slow. As we waited, I stared at my phone, eager for the signal to move on. Our class attracted attention due to our success at the sports festival, but everyone kept their distance, aware that it was illegal to distract heroes during missions or at any time unless invited. Bakugo, Kirishima, Ishido, and Kaminari stood nearby, but I ignored them. Kaminari, brimming with excitement, asked if I was looking forward to the internship. I frowned at my phone, and he continued, calling me cute and shy. I slapped his hand away as he reached to pinch my cheek, sending a telepathic message. That I was neither shy nor cute. I warned him that if he tried to touch me again, I would show him just how fierce I could be. His startled reaction almost made me laugh. Kaminari stammered, pointing at me with a shaky hand, while Kirishima and Ishido looked concerned. Bakugo, however, wore a smirk that suggested he found the situation amusing. Aizawa's voice broke through the commotion, instructing us to stop scaring Kaminari or face detention. I almost frowned at the interruption, but watching Kaminari's reaction was worth it. Kaminari stuttered, asking how I could communicate with my mind. I played innocent, claiming I had no idea what he was talking about. I hadn't revealed my quirk to anyone in the class, except for Bakugo and Todoroki. It wasn't that I didn't trust them, perhaps I just enjoyed the element of surprise. After Aizawa lectured us about the rules for our internships, he called me aside. As the others dispersed, I stood before him, curious about what he wanted. "Yes?" I asked, trying to remain patient, though I preferred not to waste time. He assessed me carefully, noting that he hadn't seen any new injuries on me lately. He warned that if I returned with any injuries, there would be consequences. He affirmed his understanding as I stood holding my suitcase and costume case. I nodded firmly, assuring him that I understood and that he didn't need to worry about me. I had no intention of harming myself any longer, and I was partly right. Tamura hadn't hurt me since our deal, and I didn't think he would while I was on a week-long internship. I wasn't even at home for him to do so. Aizawa sighed in resignation, his gaze softening as he wished me to have fun and work hard. With that, I walked toward the train station to Tokyo. Upon arrival at the terminal, I spotted a familiar boy sitting on a bench, scrolling through his phone. It was Todoroki. He looked up and put his phone away, standing up. I asked him what he was doing there, and he shrugged, explaining that we were going the same way, so he thought he could accompany me. I nodded in understanding, not minding since we were heading in the same direction. He handed me a warm tumbler cup, and my eyes widened slightly as I inspected it. I asked what it was, and he monotoned that it was a drink. I rolled my eyes, clarifying that I meant why he got it for me. He shrugged again, sipping his own drink and explaining that it was a cold morning, and he thought I might like a refresher. My stomach did a weird flip, and I pushed the feeling down in annoyance. It needed to stop. I thanked him, and this time, I didn't question it. I sipped the warm liquid and my eyes widened in delight as I liked my lips. I asked if it was a chocolate frappe, and he nodded, explaining that he inferred it was my favorite flavor due to my obsession with sweet things. Another flip in my stomach made me mentally scold myself. I nodded a little, suddenly feeling shy and kicking myself for the unreasonable feeling. I admitted that chocolate was my favorite, and he hummed in response as we walked onto the train. We took a seat next to each other, as the two seats at the front were the only ones left. He let me take the window seat, and I gazed out as we left the underground, passing beautiful rural areas. The train ride wasn't long, and soon enough, we arrived at Shibuya Station. After navigating through the chaotic subway, we reached the stairs and made it onto the street. Todoroki offered to help with my suitcase, and I frowned slightly, insisting I could carry it. He nodded but didn't relinquish it, explaining that it wouldn't be very chivalrous of him. I rolled my eyes in amusement but didn't argue. We reached the Endeavor agency and approached the receptionist, her eyes widening when she saw Todoroki. She greeted him with a huge smile, her tone flirtatious as she twirled her hair around her finger. An unfamiliar anger pooled in my gut, making me clench my fists, but I forced myself to stop, knowing there was no reason for it. He acknowledged her with a tight nod and explained that we were there to see his father. She brightened her smile even more, and I rolled my eyes, feeling frustrated. She informed us that Endeavor was in his office and then looked at me with a scowl, remarking that I must be the new intern. Her expression held disgust and jealousy as I met her gaze. She added that she had no idea what Endeavor saw in me, her words dripping with venom. I suggested she keep her thoughts to herself, and she shrieked in response as I walked away, Todoroki following me to the elevator with our suitcases. When the doors closed, he remarked that I had used my telepathy on her, his voice light compared to his usual tone. I shrugged, admitting that she had annoyed me. I often used that excuse, but it was true nonetheless. When we reached Endeavor's office, Todoroki entered without knocking, and I followed him inside. His father sat behind a large desk, filtering through paperwork until he looked up at us. He greeted his son and then regarded me, expressing his gladness that I accepted his request. I didn't meet his eyes, instead gazing around his office, which I found lacking in taste. I made a sarcastic comment about his decorations, and he ignored it, turning to his son and expressing relief that he had finally come to his senses and sought his help. Todoroki scowled, clarifying that he was not there for Endeavor's delusional desires but simply to utilize his attributes, as he was the number 2 hero. I almost applauded at his boldness. Endeavor regarded him for a moment before agreeing to work with that arrangement. He then turned to me, noticing as I took a candy from the jar on the coffee table. He asked if I was going to insult him too, and I popped the candy into my mouth, responding that it would be a waste of breath since I had more important things to say. He raised his brows in interest as I explained that I didn't like frivolous conversations and that it was clear he didn't like me during our first encounter, so he shouldn't act innocent. He stood, leaning against his table with his arms crossed, staring at me intently. I pressed on, asking why he had requested me, insisting on honesty. I knew he didn't like me, and I had expected disdain rather than an invitation into his agency. It was confusing, and I didn't like confusion. It made me feel vulnerable. Endeavor's voice was strong as he spoke, his flames snuffed out but his presence still commanding. He admitted that I intrigued him more than he would like to admit. Not only had I almost beaten his son, but I also had the audacity to threaten him. He found me interesting and wanted to test my limits and perhaps teach me a few new things. I hadn't expected his reason to be intrigue. That left me more stunned than I would ever admit. I acknowledged my feelings, expressing a willingness to test my limits, but I was honest about my disdain for him. Despite my feelings, I was still open to learning from him, which contradicted my hatred. I paused, meeting his eyes as I sensed his amusement. I still disliked him. He clapped his hands and announced that he had arranged our sleeping quarters, instructing us to follow him. I couldn't resist the temptation and discreetly took a handful of candies from his office. After navigating through the numerous halls of his agency, we finally reached our destination. He opened a door and gestured for us to enter. The room was small, and I noticed there was only one bed. It was a fairly standard room, equipped with a flat-screen television in front of the bed, a closet on the left, a view of the city, and a bathroom. Todoroki asked his father if there were any other rooms available, but Endeavor shook his head. I sensed he was not being truthful, which made me scowl at him. He left us in the room, informing us that training would begin in the morning. Once he was gone, I sat on the bed and emptied my skirt pockets, candy spilling out onto the bed. Todoroki placed his bag next to mine and stared at me, surprised that his father hadn't noticed my little theft. I explained that he had noticed but simply didn't care. Todoroki hesitated, offering to take the floor, but I quickly interrupted him. I wasn't heartless. Even though I was a villain who didn't care much about anything, I wouldn't let him sleep on the floor. I suggested we share the bed, despite the fluttering feeling in my stomach that I despised. He nodded slightly and turned to put his clothes away. I flopped back onto the bed, letting out a mental sigh. This was going to be a long week. The next morning, Todoroki and I met Endeavor in the agency training rooms, where he was late. I pointed out his tardiness, checking my imaginary watch and noting he was 20 minutes behind schedule. I suspected he often used that excuse. Endeavor finally spoke, suggesting we get started. After warming up, he instructed us to fight. His directness caught me off guard at first, but I quickly processed his words. I asked if he meant hand-to-hand sparring, but he clarified that we would be using our quirks. Todoroki and I exchanged glances, both of us thinking the same thing. This was going to be challenging. I hesitantly agreed, and when Endeavor gave the signal, Todoroki unleashed ice in my direction. I shattered it with a knife and threw it back at him, but it missed completely, as if he had a protective barrier around him. In retaliation, he shot a massive iceberg at me, encasing me in ice up to my chest. Surprisingly, I didn't feel cold at all. I touched the ice, and it melted into water, flooding the room slightly. Endeavor stood in shock, his expression priceless as he observed our battle. Todoroki then directed his fire at me. I smirked and walked straight through it, my costume having been adjusted to be both fireproof and waterproof, a decision that proved wise. I noticed that Todoroki had also changed his costume, and it suited him well. Endeavor suddenly shouted for us to stop, interrupting our sparring. Todoroki extinguished his flames and stood straight, his father wide-eyed in disbelief. Endeavor's voice boomed as he demanded to know how I had walked through the fire. My soulmate mark felt like it was burning against my skin as I stood before the fire hero. Todoroki explained that we couldn't use our quirks on each other. Endeavor, still in shock, asked why we were able to do so. I couldn't help but observe that he was rather slow for a pro hero, though I kept that thought to myself. Todoroki sighed in resignation and held out his wrist, revealing the red mark on it. I placed my wrist next to his, showing the same color. Endeavor's expression shifted to pure shock, and it was almost amusing. He stammered, and we finished his sentence simultaneously, soulmates. The word felt strange on my tongue, especially since I hadn't wanted a soulmate. Yet, my stomach fluttered as if a swarm of butterflies had taken flight within me, completely contradicting my thoughts. Endeavor stared at us for a long moment before berating himself for not noticing sooner. He informed us that it was rare for soulmates to be unable to use their quirks on each other, with odds of 1 in a billion. That revelation left me stunned. It meant only 8 soulmates on Earth shared this trait, us included. We remained silent, and Endeavor continued speaking, which made me scowl even before he finished his thought. He confidently stated that we were dating, but we both quickly denied it. Absolutely not, Todoroki hissed to his father as we stood in his office. Endeavor was preparing for a ball intended for top heroes around the world and insisted that Todoroki attend as well. Ignoring his son's protests, Endeavor suggested that Todoroki would need a date. His eyes glinted mischievously as he looked at me, declaring that I would be a perfect fit. I didn't buy his charade, but I played along anyway. Is that so? I replied, my voice devoid of emotion as I popped another candy into my mouth. I hated how little emotion I showed, but I didn't know any better. My whole life, I had been wired to show as little emotion as possible. He nodded, mentioning that he already had a dress custom-made for me. This immediately prompted me to speak up, refusing his offer. I didn't like showing my skin for obvious reasons. He responded with a cynical tone, reminding me that I hadn't even seen it yet. Todoroki then declared that he wasn't going. Endeavor rolled his eyes, insisting that it was an elite event and that I should view it as an opportunity rather than being insolent. There was no more arguing after that, and we were dismissed to get ready. The dress Endeavor had arranged for me was beautiful, a brilliant red with a slit down the side. However, it exposed my arms, my entire back, my right leg and my cleavage. I had scars all over my body, like some sort of confetti scattered across me. Staring at myself in the bathroom mirror, a frown graced my lips. I felt hideous. Why had I endured Tamura's cruelty my entire life? Why hadn't my father intervened? I would never be normal or pretty like other girls, and the helplessness of it all brought me to my knees in tears. What was wrong with me? Why was I so weak? A shudder racked through my body as I cried into my knees. I couldn't fix my scars or my mind. I felt utterly unfixable. I couldn't even show any emotion, whether positive or negative, without fearing for my life. A soft knock came at the door, but I ignored it. I couldn't go anywhere looking like this. My moderately long black hair pooled around my face as I quietly sobbed into my arms. The knock came again, but I had pressed myself against the wall in front of the mirror, still ignoring it. A few seconds later, I heard the door creak open and the sound of footsteps shuffling. I couldn't bring myself to care. I wished to disappear, the thought of being in my own body making me sob even more. I felt a presence sit beside me on the granite floor of the bathroom. I didn't look up as I continued to cry quietly. A warm hand rubbed my bare back, and I quivered at the touch. After a few more minutes of relentless tears, I finally looked up, locking eyes with his heterochromatic gaze. Embarrassment washed over me, and a hot shame gripped my being as I stared at the boy sitting next to me. My face was wet with tears, and I was sure I looked a mess with my ruined makeup. He asked if I was all right, his sincerity causing my body to shake with another sob. No one had cared enough to ask me that, let alone twice. He pulled me into his arms, allowing me to cry as he rubbed my back in comforting circles. Eventually, my sobs subsided into mere sniffles. I claimed I was fine, the most common lie. I was surprised people still believed those two small words. Fine was when I could walk around without long sleeves on. Fine was when I could feel pain when being stabbed. Fine was when my brother's words didn't haunt my every moment. I was the furthest thing from fine, but I was too prideful to admit it. The echo of Tamura's words haunted me, causing my body to shake with fear. The vulnerability I allowed myself to show terrified me, but I couldn't help it. I felt helpless, ugly, and worthless. A mix of emotions surged through me: anger, sadness, guilt, pain, fear, hopelessness, and gratitude, all swirling together in a confusing and frightening way. He whispered that it was okay not to feel fine as he held me close. I had never been this close to someone before. I couldn't remember the last time my father had even touched me, and my brother wanted me dead. I would rather die than have Tamura hug me. Todoroki ran a hand through my hair as I clung to him for dear life. He asked what was wrong, calling me beautiful. His words made my heart clench and my stomach felt all fuzzy. This time, I didn't push it away. Tears streaked my cheeks as I clung to him, looking into the mirror in front of us. I did look a mess. My mascara had run down my cheeks, and my red lipstick was now a swollen pink. I lamented my appearance, feeling ugly. Todoroki looked shocked, his eyes wide as he stared at me through the mirror. His expression shifted to anger as he insisted I should never say that about myself. He gripped my arms gently, making me look directly into his eyes. He told me I was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. More tears escaped my eyes at his words. He held my face in his hands, searching my eyes. He expressed how devastatingly beautiful I was, and I could see the sincerity in his gaze. When he looked at me, it seemed to physically pain him. I cried harder, my body shaking. I stammered about my scars, hating the tremor in my voice. He reassured me that they were beautiful, that everything about me was beautiful. He wiped my tears away with his thumbs. I sniffled, still shaking as I spoke, claiming I looked like a voodoo doll. My heart hurt as I voiced my self-loathing. His eyes flared with determination as he insisted I looked nothing like that. I hugged him tightly, burying my face in his neck as he whispered sweet nothings about my beauty and perfection, causing my stomach to twist in knots. After a while, he helped me to my feet, and I looked at myself in the mirror, feeling disgusted. His eyes burned with an emotion I couldn't quite place as he gazed at me through the reflection. He told me I was breathtakingly gorgeous, his voice filled with a warmth I loved. His touch lingered on her back as he held her to his side, sending a surprising electricity through her veins. He regarded her with admiration, calling her an absolute goddess. She sniffled slightly and frowned, expressing her fears about how others might perceive her. The anger in his eyes returned, intense and unwavering. He declared that if anyone dared to think poorly of her, he would take drastic measures, vowing to bring down the entire world if necessary. Her breath caught at his fierce promise, his eyes ablaze with indignation. They were going to that ball and she was going to wear that dress. He insisted she looked stunning with or without it. His sincerity made her weak in the knees. Resting her head on his shoulder, a tear rolled down her cheek as she thanked him. He hugged her closer and she returned the embrace. When they pulled away, she glanced at her reflection and lamented that her makeup was ruined. Although she wasn't typically the girly type, she had made an effort for this occasion. He offered to help her reapply it, and she sat on the counter as he expertly worked on her makeup. She assisted him with the eyes, but he handled the rest with surprising skill. When he reached for the lipstick, she nodded in agreement when he asked if it was the right shade. He gently held her face in his hands, his touch so tender that her heart squeezed. As he applied the lipstick, his brows furrowed in concentration, and her stomach fluttered at the sight. He tilted her head up and instructed her to press her lips together to even it out. After he finished, she thanked him again and waited in the bedroom while he got ready. A few minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom, and her stomach filled with butterflies. He wore a well-fitted black suit paired with a red tie that matched her dress, his hair slicked back in a relaxed manner that made her heart clench. She didn't berate her heart this time. Whatever she was feeling was new and warm, igniting something inside her like tiny embers. Though she was scared of this feeling, she had never experienced comfort before, so she needed to cherish it while it lasted. As he walked over and took her hand, helping her to her feet, he bent down to kiss her hand tenderly. The nickname he used sent her heart racing, and all she could do was nod in response. She might never feel fully ready, but she had to at least try. They arrived at the ball later than expected, but not too late, rather fashionably late. As they walked through the crowd of guests, some stopped to stare, some in awe, others in shock. She focused on not stumbling in her heels, gripping Todoroki's arm for support. They approached Endeavor to announce their presence, who was engaged in conversation with the ambassador of China. Standing before him, the two men turned their attention to them, one with delight and the other with surprise. The ambassador greeted Todoroki warmly, having heard much about him. Todoroki responded in a monotone voice, maintaining a stoic demeanor. The ambassador then turned his gaze to her, inquiring about her identity with a kind tone, though she noted his curious glance at her scars. She nodded respectfully, introducing herself as Ikari Maindo. The ambassador smiled warmly as he shook her hand before excusing himself to speak with another world leader. Once they were alone, Endeavor shot them a glare, his impatience evident as he noted their tardiness. Todoroki countered, mentioning they had urgent business to attend to, reflecting Endeavor's own frequent excuses. Endeavor scowled but then smirked, acknowledging their presence. She met his gaze, feeling a mix of anger and disgust, silently communicating her disdain for his attitude. Endeavor walked away with a satisfied smirk, leaving her muttering under her breath. Todoroki's lips quirked up slightly at her insult before he asked if she would like to eat something. She agreed, and they headed to the buffet. Excitedly, she tugged on Todoroki's suit sleeve, pointing out the chocolate fountain. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the delicious sight. She dragged him to the fountain, swaying on her heels as she grabbed a strawberry and dipped it in chocolate. As she savored the treat, a satisfied sound escaped her. The chocolate melted on her tongue, and she noticed Todoroki's lips twitch in amusement before he dipped a strawberry for her, his other hand brushing her cheek, causing her stomach to flip. Blushing, she opened her mouth to accept the bite, humming happily as she chewed. They continued to sample the various delicacies. After finishing their food, Endeavor called them over. He was speaking with the #1 hero from America, who stood beside her daughter. The girl had pale skin and icy blue hair, exuding elegance. Her striking light blue eyes and stunning figure made her feel self-conscious. Endeavor introduced Todoroki to the #1 hero, and they exchanged pleasantries. The hero then introduced her daughter, Stella, who greeted Todoroki with a beautiful smile and a handshake. Her whole being was the definition of beautiful. She greeted Shoto with a charming smile, complimenting him on his handsomeness. Ikari felt a twinge of discomfort at her casual use of his first name, but he reminded himself that they were Americans and likely didn't know any better. Her voice was light and perfect, amplifying Ikari's insecurities. He wondered what was wrong with him tonight. It wasn't as if his voice was any less pleasant. It just had an edge that came off as flirty, even when it wasn't intended that way. Shoto responded to her introduction with an emotionless tone, while Amelia, with her bubbly demeanor reminiscent of Ishido, turned to Ikari and asked who he was. Ikari bowed slightly, introducing himself as Ikari Maindo. He felt a rush of respect for Siren, one of the most prominent female heroes in the world. Despite his disdain for heroes, he couldn't deny her impressive work. She smiled at him, and he felt a mix of admiration and frustration when she suggested that Shoto and her daughter, Stella, might hang out sometime. Ikari felt a flicker of anger rise within him, but he quickly masked it. Shoto calmly replied that he wasn't looking for anything with Stella, causing her to frown in embarrassment. Endeavor stepped in before Amelia could respond, claiming that Shoto had already found his soulmate. He shot Ikari a knowing smirk, which made her mentally tell him to back off, eliciting a chuckle from him. Shoto then revealed his soulmate mark to Amelia, who beamed with delight. Amelia's curiosity led her to ask where Shoto had met his soulmate. He explained that they met at school, with Ikari's arms still wrapped around his bicep. She felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she avoided his gaze, realizing how dangerous this feeling was. Amelia's eyes lit up as she turned to Ikari, asking about her soulmate. Ikari showed her the red marking on her wrist, which elicited another bright smile from Amelia. She playfully asked if Shoto was cute, her giggle reminiscent of a schoolgirl. Ikari felt her face heat up, avoiding both Amelia's gaze and the boy's arm she clung to. When Amelia exclaimed that they were soulmates, Ikari's blush deepened. She was not accustomed to such warm emotions, having locked away her feelings as a coping mechanism. The thought of her father crossed her mind, but she quickly pushed it aside, reminding herself of her identity as a villain. Amelia asked if they were dating, a personal question that Ikari let slide. They both shook their heads, and Endeavor explained their fated connection to Amelia, who was amazed by how rare it was. She asked if they could demonstrate their powers, leading Shoto to create a block of ice, which Ikari transformed into water. Amelia gasped, excitedly suggesting they would make a great hero duo. Ikari felt a pang of discomfort. She had never aspired to be a hero, and her past weighed heavily on her conscience. After a while, they excused themselves and returned to their previous table. Ikari sat next to Shoto, feeling the warmth of his leg brushing against hers. When he asked if she was a fan of Siren, she shrugged and acknowledged that her work was impressive, even if she didn't admire many heroes. As they fell into silence, Ikari noticed Stella watching them with a frown. She seemed jealous, which puzzled Ikari. Without thinking, she remarked on Stella's beauty, surprising herself with the admission. It was unlike her to speak so freely, and she felt a sense of unease. Shoto shrugged in response, commenting on Stella's quiet demeanor. Ikari noticed Stella glaring at her, seemingly offended by Shoto's words. She muttered about Stella's staring issue, while Shoto regarded her with a blank expression. Ikari couldn't help but acknowledge Stella's stunning appearance, feeling a mix of admiration and insecurity about her own looks. Despite her scars and self-doubt, Ikari found herself feeling butterflies in her stomach at Shoto's compliment about her beauty. She didn't push the feeling away. Instead, she embraced the exhilaration it brought, even if it felt complicated. Maybe the feeling wasn't too bad. A heavy blush crept across her cheeks as she avoided his gaze. He stood up and bowed, extending his hand to her, inviting her to dance. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him, captivated by his ethereal beauty, which made it almost painful to look directly at him. She nodded and placed her hand in his. As they stepped onto the dance floor, he lifted her hand into the air, his left hand resting gently on the small of her back, causing her to suppress a shiver at the warmth of his touch. His right hand was cool against her skin as she placed her right hand on his chest, and together they began to dance to the melody of I Wanna Be Yours by Arctic Monkeys. The music floated through the air, and they moved in perfect rhythm, the world around them fading into nothingness. He was stunning under the sparkling lights, and Shoto Todoroki was undoubtedly one of the most handsome boys she had ever seen. The thought both thrilled and frightened her, but she couldn't deny the truth of it. He twirled her gracefully and dipped her, his heterochromatic eyes locked onto her blue ones. The scent of mint and wintergreen trees enveloped her, becoming one of her favorite fragrances. It was strange. Just a month ago, she would have fiercely defended her personal space. Yet now, she longed for Todoroki's touch to last forever. The thought terrified her. She couldn't allow herself to feel this way. She believed she was bad for him. She had done terrible things in the name of a father's love, and the weight of her past haunted her. But deep down, a selfish part of her heart didn't care about the consequences. She knew she couldn't be with him, but the idea of anyone else having him was unbearable. He was hers, and that thought alone filled her with a mix of longing and determination. After their dance, they excused themselves from the ball and returned to the agency. She flopped onto the bed, letting out a sigh. It had been enjoyable eating, talking, and dancing with Todoroki felt amazing. Todoroki went into the bathroom to change into some comfortable clothes while she waited for him to finish so she could do the same. Once he emerged, she headed to the closet to find her clothes. Furrowing her brows, she called out over her shoulder, asking if he had seen her bed clothes. She was certain she had packed 2 sets. He replied from the bed, suggesting she might have left them on the shelf. She grumbled under her breath, continuing her search. He offered her some of his clothes, and though she felt a blush creeping up, she accepted. He handed her a t-shirt and some sweatpants, not knowing if they would fit. She nodded in gratitude, her cheeks still pink. After putting on the t-shirt, she attempted to wear the sweatpants in the bathroom, but they wouldn't stay up. The t-shirt was large but manageable, while the sweatpants kept slipping down. After removing her makeup and washing her face, she opened the bathroom door and stepped out, holding the sweatpants up. She admitted they wouldn't fit, and despite her efforts, they fell to the floor. The t-shirt covered her modestly, reaching mid-thigh, but she crossed her legs, feeling insecure about her scars. Although he had seen them before, she still felt vulnerable. She picked up the sweatpants and glanced at him. He was blushing, and she felt her own face heat up. She pressed the sweatpants against her body, overwhelmed by insecurity. He frowned and she bit her lip, feeling the weight of the moment. He asked if she was uncomfortable, but before she could respond, he reminded her of what he had said earlier. She liked her dry lips, unsure of how to answer. His voice took on a gentle tone, suggesting she didn't realize the effect she had on others. She felt a mix of emotions, knowing he meant well but not fully understanding his perspective. She insisted she didn't know what he meant, neatly folding the sweatpants and placing them in the wardrobe. As she climbed into bed next to him, she covered her legs with the blanket, still lacking confidence. He told her she was beautiful, flaws included, and that everyone had a story behind their scars, which often came from pain and cruelty. His words struck a deep chord within her. She knew the cruelty he spoke of all too well. He continued, expressing that he didn't want to pry into her story if she wasn't ready to share. But he assured her he was there for her, and those words resonated deeply within her heart. He then began to share about his father, but she interrupted, revealing she already knew from a previous conversation with Midoriya. To her surprise, he seemed relieved rather than annoyed, admitting that explaining it again would have been a hassle. This brought a small smile to her face, appreciating his sense of humor. After they finished their food, Endeavor led them down the streets of North Hosu. It was getting dark, but the streetlights provided enough illumination. She spotted a fire in the distance and calmly pointed it out. Endeavor looked up at the sky and gestured for them to follow. Todoroki's phone buzzed, and they exchanged glances. It was a location drop from Midoriya, indicating he was nearby. Endeavor's voice boomed, urging them to hurry. Todoroki took her hand, and they ran down the road together, ignoring his father's frustration. He shouted for backup to be sent to a specific location as they sprinted toward the fire. She asked Todoroki why Midoriya had sent his location, and he furrowed his brows in thought, concluding that Midoriya was in trouble. As they reached the alley, Todoroki unleashed a powerful blast of fire, clearing the way. The sight that met her froze her in place. The infamous hero killer, Stain, stood before them, his disdain evident until his eyes locked onto hers. She felt a chill at the sight of him. His piercing red eyes glimmered in the darkness, knives in hand. She recognized him as a close acquaintance of her father's, someone who had trained her in the past. His smirk widened upon seeing her, and she warned him telepathically that finishing his sentence would lead to dire consequences from her father. He understood the gravity of her words. Just then, Midoriya's voice called out from where he lay paralyzed on the ground. Alongside Ida, who was in a similar predicament, Todoroki frowned, commenting on how it took them a while to decipher Midoriya's location drop. She would have agreed if it weren't for the intense stare-down happening between her and Stain. He warned her not to let Stain cut her, but she was already aware of the danger. Stain acknowledged Todoroki, his voice dripping with malice, before turning his attention back to her, claiming he didn't kill girls because it was unethical. "I kill those who deserve it, even if it isn't ethical." The words escaped my lips with a frown. His eye glinted in the alley as he sprang towards us, knives gleaming. Todoroki unleashed flames again, but I stood firm in front of him, unfazed. The hero killer recoiled from the heat. Midoriya's worried voice echoed in the background, urging caution, but our focus remained on Stain. He hurled a knife into the air, momentarily distracting me before he dashed past, aiming for Todoroki. In a swift motion, he slashed Todoroki's cheek, twisting his arm as he savored the moment. My eyes widened, and I retaliated with a kick to Stain's face, sending him staggering back. Todoroki collapsed to the ground, immobilized by the villain's attack. I called out to him, my heart racing. Todoroki grimaced, struggling to move. Stain flashed a devilish grin, declaring it was just him and me now. I scowled in response, feeling the weight of the situation. Ida's voice broke through from the floor, insisting that this was his fight, that he would defeat the hero killer in honor of his brother. I understood his determination, but I also knew the risks involved. I had heard the rumors about his brother's close encounter with Stain, and it filled me with sorrow. No one deserved to suffer like that. I unsheathed my knives, cracking my neck as I prepared for the confrontation. Stain's voice dripped with malice as he taunted me, threatening my friends. It made me question if I sounded like him at all. In my heart, I believed that no one deserved to die, not even in a fight like this. I fought for my father, but that didn't mean I lacked a conscience. It was that very conscience that filled me with self-loathing. Leaning forward, I gave Stain a chilling smile, vowing to end him that night. His smirk faltered as he charged at me with his knives. I knew being a villain was wrong. I had always known. Yet the desire for my father's approval pushed me to fulfill his wishes, no matter the cost. I dodged a knife swipe, but his words froze me in place. He claimed my father had wanted me dead since I was 5. My heart sank as he slashed my arm, the blood trickling down my hero costume. He recounted how he had been hired to assassinate me but had chosen to spare me out of pity. The revelation hit me like a blow, leaving me feeling hollow and betrayed. Stain stood before me, a twisted grin on his face, while I struggled with a whirlwind of emotions: anger, betrayal, and despair. He grabbed my hero suit, pulling me closer as he held his blade to my neck. The shouts of my classmates faded into the background, drowned out by the chaos in my mind. He taunted me, claiming I was nothing more than a pawn in my father's game. The truth of his words shattered my heart, leaving me feeling utterly alone. Tears streamed down my face as I grappled with the painful realization. I had always known I was unlovable, but a small part of me had hoped I was wrong. I longed for something I could never attain, emotions I had buried deep within me for so long. Suddenly, a green blur rushed past me, kicking Stain away. It was Midoriya, and I stood there, numb, as he and Stain exchanged heated words. I barely registered the chaos around me, lost in my own turmoil. Eventually, the boys subdued Stain, leaving him unconscious against the wall. My mind swirled with pain and sadness, and another tear fell silently. I shook myself from my daze and wiped my cheeks, determined to push through. I approached Stain, retrieving some rope from a nearby dumpster. My heart felt heavy, but I knew I had to act. The boys tried to intervene as I knelt beside Stain, but I ignored them. I bound his hands tightly, leaving marks on his skin. He had trained me in knife control when I was younger, and though he had never harmed me, I had never liked him. Now, knowing he had been hired to kill me, my disdain for him deepened. He may have spared me once, but perhaps he shouldn't have. In a fit of anger, I kicked his unconscious form, crying out in frustration. Why was it always me? Why did I care so much? Tears welled in my eyes as I stared at the ground. Ida dragged the hero killer out of the alley by the scruff of his clothes while a pro-hero carried an injured Midoriya on his back. I heard Todoroki calling my name, trying to pull me from my sorrowful state. Did I even have the right to feel this way? My father had wanted me dead since I was 5, and he probably still did. I was just a pawn in his game. I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat. Todoroki cupped my face in his hands, pleading for me to respond. Concern filled his eyes, and for the first time, I felt someone truly cared for me. My body shook as I let out a heart-wrenching sob, realizing that he was the only one who had ever shown me genuine compassion. Tears filled my eyes, and I felt lightheaded, frustrated with myself for crying like a child. After everything I had been through, I thought I would be stronger. I felt like a failure. Todoroki held my face gently, his hands soft against my skin. I could see the panic in his eyes as he noticed my condition. He was worried about the blood loss from Stain's attacks, but I felt no pain, only the overwhelming sensation of weakness. As I staggered, Todoroki caught me, lifting me effortlessly into his arms. He carried me as I drifted in and out of consciousness, urging me to stay awake. I tried, but the darkness was too inviting. I woke up in a hospital bed, connected to an IV that beeped incessantly. I groaned, wishing I could silence it, and as I opened my eyes, I was momentarily blinded by the bright lights. Sitting up caused a slight ache in my neck, and I glanced around the room, spotting 3 familiar faces: Todoroki, Midoriya, and Ida, all watching me with wide eyes. Midoriya exclaimed my awakening with tears in his eyes, prompting nurses and doctors to rush in. After some time, they disconnected me from the IV and advised me to rest. Midoriya's relief was palpable as he expressed his fears about my condition, and I felt a mix of sadness and confusion. My world had crumbled just hours before, and I wasn't sure how to process it. I asked how they were doing, my voice strained. They sat on their beds, and Midoriya tried to lighten the mood, though I could sense the underlying tension. Ida had suffered a serious injury due to my inability to act in time, and I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I pushed my emotions aside, focusing on Ida's sincere concern for my well-being. A tear escaped, but I quickly wiped it away, assuring them that I would heal. Their sympathetic gazes weighed heavily on me, but I remained composed. Just then, Gran Torino and Manuel entered the room, discussing our situation. I didn't expect Endeavor to check on us, but the chief of police soon followed. He introduced himself and began reprimanding us for our actions, despite the fact that we had saved lives. Todoroki's voice rose in protest, surprising me. He defended our choices passionately, highlighting the importance of our actions. In that moment, I saw the similarities between us, understanding why we were connected on a deeper level. The chief acknowledged our heroism but insisted that we had acted without permission. He offered a way out, suggesting we claim Endeavor fought the villain alone. I felt relief at the thought of keeping my family in the dark about my involvement. After the chief left, Midoriya excused himself to call Uraraka, and Ida went to see the doctor. This left Todoroki and me alone. As soon as the door closed, he approached me and wrapped me in a warm hug. I was taken aback by his concern, but then it dawned on me he truly cared. I hugged him back tightly, tears streaming down my cheeks. His repeated reassurances filled me with comfort, as if he was grounding me in that moment. We eventually settled on my hospital bed, his hand finding mine, fitting perfectly together. When he asked how I was feeling, I struggled to articulate my emotions. Anger and sadness swirled within me, leaving me feeling lost. I admitted that physically I was fine, but emotionally I felt like a wreck. His gentle touch on my hand brought me comfort, and his words were a soothing balm to my troubled heart. The realization that he was there for me sent a jolt of electricity through my being, both exhilarating and frightening. Resting my head on his shoulder, I whispered my gratitude, fighting back more tears. My life had always been solitary, and his kindness touched me in ways I had never experienced before. As he continued to hold my hand, I felt the distance between us closing, and the vulnerability of the moment both thrilled and terrified me. But that didn't mean to say there wasn't a craving for it. The door to the hospital room opened, and Midoriya entered with a bright smile. His gaze landed on us, and he froze, his eyes darting to my head resting on Todoroki's shoulder, then to our hands, before widening in surprise. He beamed, ready to say something silly, but I shot him a glare that made him quickly close his mouth. He looked away and walked to his hospital bed, clearly intimidated. The next day, we were discharged from the hospital and returned to the Endeavor agency. Upon arrival, we faced a stern lecture from the fire hero himself. I only half listened as I discreetly took candy from his office jar. His voice boomed around the room, demanding that I stop stealing the candy. I popped a piece into my mouth and observed him, noting how his frustration was evident. I was fed up with suppressing my anger. I had been taught to hide it, but now I felt it bubbling over more often. I wanted to express my anger. I deserved to be angry, to be sassy, even a bit rebellious. From now on, I would show my anger. I would no longer conceal it like Tamura had taught me, insisting that anger was a weakness to be extinguished. He believed indifference was far more dangerous, but I thought there was nothing more perilous than an angry villain. I didn't care if he tried to retaliate, I was simply indignant about my life. I wanted to express more emotion as a bold statement against my brother. Endeavor shouted, insisting he wasn't mad. I grimaced and turned to Todoroki, trying to provoke a reaction because I found it amusing. Todoroki nodded, affirming that Endeavor did indeed look angry. Endeavor glared at his son, and I pointed at Todoroki, claiming he understood. I then walked around his office table and slumped into his large chair. I shrugged, noting that it wasn't bad, and watched as his eye twitched at my feet resting on his desk, catching the light from the floor-to-ceiling windows. He demanded I get off his chair, his voice booming in a way that would have intimidated anyone else. But I wasn't anyone else. I suggested he lower his voice, claiming it was giving me a headache, and I noticed Todoroki's lip twitch in amusement. Endeavor warned me that I would regret it if I didn't remove my feet from his desk. I raised an eyebrow at his threat, rolling my eyes before complying. I spun around in his chair, which creaked slightly. I pointed out that we had saved the day and defeated the villain, pausing my spinning to pick at my nails with my knife. I gestured at him, insisting that wasn't that what heroes did? His eyes twitched, and before he could respond, I raised a hand to stop him. I reminded him that we acted in self-defense, so there was no harm done. I enjoyed getting under his skin. It was easy, and after how he raised Todoroki, I planned to torment him as much as I could. He tried to argue, but I cut him off again, making a gesture with my hands as I stood up. I sheathed my knife and walked around the table. I reiterated that I was right and he was wrong, telling him to cry about it if he wanted. Todoroki and I had training to do, so I grabbed his hand and led him to the door. I slammed the door behind us, leaving Endeavor looking exasperated. We ran down the hall, and as Todoroki burst into laughter, I joined him. Did he see Endeavor's face? My laughter echoed off the walls as we walked to our room. Todoroki nodded, his laughter filling the air. I realized I had never heard him laugh before, and it was one of my favorite sounds. His face lit up, the corners of his eyes crinkling, and his smile revealed his perfectly white teeth. I stopped laughing and stared at him, awestruck. He noticed my expression and asked what was wrong. I told him he had laughed, my voice light. He pointed out that I had laughed too. In that moment, it felt normal, like we were just two teenagers without pain or responsibility. It felt nice. I couldn't remember the last time I had laughed, but I knew I didn't hate it. As we continued walking, he suggested I should laugh more often because it suited me. My cheeks warmed slightly as I swung our intertwined hands we hadn't let go since I pulled him from his father's office. I told him I would only laugh more if he did. It was a good compromise. I would do anything to see him laugh again. He hummed in agreement as we walked down the long hallways. That could work, he said, and we both smiled. The rest of the internship passed quickly. Before we knew it, we were standing at the entrance, Endeavor in front of us, giving us words of guidance to work hard and keep a level head. I nodded in agreement with Todoroki. I would say thank you, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. He glared at my words before sighing in resignation. He remarked that he couldn't believe I would be his daughter-in-law one day. My cheeks flushed, and I shot him an angry glare. Todoroki looked amused, and my glare softened when I glanced at him. I avoided eye contact with Endeavor and told him to shut up. The fire hero smirked in response, which only made me want to retaliate more, but I settled for a mental dismissal. We said our goodbyes and set off toward Mizudafu, the suburb where UA was located. On the train, Todoroki spoke up, hesitantly asking for my number. A blush crept across his cheeks, almost making me smile. I decided to tease him, pretending to hesitate. The tone was light, almost flirtatious as she spoke to him, a characteristic that seemed to come naturally. His lip twitched as he expressed his desire for her to text him Ishido's number, prompting her to give him a deadpan look. His laughter filled the air, and she playfully hit his shoulder, trying to maintain a serious demeanor but failing as laughter escaped her lips. She couldn't help but enjoy the sound of his laughter, wishing she could bottle it up for her tougher days. She didn't enjoy visiting the bar. In fact, she disliked going to her brother's base. Meeting him in his room at headquarters would have been preferable, but when Tamura called, she felt compelled to respond. Walking around Kamino Ward in a hoodie during the evening felt less sketchy than one might expect. The city was known for its industrial buildings, and as the sun set, the atmosphere shifted. She felt no fear. If anyone dared to confront her, they would regret it. Anyone associated with the League would steer clear of her, aware of her reputation for a cold heart and an even colder glare. Unlike many villains, she had the strength to back up her intimidating presence. The air was chilly, but the breeze was refreshing, providing a moment of calm. As she walked, she heard a whimper followed by a whine. Curiosity piqued, she stopped to investigate the sound coming from a nearby alleyway. As she ventured down the dark path, she reached a dumpster and gasped at the sight before her. A small black puppy huddled in the corner, shivering and clearly hungry. Her heart ached at the sight of the helpless creature. Despite her villainous background and her brother's attempts to suppress any empathy she had, she felt a heaviness in her chest. She wasn't the monster her brother had tried to mold her into. She was a complex being, capable of compassion. Kneeling in front of the puppy, she whispered softly, and the little creature peeked up at her. The moment she saw its striking dark blue eyes, she felt a surge of warmth. The puppy waddled toward her, seeking comfort. She gently placed her hand on its small head, and it leaned into her touch, bringing a smile to her face as it settled in front of her knee. She knew she couldn't leave it there, it wouldn't survive. But taking it with her would surely provoke her brother's wrath. Yet she had made her decision. She scooped the tiny animal into her hands, and it whimpered softly until she tucked it into her hoodie pocket, where it curled up against her warmth. As she walked out of the alley, she felt a sense of determination. She didn't care what her brother thought. She was done tolerating his control over her life. He frightened her, but so did the thought of abandoning the puppy and the friendship she had with Todoroki. She had managed to navigate both, and she wouldn't let fear dictate her choices any longer. Entering the building that served as her brother's base, she felt the air shift, warmer yet more unsettling than outside. Approaching the bar, she opened the door to find a group of unfamiliar villains gathered around, conversing with her brother and Kurojiri. Their heads turned in her direction as she entered, and her brother's voice cut through the air, commenting on her tardiness. One of the villains, marked by stitching, inquired about her identity. She shrugged off her hoodie, and a girl with blonde hair squealed in delight at her presence. Her brother's sharp remark about her being a latecomer drew a scowl from her, and she retorted that he hadn't set a time. She sat on a couch, the puppy nestled comfortably in her pocket, its calm breathing suggesting it had fallen asleep. She casually asked about the unfamiliar faces in the room, her tone nonchalant enough to surprise her brother. Kurojiiri, with his posh voice, informed her that they were new recruits. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain for the warp villain, who often acted superior. Observing the two new recruits, a girl around her age and a boy in his early 20s, she commented on Jiren's continued employment despite his past failures, her tone neutral. Monday morning arrived quickly, and as she walked into class, laughter filled the room. Spotting Kirishima and Kaminari laughing at Bakugo, she raised an eyebrow in confusion until she realized the source of their amusement. Bakugo had styled his hair in a side part, slicked down with gel, a sight that was undeniably comical. Ashido bit her lip to suppress her laughter while Bakugo shouted at the two boys. The narrator stood in front of them, also biting their lip to hold back a laugh. They felt comfortable enough to laugh in front of Todoroki, but definitely not in front of the class. Bakugo furrowed his brows at the narrator, who bit their lips so hard that it drew blood. He commented on their hair in a strained voice, expressing his frustration. He glared at the narrator and continued, explaining that Best Jeanist had styled his hair in a way that wouldn't return to its original state. The narrator hummed in understanding and walked over to him, cutting off his protest with a glare and warning him not to make them regret this. Bakugo fell silent, intimidated by the glare as the narrator ran their hands through his hair, restoring it to its normal state. After a few moments, Bakugo sighed in relief, and Ashido awed at the scene, calling it cute. The narrator shot her a glare, causing her smile to fade. Feeling the weight of someone's gaze, the narrator ignored it. They greeted Bakugo with a friendly clap on the back before heading to their desk. Midoriya's cheerful voice came from the desk in front of Mineta, asking how the narrator was feeling. The narrator nodded slightly, stating they were better now and inquiring about Midoriya's arm. Normally, they wouldn't concern themselves with others' feelings, but after what they learned from Kaizome and their encounter with their brother, they found themselves caring more than usual. Midoriya responded with a bright smile, mentioning that Recovery Girl had healed him and he was back to normal. The narrator nodded in understanding and took a seat. As the class discussed their encounter with Stain, the narrator zoned out, not wanting to hear about it. A frown crossed their face as they recalled Stain's words. Their father had tried to kill them. Confronting him would likely end in either actual harm or irreversible mental damage. They realized they wouldn't feel the same about him after what they had learned. Although they had always known their father was an evil man, he had never treated them that way. They had thought there was at least a bit of love there, but if he had attempted to kill them at the age of 5, they had been sadly mistaken. The narrator felt someone's eyes on them and turned to see Todoroki staring with a frown. They nearly fell out of their seat in shock, having never seen such a childish expression on him before. They greeted him, amused when his frown deepened. His voice was tight with an emotion the narrator couldn't identify. Confused, they asked what was wrong. Todoroki glared at someone a few seats ahead, and the narrator followed his gaze to Bakugo. Bakugo caught the glare, confusion crossing his face before he shot back a glare of his own. The narrator wondered why Todoroki was glaring at Bakugo but chose to ignore the tension when Aizawa walked in. He greeted the class, hoping they had learned something substantial from their internships. The narrator had indeed learned something from Endeavor. They could now hear anyone's thoughts at any given moment except for Todoroki, but that was a different matter altogether. Aizawa announced that final exams were in a month and that they should prepare. His eyes landed on the narrator, giving them a once-over before leaving the classroom. Later, All Might entered and instructed everyone to prepare for battle training. They complied, taking their hero costumes to the changing rooms. By now, the girls in the class had seen the scars on the narrator's body and were considerate enough not to question them. As they changed, a voice echoed through the walls from the boys' changing room. Mineta yelled that if it was against the rules, they would have to put him in jail because he wasn't going to stop. A few other boys urged him to stop whatever he was doing. He continued, listing the physical attributes of several girls, while Midoriya muttered for him to be quiet. The narrator felt a mix of amusement and irritation as Maindo went on, even mentioning the narrator's appearance. The girls froze and laughed at his comments. Ashido whispered to Jiro to listen to what they were saying, and Jiro leaned against the wall with the narrator. Todoroki's icy voice cut through the air, warning Maindo not to talk about the narrator like that again. The narrator felt their stomach flip at his words. Maindo, oblivious to the danger, insisted he was just stating facts. Todoroki's possessive tone intensified as he threatened Maindo, making the narrator feel a rush of warmth. Bakugo's voice joined in, declaring that no one should speak about the narrator in that manner. An explosion followed, causing Maindo to scream, and the girls chuckled at the chaos. After getting ready, the group assembled in Field Gamma as All Might explained the rules for rescue training. The first to reach him would win. The narrator observed the first team on the big screen, which included Midoriya, Ashido, Shiro, Ida, and Ojiro. Kaminari, standing next to Bakugo and Kirishima, asked who would win. Kirishima confidently stated Shiro would take the victory, while Yaoyorozu remarked that Midoriya was at a disadvantage. The narrator commented emotionlessly that if Midoriya's new moves were considered a disadvantage, then it made sense. Kirishima turned to the narrator, asking about the new moves, but they ignored him as Kaminari continued to speculate. Maindo, drooling, declared he was betting on Mina for her athleticism. The narrator scowled at him, warning him not to look at them like that again. Maindo lay dazed on the floor, quivering at the threat. Bakugo chimed in, asserting that Deku was definitely not winning. The predictability of Maindo almost made her roll her eyes, but she forced herself to maintain a scowl. Uraraka's optimism about Ida winning made her feel a bit queasy. Kaminari turned to her, asking who she thought would win. She believed Midoriya would take the lead. Normally, she didn't place her faith in anyone, but this was just training, and she needed to build trust with her classmates. Todoroki agreed with her, standing to her left, while Kaminari and Kirishima began to argue again as the match commenced. Midoriya took an early lead, shocking everyone. She felt confident in her prediction, having seen how much he had improved since their encounter with Stain. She glanced at Bakugo, who stood nearby, clenching his fists with a frown on his face. Midoriya misstepped and slipped on an industrial pipe, allowing Shiro to take the lead. Shiro won the round, leaving the class in shock as they prepared for the next match, which included Bakugo, Kaminari, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and herself. As they stood at the starting line, Bakugo's confidence was palpable. He thought to himself that she was going down, and she playfully challenged him back. His anger was amusing, and she couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. He shouted at her to focus as the alarm went off, and everyone took off. She remained still, confident that this would be an easy match. During her training, she had discovered something new about her quirk. While her abilities allowed her to move objects and read minds, she had recently learned she could teleport. As she gazed at the clear blue sky, a sense of calm washed over her, and she decided to make her move. She teleported in front of All Might just as Todoroki and Bakugo approached, causing All Might to gasp in surprise. The two boys landed and looked equally shocked. She teased Bakugo about his earlier words, and he growled in response, clearly annoyed. All Might, still taken aback, remarked that he hadn't seen her arrive. She simply stated that she had teleported, and he blinked in surprise before handing her a badge. Holding it, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Even though it was just a simulation, she had saved someone, and that felt good. Despite her past as a villain, she realized that if she had the ability to save someone, there must be some goodness in her. Perhaps she could be a slightly better person by her next mission. Bakugo shouted in disbelief, asking when she had learned to teleport. She explained that she discovered it during training, surprising herself when she had teleported out of the way of a training dummy. Tokoyami, standing next to Todoroki, expressed his surprise as well, and she shrugged, acknowledging her new ability. Later, in the changing rooms, Ashido approached her with wide eyes, asking how she had managed to teleport. She explained her discovery, and Ashido found it both cool and a bit scary. As they walked toward class, Ashido asked if she could read her mind at that moment. She nodded and playfully teased her about cheesy fries, which left Ashido shocked. Ashido then hooked her arm around her shoulder, making her flinch slightly. Despite feeling the urge to push her away, she decided to accept the gesture, thinking it might help her gather information. They walked together, and Ashido's laughter made her smile internally. Perhaps having a friend wouldn't be so bad after all. In her room, she practiced her aim by throwing a knife at the wall. She had a natural talent for hitting her target, a skill that made her a good assassin. However, the thought of killing left her with a sick feeling. A month ago, she would have done it without hesitation, but now she found herself questioning her actions. This internal conflict scared her, and she wished to bury these thoughts deep within herself. Her phone buzzed, breaking her from her thoughts. She glanced at the screen beside her and sighed, setting her knife down. I regretted to admit it, but I was grateful for the distraction. So, I let it take my mind off my thoughts as I opened the notification. Kaminari sent a message about love, and Kirishima replied, saying he only loved his bed and his mom. Mina chimed in with her own thoughts, and the conversation quickly escalated with playful banter. Tatsuki expressed her annoyance, and the group reacted with a mix of humor and disbelief. Mina proposed an idea for a sleepover, which was met with skepticism from Tatsuki, but the others were enthusiastic. They were all surprised to learn that Tatsuki had never experienced a sleepover before, and they were determined to change that. The final bell rang, signaling the end of the tiring school day. I packed my books and zipped my bag, preparing to leave when I noticed Todoroki standing in my way. I blinked a few times and gave him a small smile, greeting him. He returned the smile and seemed a bit hesitant before asking if I wanted to hang out. I wanted to accept, but I hesitated. I explained that I was going to a sleepover. His eyes widened in surprise, and he looked confused. Mina then appeared, excitedly explaining what a sleepover was. She encouraged Todoroki to join us, and after some thought, he agreed. As we walked out of school, the summer afternoon felt pleasant, with a gentle breeze and the warm glow of the setting sun. Kaminari and Kirishima were engaged in a lively debate about milk preferences, while I walked alongside Todoroki and Mina. Mina playfully hooked her arm over my shoulder, and I rolled my eyes with a smirk. The conversation continued with various opinions on milk, and after much debate, we finally arrived at Mina's house. She showed us around, leading us to her room, which was spacious and decorated in pink and black. Bakugo made a teasing comment, and Mina responded with her usual humor. I sat on her bed, gesturing for Todoroki to join me. After some playful arguing, Mina suggested we could sleep in the living room, and we all agreed. Once downstairs, I reminded Mina about the promised chocolate, and she excitedly dashed to the kitchen to bring back a tray of snacks. As we settled in, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and lightheartedness, marking the beginning of a memorable night together. My stomach did a weird flip as it always did. Kaminari squinted at the half and half. He teased with a smirk on his face, and I could almost read his mind. In response, I tossed a pillow at him, knocking him off the sofa. Bakugo let out a laugh at his misfortune. It's pretty easy to know considering she brings a bar to school every morning, Todoroki said as he put his phone away. I snatched a chocolate bar off the table and he added, "You got the good ones." Mina had indeed gotten the good ones. With a smirk, she replied, "I always get the good ones." I rolled my eyes at her cocky tone, which earned a giggle from her. Kirishima then suggested they get changed and play some games, prompting an eager nod from the pink-skinned girl beside him. "I don't have any bedclothes," Todoroki mentioned, and Mina waved him off, saying he could borrow some from her brother. She leaned back and called out, "Inochi!" Her voice echoed off the white walls. There was a loud response from upstairs, followed by a sigh and footsteps. Her brother walked into the living room, tall and strong with pink skin and golden eyes, dressed in gray sweats and a t-shirt. He glowered at his sister before noticing us. "Oh," he said, "you must be Mina's friends." We all nodded, and he introduced himself. "I'm Inochi Ashido, Mina's older brother." We greeted him before Mina asked if he had any bedclothes for Todoroki. She gestured to him, who stood next to me. "Sure. Follow me," he replied. Todoroki and Mina's brother disappeared upstairs, and Mina tugged me up, urging me to change. After Mina and I finished changing, we walked downstairs to rejoin the boys. They had all changed, including Todoroki, and were deep in discussion. "It's not a sandwich," Bakugo shouted at Kaminari, who flinched and stuck his tongue out. Mina and I entered the living room just as she asked, "What's not a sandwich?" "Is a hot dog a sandwich?" Kirishima asked, and Mina sat next to him. "Of course it is," she shrugged, making me scowl as I took a seat next to Todoroki. Kirishima and Kaminari cheered in agreement, prompting Bakugo to turn to me. "Tell them they're wrong," he demanded. I scowled at them and declared, "Of course it's not a sandwich, you imbeciles." This ignited another loud argument filled with Bakugo's threats. I glanced at Todoroki, who was watching me intently. I shifted under his gaze until he leaned down and whispered in my ear, pointing out that I was wearing his shirt. I looked down and realized he was right. Blushing crimson, I whispered back that I could return it if he wanted. He chuckled softly, making my heart race. "I said you could keep it. It looks good on you." In that moment, I realized I had feelings I didn't know I had. Kirishima smirked at us, prompting me to glare at him, which made him flinch. I tossed a pillow at him to distract him from his thoughts. Bakugo and Kaminari laughed as he groaned from the impact. "I think you all forget I can literally read your every thought," Kaminari said, except for Todoroki. His panicked reaction revealed he was unaware of this ability. "You can read my thoughts?" he exclaimed, and I nodded. He demanded I prove it, so I did, gagging at what I found. "What the heck, Kaminari?" He smirked, but his expression shifted to worry as he noticed my glare. "What was he thinking about?" Kirishima asked curiously. I threw another pillow at Kaminari, calling him a perverted JRK. "It wasn't about me, but rather a certain teacher of ours, definitely not Aizawa. She's hot." Kaminari defended himself, making me glare at him again. "Okay, let's play a game before Mina kills him," she chuckled. We decided to play Truth or Dare, and after explaining the rules to Todoroki and me, we began. "Kaminari, Truth or Dare?" Mina asked. He smirked and chose Dare, declaring he wasn't afraid. Mina grinned triumphantly and dared him to eat a whole lemon. He bragged about his ability to do it, but he didn't last 10 seconds. "Kiri, my man, Truth or Dare?" Kaminari asked as he gulped down water. Kirishima chose Truth, and Kaminari laughed maniacally. "Who's your soulmate?" The question caught Kirishima off guard, but after a moment he blushed and answered, "Mina." I gasped loudly at the revelation. I could have read his mind, but I decided to let him have his dignity, so the revelation shocked me. "You two are soulmates?" Kaminari exclaimed in disbelief. They nodded, and after some teasing from him, we moved on. "Bakubro, Truth or Dare?" Kirishima asked the grumpy blonde. "Dare," Bakugo replied confidently, which almost made me laugh when Kirishima said, "Call your soulmate." Bakugo's immediate refusal almost made me flinch. He began arguing with Kirishima and Kaminari until I interrupted, suggesting they change the Dare since he clearly didn't want to do it. My nonchalant tone made Bakugo boom in response. "Fine. I'll do it, but if any of you say anything, you're dead." Todoroki watched with amusement as Bakugo pulled out his phone and dialed a number. It rang a few times before someone answered. "Kaken?" My eyes widened in shock, and everyone held their breath as we exchanged glances. I hadn't expected that at all. I thought Uraraka was Midoriya's soulmate. "What are you doing right now?" Bakugo shouted at the greenette on the other end. "I'm studying. Why?" "The hag wants me to tell your mom that she needs a recipe or something." "I don't know." The greenette acknowledged him and thanked him before they hung up. "Not a word." Bakugo shouted at us all. I remained silent but mentally exclaimed, "No way." He shot me a glare and warned, "I said not a word, strange." I grimaced but couldn't help but sass him back, claiming I hadn't spoken. He scowled and then challenged me, "Just for that, Truth or Dare, strange?" I smirked, knowing he thought he could catch me off guard with his game. "Dare," I replied. His smirk grew devilishly, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. "I dare you to say 2 honest things about everyone in the group." That seemed easy, or at least I hoped it would be. I shrugged and began, sure. Bakugo, your superiority complex sometimes holds you back during battles. But you're not as bad as people think, and I consider you a good friend. His eyes widened in surprise, but before he could respond, I moved on to Mina, feeling a self-conscious blush creep onto my cheeks. This was harder than I expected. I wasn't used to expressing these kinds of feelings. Mina, your cheerful energy is a refreshing contrast to the serious world around us. However, you sometimes overlook your opponent's strengths during battles. She smiled gratefully, which made me feel a bit strange. Kirishima, you're a great friend who genuinely cares about others, making you a valuable asset to the world. Your quirk is also pretty cool, I guess. He flashed a bright grin at me, but this whole situation felt unsettling. Did I really think this about them? Kaminari, your quirk is actually very useful. You should consider spending less time with Mineta. He's not the best influence. He gave me a sheepish look before I turned to the boy sitting next to me. And finally, Todoroki. You're an amazing person and incredibly kind. I also think you might be the most handsome boy I've ever seen. I felt my cheeks heat up, maybe. He looked taken aback, and Kaminari let out a small "oh," prompting me to throw a pillow at him. Not a word, and also, forget you, Bakugo. It was more challenging than I anticipated, but I managed to get through it. I buried my face in a pillow as Mina asked Todoroki the last question for truth or dare. Truth, he answered, his tone calm. Mina's grin turned mischievous as she asked, who's the hottest girl at school? Her eagerness was palpable. Todoroki answered almost immediately, Mina. My breath caught in my throat, leaving me feeling lightheaded. Was I going to faint? Why was my heart racing? Everyone began to tease and hoot before Mina shushed them. I'm calling it right now, she said with a sly grin. I'm going to be the maid of honor. Her wink was playful as she directed it at me. I threw a pillow at her, telling everyone to be quiet. My cheeks were bright red, and Todoroki watched me with amusement. I wanted to glare at him, but I couldn't stay angry. It haunted my thoughts at night, but I knew by now that my heart wouldn't let me forget. I heard snickering, the kind where they were trying to suppress their laughter but failing miserably. I didn't like it, and the biggest questions on my mind were, who are they, and why can't I move? I felt trapped. Yet, I didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, I never wanted to move. I was perfectly content to stay as I was, forever wrapped in warmth. I forced myself to open my drowsy eyes, remembering that I had fallen asleep during the movie last night. As I shifted, I felt an unfamiliar weight around my waist. My back was pressed against something warm and solid. I tried to get up, but the weight around my waist pulled me back. An arm. Someone's arm was wrapped around me. I attempted to move again, but the strong arm held me in place, and the person groaned, burying their head into the crook of my neck. Red and white hair fell onto my shoulder, and realization hit me. Todoroki was spooning me, and the scariest part was that I didn't mind it. I was sure I was blushing, feeling warmth spread through me. It was as if every nerve ending in my body had come to life, and my heart raced to an impossible speed. If it beat any faster, I might have fainted. I needed to move to escape the embrace. I tried to pull away again, but Todoroki murmured a sleepy no, making me sigh, my cheeks feeling hotter than ever. The snickering continued and I whispered, I need to go to the bathroom. He grumbled at my request but eventually released me. The loss of warmth made me frown, but I pushed myself up anyway. For friends were staring at me with mischievous grins. Their teasing thoughts flustered me, so I growled and threw a pillow at them. They burst into laughter as I walked upstairs, feeling annoyed. They were infuriating. After changing and ignoring many questions from Mina, we walked downstairs to the delightful smell of breakfast. The aroma of sizzling pancakes filled the air, drawing me toward the kitchen where the boys were chatting. They noticed our arrival, and Kaminari smirked, prompting me to shoot him a warning glare. Bakugo was at the stove making pancakes while Kirishima hovered nearby, trying to sneak some batter. Kaminari sat on the counter munching on a cookie, and Todoroki was at the island. Kaminari didn't heed my warning. Well, if it isn't Todoroki's cuddle bug, he teased. A few snickered and I glared at him. We're in a kitchen, Kaminari. He shrugged and pointed at me with his cookie. That's true. My frown deepened, making him flinch. Knives happen to be my specialty. I always hit my target. He zipped his mouth shut and began annoying Bakugo for pancakes, only to get smacked in the face. After breakfast, everyone started to leave. I grabbed my bag and said goodbye to Mina, but she stopped me halfway out the door with a hug. I froze for a moment at her embrace. All my life, no one had dared to touch me, and I had thrived on that fear. But this warm feeling I experienced with my friends, I had friends. The reality hit me hard. I had real friends who cared. This new feeling was unfamiliar and strange, but it was a good kind of strange, like witnessing a horse transform into a unicorn. The initial fear faded as it enveloped me in warmth, just like the embrace I was receiving now. Mina pulled away and beamed at me, her smile lighting up the room. We should go shopping soon. The Shibuya shopping mall is amazing this time of year. Her tone was inviting and cheerful, and I found myself liking it. I nodded in response. You have my number. And with that, I stepped out the door. Walking down the road, Ikari reflected on the newfound friendship with the group known as the Baku Squad, a name coined by Kaminari. Life had felt overwhelmingly dark, and even the smallest glimmer of light stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Yet, amidst the turmoil, he recognized that change could be a positive force. The day was dreary as clouds drifted past the school. Rain wasn't expected, and it certainly wasn't the season for such weather. Ikari glanced up at the dark gray storm clouds swirling outside the window next to his chair. They rumbled ominously, and he found himself stuck in a barren classroom, finishing an essay he had forgotten to submit to Aizawa. It wasn't typical for him to overlook his assignments, but everything lately felt out of character. He left the empty classroom in search of the teacher's lounge. The halls were quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps and the distant rumble of thunder accompanying him. There was a certain calmness in being alone with his thoughts, free from the judgment of others. Ikari hadn't spoken to his father since his internship a few weeks prior. The fear of what he might say if they did talk loomed over him. His father's unconscious neglect had caused him deep emotional scars, and he worried that any conversation would not be pleasant. Despite the pain, he still held a special place for his father in his heart, but the lack of attention from him was disheartening. Stain had planted seeds of doubt in Ikari's mind, and those thoughts had consumed him lately. Yet, a part of him, the hopeful part, refused to accept that negativity. Upon entering the teacher's lounge, Ikari approached Aizawa's desk, only to find it empty. He frowned at the vacant office seat, recalling that Aizawa had mentioned he would be there. A feminine voice broke the silence, informing him that Shoto was not present. He turned to see Midnight, who smiled at him and asked if he was looking to speak with Aizawa. Ikari nodded and explained that he needed to hand in his essay. Midnight acknowledged his comment while picking up her bag, noting Aizawa's forgetfulness when tired. She had changed out of her usual hero costume and wore a dark blue shift dress that complemented her light gray eyes. Ikari remarked on Aizawa's forgetful nature, prompting Midnight to chuckle. As she stood by the door, he wrote a note for Aizawa. Midnight teased that he would lose his head if it weren't attached to his neck. They walked down the empty halls, and Ikari broke the silence by asking why she hadn't left earlier. The sky was a bright blue as Ikari strolled down the road, taking his puppy, Prince, for a walk in Mizudafu. He felt the need to escape the headquarters, especially with a meeting scheduled with his father and brother. The thought of seeing either of them was unappealing. Usually he would welcome the chance to see his father, but today felt different. Arriving at the park, Ikari settled on a bench while Prince frolicked in the green field. He had grown fond of his canine companion, who caused no trouble at the base and always alerted him when he needed to go. So, Prince bounded over, liking Ikari's shoes, and he chuckled as he lifted the puppy into his lap. He often wondered if Prince would ever realize his flaws and run away, but for now, he chose to enjoy their time together. A voice from the pathway caught his attention, and he looked up to see Todoroki approaching, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Todoroki noticed the fluffy black puppy in Ikari's lap and remarked that he could ask the same question about Ikari's presence. Prince jumped off Ikari's lap to playfully tug at Todoroki's trousers. Ikari called Prince back, apologizing for the puppy's antics. He explained that Prince was a bit playful and introduced him as a black Labrador. Todoroki reached out to pet the puppy, who eagerly liked his hand and barked, prompting a small laugh from him. Ikari then set Prince down, watching him dash into the field. Curious about Todoroki's presence, Ikari asked what brought him to the park. Todoroki mentioned he was on his way to the ice skating rink, which intrigued Ikari. He shared that he enjoyed skating, and the thought of Todoroki spending his Saturdays on the ice brought a smile to Ikari's face. Ikari explained that he had come to hang out with Prince, and a comfortable silence enveloped them as they watched the puppy play. After a while, Todoroki broke the quiet, asking if Ikari had ever been ice skating. Ikari shook his head, admitting he had never experienced such activities, as they were often deemed fun and not permitted for him. Todoroki looked perplexed at this revelation and offered to teach Ikari how to skate, describing it as calming. His cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke. Ikari considered the offer for a moment, realizing he didn't want to return home just yet. The idea of spending time with Todoroki filled him with excitement, and he nodded, a small smile forming on his lips as he agreed to go ice skating. He gave a small smile, and she felt her heart thaw a little from its icy prison. She then called for Prince, who ran over. She expressed her concern about whether they would allow a dog into the ice rink. He hummed in response as she hooked Prince onto his lead. He mentioned that there was a groomer in the mall where she could leave Prince while they skated. She agreed, and they walked toward the mall. After leaving Prince with the groomers for a puppy bath, they made their way to the ice skating rink. They paid for an hour and received their ice skates. She sat down outside the rink with Todoroki as they put on their skates. She struggled to get hers on, while Todoroki managed to put his on quickly. After a moment of her battling with the skates, he surprised her by kneeling in front of her. He asked if he could help, and her heart squeezed as she nodded. He gently took the skate from her and placed it on her foot, sending shivers through her body. He put on the other skate and leaned it against his thigh as he tied them. He looked incredibly handsome when he focused, and she found him ethereal in that moment. Once he finished tying her skates, he stood up, and she shyly smiled at him as she thanked him. He returned the smile and held out his hand to help her stand. As she wobbled on the skates, she clutched his biceps, fearing she might fall. He chuckled softly and she shot him a weak glare, warning him not to laugh. He teased her about finally finding something she couldn't do, and she scoffed at the idea. She insisted she could do anything, including ice skating. Trying to prove her point, she let go of him but immediately fell backward. Todoroki swooped down, catching her with his arm around her waist. He looked like a prince, and her heart raced at their closeness. He smirked and asked what she had been saying. She rolled her eyes as he helped her up, but she wobbled again. He placed his hands on her hips, pulling her closer. Her cheeks flushed as she admitted maybe she couldn't ice skate. His chuckle sent goosebumps across her skin. He assured her he would teach her, and with a sincere smile, he took her hand and led her onto the ice. As soon as her feet touched the ice, she wobbled and clung to him for support. She cursed under her breath, half-jokingly threatening him if he let go. He chuckled at her playful threat and held her hips as she hugged him tightly. Butterflies danced in her stomach, and she felt her cheeks grow warm. He softly urged her to trust him, whispering her name in a gentle tone. She let out a shaky breath and nodded, affirming her trust in him. He instructed her to let go, and she wobbled slightly before he secured her again. He squeezed her hips for a moment before taking her hand. He explained that the key to skating was learning to walk on ice. He guided her through small steps and encouraged her to glide her feet. He skated backward while holding her waist and hand. With his support, she began to skate, and he eventually let go of her waist, holding her other hand instead. She felt a surge of confidence as she confessed she was getting the hang of it. He asked if she was ready for him to let go, and though she hesitated, she gave a weak nod. He slowly released her hands, and she skated slowly across the ice, with Todoroki gliding beside her. After a few laps around the rink, she found herself skating normally, enjoying the experience. She grabbed Todoroki's hand and giggled as he twirled her around. Excitement bubbled within her as she exclaimed she was actually skating. His eyes softened as he smiled back at her, and she felt a brightness she had never experienced before. This moment of joy made her feel whole again. He had told her she would enjoy it, and she was thrilled to be sharing this experience with him. They skated together, and she decided to take a few selfies, wanting to capture this happy memory for the future. She expressed that ice skating was quickly becoming one of her favorite activities. He squeezed her hand, as if to say it was their favorite thing now, making her heart flutter. She thanked him sincerely for bringing her along, and he suggested she call him Shoto, feeling they were close enough for that. Her heart raced at the sound of his first name, and she stared into his heterochromatic eyes in surprise, giving him a shy smile. She liked the idea of using his first name. They had grown closer, and although allowing him to use her first name made her nervous, it felt right. With a sly grin, she challenged him to call her by her first name, teasingly questioning whether he even knew it. He rolled his eyes at her sass and stopped skating, causing her to bump into him. Seizing the moment, he wrapped his arms around her. He looked down at her, and she blinked up at him, her cheeks flushing. He asked if she truly believed he didn't know her name, which sparked a defiant response from her. With a cheeky half-smile, she shrugged, suggesting it was quite possible. He narrowed his eyes, his hands pressing against her sides as he spoke quietly, asking what she thought. Her eyes fluttered as she let out a soft breath, a wistful sound escaping her lips. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered that it was insulting to think he didn't know his soulmate's first name. She found herself breathless as his warm breath brushed against her neck. He declared that he knew her name better than his own, engraved in his mind so deeply that he could think of nothing but her. She felt paralyzed, unable to breathe or move as his thumbs traced gentle circles on her waist. His touch ignited a fire within her, leaving her mind blank, ready for him to fill it with his words. He continued, expressing that her name had occupied his thoughts every moment since they met. His lips brushed against her ear, and his words sent her thoughts spiraling, making her feel as if she might never regain her composure. He insisted he knew her name inside and out, a constant presence in his mind. By some miracle, her breath returned, though her heart raced uncontrollably. She managed to respond, feeling overwhelmed by his smirk, which revealed a hint of rosy color on his cheeks. As he took her hand and skated toward the exit, she couldn't help but feel incredibly fortunate to have him in her life. If he were all she had, she would undoubtedly lead a happy life. The final exams were upon them. After completing the written exam, they prepared for the practical exam, which would involve the robots from the entrance exam. Once suited up, they stood before Aizawa on the viewing deck in ground beta. He began explaining that, despite what they had heard from upperclassmen, they would not be facing the entrance exam robots. Kaminari shouted in disbelief, followed by Minetta's startled shriek. Aizawa's scarf began to move, drawing everyone's attention. Out popped Principal Nizu, smiling and causing a few students to jump. He greeted Class 1A and explained that, while previous years had used robots for the practical portion, this year would be different. Due to the current issues with the League of Villains, they would face real-life threats instead. He gestured to the teachers lined up beside him, announcing that they would be going against their instructors. Denki and Minetta let out loud protests, prompting Ikari to glare at the back of their heads. Kaminari complained about the unfairness of the situation, to which Ikari chimed in, agreeing with Aizawa that life was indeed unfair. Their homeroom teacher began listing the matchups. When he announced that Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu would face him, Ikari felt a pang of sympathy for Shoto. As Aizawa continued, he paired Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya against All Might, who boomed down from above, confirming the matchup. Bakugo exploded in frustration, glaring at Midoriya, who appeared nervous. Despite their apparent animosity, Ikari sensed a deeper bond between them. When Aizawa reached her name, he announced that Ikari Maindo and Minor Minetta would face Midnight. She locked eyes with the raven-haired teacher and flashed a confident smirk, receiving one in return. Over the past few weeks, Ikari had grown close to Nemuri, often enjoying coffee or shopping together. Minetta, however, was distracted by Midnight's presence, drooling as he admired her. Ikari kicked him in the back, causing him to fall flat. He groaned, earning a sharp glare from Aizawa. Ikari shrugged, insisting that Maindo needed to keep his eyes to himself, leaning down to threaten him playfully, which made him shiver in fear. Aizawa intervened, telling her to stop, and she complied, standing straight as he finished announcing the matchups. They had 10 minutes before the first match. Yaoyorozu approached Shoto, clinging to his arm and speaking to him in a cheerful tone. Ikari felt a surge of jealousy as she watched the interaction, her hands clenching into fists. She hated seeing someone flirt with Shoto, feeling possessive despite their current relationship status. He was her soulmate, and no one else could touch him like that. Though she knew she was being selfish, she couldn't help but feel anger rise within her at the sight of Yaoyorozu's hand trailing down his arm. Bakugo's voice broke through her thoughts, commenting on the pain of the situation. She remained focused on Shoto and the girl who was overstepping her boundaries. "What are you talking about, Fatsuki?" Bakugo didn't argue about his nickname but instead explained that it was about not being able to have what belonged to him. He glared at Midoriya, who was talking to Uraraka. "It doesn't hurt," I said, partially lying. "It makes me want to take action." He nodded in approval as I continued to watch Shoto and Yaoyorozu. Bakugo asked if Shoto was my soulmate, seeking confirmation. I hesitated but nodded, my gaze following Yaoyorozu's hand resting on Todoroki's shoulder. Her overstepping made me feel a surge of anger. I wanted to confront her for flirting with him, especially since she knew he had a soulmate marked by the red tattoo on his wrist. "Then take what's yours," Bakugo urged, and he wasn't wrong. I turned the conversation back to him, questioning if he would let Uraraka take Midoriya. He gritted his teeth and looked away, admitting it was complicated. I sensed there was more to their story but couldn't pry when my own emotions were boiling. With a glare at Yaoyorozu, I used my telekinesis to trip her. She stumbled and looked confused as she got back up, rubbing her back. Shoto furrowed his brows, scanning the area until his gaze landed on me. I gripped my knife tightly, watching her dust herself off. Our eyes met, and he raised an eyebrow as understanding dawned on him, causing me to blush slightly. Yaoyorozu touched his arm to get his attention, and my focus darkened at her hand on him. If there were no consequences, I would have acted on my anger right then. Shoto stepped away from her touch, but she pulled him back, gripping his hand. He looked at me, but I was too furious to meet his gaze, my eyes fixated on her hand holding his. When she led him off the viewing deck, I threw my knife into a nearby tree, narrowly missing Kaminari, who yelped in surprise. If Yaoyorozu didn't back off, I would surely take action. The bell rang throughout the mock mountainous area, signaling the start of our test. Maindo drooled as I explained the plan, prompting me to threaten him with my knife. I instructed him to distract her while I used my telekinesis to capture her with tape. I paused when I noticed him staring at me, his thoughts inappropriate. I hit him on the head, frustrated. I could read his mind, and he was shocked to learn that. I cursed under my breath and turned to walk away, feeling that passing this exam wasn't worth the trouble. I told him to just distract her and then disappeared into the rocky structures. "I'm going to fail," Mina cried, sitting on my desk. I sighed in response. She had underestimated Principal Nizu during her practical with her soulmate, Kirishima. I still hadn't asked her about their story, but I figured the right moment would come. She wept, asking me to bring Bacchus mores from camp, and I rubbed her back in an attempt to comfort her. "There's still a chance you'll pass," Midoriya said to a weeping Kaminari, who poked him in the eye, causing him to scream in pain. "Don't jinx it." Kaminari scolded Midoriya. Bakugo exploded in frustration, causing Kaminari to retract his arm in shock. "Keep your thoughts to yourself, dunce face. You're annoying me," Bakugo shouted, though it was clear he was just looking out for Midoriya. "Well, I'm sure we'll all have fun at camp. Right, Todoroki?" Yaoyorozu said with a bright smile. My indifferent expression turned into a scowl as I watched her place her hand on Shoto's arm. "Easy for you to say. You came in first." Shiro lamented alongside Kaminari. I decided to speak up, clarifying that I actually came in second. The class turned to me, and Kaminari began to weep more at my admission. By 2 points, Yaoyorozu pointed out with a smug smile. I shrugged, feeling a bit petty, and remarked that losing by 2 points couldn't be me. Bakugo snorted, his smirk widening. She glared at me, reminding me that I had come in second in the practical. I smirked back, reminding her that I still beat her. Her hand on Shoto trembled slightly as she glared at me. "What's your problem?" she yelled, shocking everyone. My expression remained indifferent as I shifted my gaze from her hand to her face. "Elaborate," I replied evenly. "You're such a nuisance," she exclaimed. A dark smirk tugged at my lips as the class watched with curiosity. "If you're going to call me a nuisance, at least put the in front of it, but you're right, I am." The Baku squad erupted in laughter, and Kaminari shouted that I had roasted her. "Is it jealousy?" she asked with a snarky tone. I raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Jealous of you? You're the one getting upset over my success." She glared at me, and my gaze flicked to an amused Shoto, who watched me with interest. Yaoyorozu withdrew her hand just as the classroom door opened. The class fell silent as Aizawa entered, his expression neutral. "Everyone passed the written exams," he announced, prompting cheers that he quickly silenced. "But I can't say the same about the practical." A few students looked glum at his words. Ashido, Kirishima, Kaminari, Sato, and Siro all failed the practical portion. Kaminari flopped onto his desk in despair. When Aizawa spoke again, everyone cheered. "Everyone is going to camp," he said, raising his hand to quiet them. "But those who failed the finals will be taking intermediary classes during the trip." A few groaned, but he concluded by wishing us the best for our week off before the trip and then left the classroom. "We should go shopping as a class for the trip," Mina suggested. Everyone agreed, and she turned to me, grinning as she hooked her arm around my shoulder. I raised an eyebrow at her, questioning who she was referring to. She brushed me off, mentioning that Bakugo had also told her to leave him alone as he stormed out of the classroom. Mina suggested I ask my bae if he was coming, prompting me to flick her forehead in annoyance. "He's not my bae, Mina," I insisted, though she smirked as she backed away, clearly enjoying my reaction. "Yet you knew who I was talking about," she teased, picking up her bag while I glared at her. I sensed denial. With that, she linked her arm with Kirishima's and they left the class. I turned to Shoto, only to find Yaoyorozu flirting with him, which made my jaw tighten in irritation. I approached him, greeting him casually. Yaoyorozu's head snapped toward me in surprise. Shoto smiled slightly, causing my stomach to flutter. "Are you coming to the mall with the class?" I asked, and he nodded, shaking off Yaoyorozu's hand from his shoulder. "I am. Would you like to walk home together?" Yaoyorozu looked frustrated, but I ignored her as I nodded and grabbed my bag. He took it from me and I rolled my eyes, accustomed to his habit of doing that whenever we walked home after school. I turned to Yaoyorozu and waved goodbye, feeling satisfied at her annoyed expression as I closed the door behind us. The walk down the road was silent, the setting sun casting a warm glow over the concrete. My thoughts drifted to Yaoyorozu, which only fueled my irritation. "Yaoyorozu is attractive, isn't she?" I said casually, wanting to see how Shoto would respond. I sensed he felt the same way about me as I did about him, but I needed to test that theory. He took a moment before responding, his tone mirroring mine. "She is." That response annoyed me more than I would admit. I felt my jaw tighten, a wave of insecurity washing over me that I quickly pushed aside. If he wanted to play this game, then I was ready. As we descended into the subway, I voiced my thoughts. "Do you think Bakugo would go out with me if I asked?" I noticed him falter in his steps, and I continued, "He's pretty attractive, right?" I didn't genuinely like Bakugo, I just wanted to see Shoto's reaction. An icy air filled the atmosphere around us, emanating from his right side. Suddenly, he pinned me against the wall of the subway, hidden from view. His hair shielded his eyes as he looked down at me, his arms caging me in a Kabuto position. My heart raced in response. Seconds passed before his eyes met mine, and the intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down my spine. Anger clouded his expression as we locked eyes, a silent battle of defiance unfolding between us. Ask Bakugo out on a date. Do it. His tone was challenging and I frowned, determined to push him further. Maybe I will, I replied, my eyes flashing with the same intensity as his. Ask Little Miss Perfect. Out, I dare you. His gaze remained fixed on mine, unwavering. Maybe I will. His tone was accusatory, and we were so close that I could feel his breath on my face. In a moment of boldness, I grabbed his tie and pulled him closer, my breath brushing against his ear as I whispered, "If you do that, I guarantee there will be consequences." I pulled back, my expression fierce. But go ahead, Shoto. Just know you're playing with fire. His eyes flared with fury as he gritted his teeth. I'm playing with fire? He asked, his fingers gently grasping my face. I will protect you from anyone who tries to come near you. His eyes darkened as he continued, if you ask Bakugo out, his jaw flexed, he will regret it. His words sent chills down my arms, and his hand caressed my cheek lightly. You are mine and mine alone. I felt breathless, realizing I had my answer. He felt the same way I did, but I was still unsure of my own feelings. Is that clear? He asked, his gaze intense and possessive. My grip on his tie weakened, and my hand fell to his chest instead. A smirk formed on my lips. Crystal clear, I replied, tilting my head slightly. I was just testing you, you know. My hand trailed up to his shoulder as I leaned in closer to whisper in his ear, but I was serious about Yaoyorozu. My lips brushed against his ear as I added, if she keeps bothering me, I won't hold back. He chuckled softly, pulling away to take my hand in his, holding it gently. That would be quite the sight, he remarked, and I rolled my eyes at his cocky tone as we walked to buy our train tickets. We stood in front of the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, its size almost rivaling that of headquarters. Everyone was gathered and ready for the shopping trip. Mina, the girl beside me with her vibrant pink skin, was practically bouncing with excitement. She shook me by the shoulders, her energy contagious, and exclaimed how thrilled she was. I grabbed her arms and shot her a half-hearted glare, warning her that she might give me a concussion. As she spotted a makeup stand, her excitement peaked, and she squealed, shaking me even more. Tokoyami, standing nearby, sweat dropped as onlookers recognized us from the sports festival. Ojiro muttered that we were still well known, and Mina continued to rattle me, urging me to check out the makeup. Desperate for relief, I called out to Shoto, hoping he would intervene. He shook his head in amusement, clearly enjoying the scene. I frowned and decided to take matters into my own hands. I called out to Kirishima, asking him to rescue me from Mina's enthusiastic grasp. With a chuckle, he pulled her away, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as he stepped back. I glared at Shoto, who remained unhelpful, sporting a smug grin that only made me roll my eyes. Yaoyorozu then suggested we split into groups to gather what we needed and meet back at 3. Everyone agreed and began forming individual groups. Yaoyorozu made a beeline for Shoto, igniting a pang of jealousy within me. I questioned why I felt this way. I was a cold-hearted villain, after all. I had taken lives, though I despised it, yet here I was, feeling possessive over Shoto. The voice in my head taunted me, suggesting I eliminate the competition as I watched Yaoyorozu touch Shoto's arm. I tried to dismiss the voice, reminding myself that Shoto was free to make his own choices. He deserved friends and happiness, but it was clear he felt uncomfortable with Yaoyorozu's advances. I didn't understand my possessiveness, but I knew I couldn't shake it off. Determined, I teleported next to Shoto and Yaoyorozu, startling the latter. I smirked at her, adopting a condescending tone as I pointed out that a hero should always be vigilant. She shot me an annoyed look, asking what I wanted. I shrugged, feigning indifference, but my gaze fell to her hand resting on Shoto's shoulder. I complimented the color of her nails, noting how they reminded me of blood. Her scowl faltered briefly before she yanked her hand away, retorting that of course they were red. It felt like she was mocking me, aware of the effect her flirtation had on me. I felt my fists clench at her small smirk, which confirmed my suspicions. I warned her that her behavior could have consequences, and she flinched at my words before shooting a scowl my way and walking off with a smile for Shoto. My frustration simmered, and I felt the urge to confront her. I hated the thought of harming anyone, but her actions were pushing me to my limits. As I watched Uraraka happily approach Midoriya, my attention shifted to Bakugo, who was scowling nearby. Mina seemed to sense my thoughts and quickly pulled Uraraka away, apologizing to Midoriya as she did so. I mentally praised her for handling the situation, wishing I could do the same. Midoriya, surprised, turned to Shoto and asked if he wanted to hang out. Just as Shoto was about to agree, I wrapped my arm around his bicep, cutting him off. I stated that Shoto and I were on a date, cringing internally at my own words. I wanted to help Bakugo with his Midoriya problem, but instead, I had to maintain this facade. Midoriya blinked in disbelief, turning to Shoto for confirmation. I shot Shoto an angry glare, urging him to play along, and he nodded slowly, taking my hand. He turned to Midoriya and confirmed that he and Ikari were on a date, pausing briefly to express his apologies. Midoriya frowned, and he glanced at Bakugo, who seemed preoccupied with his phone, scrolling through the weather app. He suggested that Midoriya could hang out with Bakugo, which caught the blonde's attention. Bakugo shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. He then stated that they were not childhood friends, and a flicker of sadness crossed Midoriya's eyes at his words. He retorted angrily, telling Bakugo to just deal with it. He tugged Shoto along by their intertwined hands as he walked away, reminding him that they had a date to attend. The cringe he felt was almost physical, as if he had pulled a tendon. Bakugo shouted at him mentally, expressing his frustration as he walked away, pulling Shoto along. He thought he had done Bakugo a favor by suggesting he hang out with his soulmate, and he chuckled at Bakugo's mental response. He had been a nervous wreck lately, meticulously calculating every action he took. He was grateful that he hadn't encountered his brother since the mall incident, knowing that if he did, his brother would likely bring up Shoto and threaten him. He would never harm Shoto, but he knew that defying his brother would lead to a fierce confrontation. Tamura despised defiance and anyone who appeared more powerful than him. The harsh reality of their world was that power was feared, and those without it were often overlooked. It was a cruel truth. His intense training was interrupted by the ping of his phone. He paused from his workout and walked over to the leather bench where his phone lay. Mina's message popped up, expressing her excitement and missing him. He responded with skepticism, questioning her motives. She insisted that there was a girls-only pool day at school, which he immediately rejected. Mina urged him to reconsider, emphasizing that it would just be the girls and pleading for him to join. After some back and forth, he reluctantly agreed, knowing he would likely regret it. When he arrived at school and changed into the school's black one-piece swimsuit, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Mina and the other girls were waiting outside, but as he looked in the mirror, he questioned his decision. He reminded himself that the Class 1A girls had seen his body before and were aware of his scars, even if they didn't know their origins. As he opened the changing room doors, loud laughter echoed down the hall, causing him to retreat into a stall. The Class 1A boys were approaching the pool, and he felt a surge of panic. He couldn't face them while feeling so exposed. He had always covered his scars, and the thought of revealing them made his heart sink. Hot tears stung his cheeks as he sat on the cold floor, overwhelmed by self-loathing. He felt pathetic for allowing his emotions to control him. His phone buzzed beside him, and he picked it up. Mina was checking on him, asking where he was and if he was okay. He told her he wasn't coming out, expressing his frustration about the boys being there. Mina insisted he was fine and urged him to join them, but he firmly disagreed. He shut off his phone in anger, feeling trapped by his own insecurities. He wished he could disappear, regretting his decision to come at all. As time passed, he sat against the wall, face in hands, trying to stop the tears. Suddenly, he heard the changing room doors open but remained hidden in the stall. He suspected it was Mina, despite having told her not to come. Footsteps approached, and a voice called out to him, startling him. It was Bakugo, demanding to know what was going on. He hesitated to respond, his voice trembling as he told Bakugo to go away. Bakugo, however, persisted, asking what was wrong, his tone gruff but not raised. A hint of worry in his voice stirred a pang of endearment in her heart. He asked why she was there, but she deflected the question, her voice cracking slightly under pressure. He sighed heavily and confessed that he had come to get her because of her appearance, which made her want to cry even more when she sensed that he was lying. He had forcefully volunteered to find her. He expressed his frustration, masking his worry with irritation. She wiped her tears away and let out a small hiccup of sorrow, feeling weak. When he asked why she couldn't go out there, she hesitated, not wanting him to see her like this. She repeated her plea for him to go away, which only made him groan in frustration. He insisted he wasn't going anywhere and questioned her again. His voice remained small and vulnerable, and he growled angrily before exploding with emotion, declaring that she was his friend and the only one he would accept as such. Though he tried to sound mad, she could tell he was just hiding his softer side. She told him he didn't need her friendship, but bit her tongue to stop herself from saying more. He insisted he wanted her friendship, and she sniffled at his confession, proud that he could show this side of himself. When he asked if she was going to come out, he expressed his agitation at speaking to a wall. She remained silent, and after a moment, he threatened to blow the door open if she didn't come out and talk to him. Gathering her courage, she explained that she didn't want anyone to see her. He sighed and asked her to at least come out, his voice softer than usual. Trusting him, she stood and put her hand on the lock, asking him to promise he wouldn't freak out. He assured her he wouldn't, and she carefully walked out of the stall. He froze as his eyes scanned her body, and she crossed her arms and legs, trying to hide her scars. His eyes widened for a moment before he shut them and took a shaky breath, asking her not to ask. When he questioned if her scars were the reason she didn't want to go out, she nodded. He knew they were more than just scars. Her whole body told a story of struggle. Tears escaped her eyes as she admitted she felt ugly, feeling useless in that moment. He wiped his hands over his face, swore, and opened his arms, inviting her in. She stepped into his embrace, returning the hug as he rubbed her back and reassured her that she wasn't ugly. He added that he would probably date her if it weren't for his soulmate mark, which made her let out a broken chuckle. He reminded her that just because she had a past didn't mean she wouldn't have a future. Whatever she had gone through, she had survived, and she should be proud of that. His words struck a chord, and she wrapped him in a tight hug, tears flowing freely. After a moment, she stepped back and wiped her face, contemplating whether to go outside. When she voiced her fear of being made fun of, he assured her that no one would say anything, even threatening to defend her if they did. With that reassurance, she made up her mind. Deep down, she was still a teenage girl with insecurities and flaws, but Bakugo's words reminded her that her scars made her strong. She had endured years of trauma and was still standing, a fighter at heart. She finally agreed to go outside, her voice recovering from her tears. He smirked at her response, and together they walked out of the changing rooms. To lighten the mood, she teased him about calling her by her last name earlier, and he groaned in half-hearted annoyance, but she was determined to keep the playful banter alive. As they stepped outside onto the pool grounds, her newfound confidence wavered slightly, but it was still better than before. Katsuki opened the doors and walked through, but she hesitated. He sighed and draped his arm over her shoulder, encouraging her to join him. Inside, everyone was engaged in their own activities. The boys were exercising while the girls splashed in the pool. Kirishima's cheerful voice filled the air, and I felt a wave of embarrassment as everyone's attention shifted toward us. The laughter and chatter paused momentarily as they glanced at me and Katsuki, but soon returned to their conversations. I couldn't help but notice the way their eyes roamed over me. Mina rushed over, apologizing as she clung to my other arm. Katsuki pushed her away, and she pouted at him. I reassured her that it was all right, knowing she hadn't meant any harm. It was Yaoyorozu who had tricked her into thinking it was just us girls. I suspected she had done it on purpose, and I couldn't shake the thought of confronting her if given the chance. Kaminari and Mineta approached, their eyes lingering on me, making me uncomfortable. In response, Katsuki unleashed a small explosion that rattled the floor, and I couldn't help but chuckle at their misfortune, silently thanking him. From Shoto Todoroki's perspective, he watched Bakugo and Ikari interact with their friends, feeling waves of jealousy wash over him. It wasn't their conversation that bothered him, It was the way Bakugo had his arm draped over Ikari's shoulder, making them appear like a couple. The thought alone made him snap the dumbbell he was holding in half. He reminded himself that he had no reason to be jealous since they were just friends. Ikari's words from weeks ago echoed in his mind, making him wonder if she had feelings for Bakugo beyond friendship. She had claimed she was testing his reaction, but insecurity gnawed at him. He noticed Midoriya nearby, his expression filled with fury. If looks could kill, Ikari would be in serious trouble. Shoto quickly understood the reason for Midoriya's anger. Bakugo was to him what Ikari was to Shoto, though their relationship was far more complicated. Shoto confessed his confusion to Midoriya, who seemed startled. He mentioned that Bakugo was his childhood enemy, but Shoto could see through the facade. He pressed further, suggesting that their bond was more profound than mere animosity. Midoriya's reaction confirmed Shoto's suspicions. Midoriya explained their history, recounting how they had been friends in childhood until Bakugo's quirk changed him. Bakugo had rejected the idea of their soulmate connection, even going so far as to suggest that Midoriya would be better off ending his own life than being with him. Hearing this made Shoto's heart ache for Midoriya, who deserved so much more. Shoto placed a comforting hand on Midoriya's back, assuring him that he was not to blame for Bakugo's actions. He supported Midoriya's desire to move on if that was what he wanted. The concept of soulmates was complicated. If one didn't end up with their soulmate, they risked a life filled with unhappiness. But it wasn't Shoto's place to interfere with Midoriya's choices. As he watched Ikari play in the pool with Ishido, Shoto felt a smile creep onto his face. They were engaged in a playful wrestling match, and Ikari seemed to be winning. Ida shouted safety warnings, but they were ignored. Ikari laughed as she playfully splashed Ishido, her spirit infectious. She radiated a raw, exhilarating energy that captivated Shoto. She was fearless and strong, embodying the essence of a true hero. He had no doubt that she would make an incredible impact in the world. Meanwhile, Mina was still fuming over our earlier competition. She shook her hair, trying to rid it of pool water, determined to get back at me for winning. I wrung out my long hair, sending water cascading to the floor, and teased her in response. Ida approached, handing us both a bottle of water, and I felt a sense of camaraderie in the air. He then delivered a personal lecture on how we could have harmed each other before storming off in frustration. Kirishima chuckled from behind, where he and Katsuki were debating the use of school uniforms. Mina turned around and remarked that he seemed particularly irritable today. Nights like these are cold in the city. As I walked down the road in Kamino Ward, I felt almost empty. Memories from last weekend's pool trip left me feeling angry and insecure. I recalled Shoto trying to talk to me, but I brushed him off, saying I was going home and he could text me if it was urgent. I had been ignoring my phone, not wanting to talk to anyone. Staying at home and wallowing in self-pity wasn't something I typically did, but I found myself doing it anyway. I would have continued that way, but I received a call from Tamura, telling me to come to the bar. So here I was standing in front of the door. He hadn't provided any details, only instructed me not to be late. I opened the door and strode into the bar as if I owned the place. Tugging my hoodie off my head, I looked around and met the eyes of 7 new villains. They all focused on me, and I returned their gaze with a blank stare as they sized me up. A masked man with a posh accent questioned what a child was doing there. He resembled a magician, and though I couldn't see his eyes, I could sense his judgment. In a swift motion, I threw a knife toward him, pinning his shirt to the wall behind him. Gasps echoed around the bar, but I paid them no mind. Dabi's amused voice cut through the tension as he remarked that I could easily take him down. I met his gaze with a neutral expression. He looked smug, his eyes piercing me as if he knew me better than I knew myself, and I didn't like it. Toga giggled from her bar stool, calling me silly. My knife narrowly missed her, slicing her ear lightly. She shrieked, and I shot her an angry glare. I warned her to call me by my second name or face dire consequences. She shrank back in her chair, clearly intimidated. Kurogiri sighed before my gaze landed on my brother, who narrowed his eyes and ordered me to unpin the masked man. I complied, and the knife returned to my open hand. I asked about the group, stuffing my hands in my pockets. My brother explained that they were the Vanguard Action Squad and that I should treat them accordingly. I nodded and headed for the fridge to grab a chocolate bar. A lizard-like villain questioned my identity. I introduced myself as Ikari Maindo, a villain, and mentioned that I was first in line to the top of the league. I noticed my brother smash a small cup in frustration, reminding me that he was second in line. I waved my hand dismissively. My thoughts were consumed by Shoto, not ambitions of power. Another masked villain expressed surprise at our sibling connection, which I found unsettling. U.S.J confirmed our relation, and I flinched at the reminder of our father. I snapped at my brother, asking why I was there. Despite the fear of him hurting me lingering in the back of my mind, I pushed it down. I had promised myself to stand up for who I was. He shot me a warning look, cautioning me to watch my tone. He revealed that we would be making a move against U.S.J during the trip I was going on. My stomach churned at the confession. I knew this was coming. It was why I had infiltrated them in the first place. A part of me wanted to resist, but I understood that I had to comply with their wishes. My inner voice questioned whether I truly had to do this. I asked for our target, and before Tamura could respond, I took a seat on an empty couch. I noted that if we were after All Might, we were out of luck since he wouldn't be participating in the trip. I hated how I used we. I didn't want this. I had grown to care for Shoto, and he was important to me. I didn't like being vulnerable or having weaknesses, and the worst part was that he was my weakness. My friends were my weakness. Tamura clarified that we weren't after All Might this time, which surprised me. I wondered when they ever did anything that didn't relate to him. I asked who our target was, struggling with the plural form. My heart screamed to run, but my legs remained still, held back by my mind. Katsuki Bakugo, he stated, and my heart sank. Why did they want him? Questions of fear and alertness swirled in my mind. I managed to ask him to elaborate, maintaining a deadpan expression as I sat on the couch in the far corner of the room. Tamura explained that he had been observing Katsuki and believed he would make a terrific villain. He leaned forward, lacing his fingers together, and demanded that I share everything I knew about him. His tone was dark and commanding, as it always was when he spoke to me. I didn't want to reveal anything. Katsuki was my best friend besides Mina, who was my girl best friend, so it didn't count. I wanted to keep him safe from my brother's plans. But I knew the consequences of silence, and despite my heart's protests, I spoke. I described Bakugo as my fiery classmate. He enjoyed fighting and winning, which was highly respectable. His rival, Izuku Midoriya, was someone he couldn't stand losing to, especially given their backgrounds. Despite Bakugo's brash nature, he aspired to be like All Might. The narrator shrugged at their brother's comment about Bakugo potentially joining the league, knowing that Bakugo had too much self-respect and a big heart to be part of such a heartless group. The narrator wanted to express how amazing Bakugo was and how he was a best friend, but chose to remain silent as their brother studied them intently. Eventually, the brother declared that he had methods to make Bakugo turn, and his smirk sent a shiver down the narrator's spine. They nodded tightly, feigning indifference, and remarked that his efforts were a waste of time, adding that his failures only made them look better. In response, the brother threw a glass cup, which the narrator caught with telekinesis, maintaining a calm demeanor while feeling the tension rise. As the narrator packed for a trip, they debated whether to end their life, believing that without their presence, they wouldn't feel the guilt that had consumed them all week. Prince, their puppy, jumped onto the bed and curled up in their lap, looking up with trusting blue eyes. In that moment, the narrator realized it wouldn't be fair to Prince if they took such a drastic step. They loved him too much, having found him in an alley months ago and cherishing the companionship he provided during dark times. At night, when nightmares plagued the narrator, Prince would curl up beside them, offering comfort. While the narrator believed romantic love was overrated, the bond with their pet felt genuine and real, and the thought of losing him was painful. They gently petted Prince as he settled in their lap, and suddenly, a thought struck them. Prince needed a place to stay during the trip. The narrator considered their options, knowing they couldn't trust anyone at headquarters, especially since it was a base full of villains. Friends were coming along, and asking their father or brother was out of the question, as they would likely harm Prince. Then, the idea of asking Nemuri came to mind. She was trustworthy, loved animals, and was not going on the trip. Despite the voice in their head reminding them that they would be betraying you, the narrator focused on Prince. They were willing to betray their friends and the school to ensure Prince was safe. They sent a message to Nemuri, asking if she could look after Prince while they were at camp. To their relief, she quickly agreed, expressing her excitement about the company. The narrator felt grateful for the distraction and looked forward to spending time with her. Arriving at Nemuri's house, the narrator found Prince patiently waiting. When Nemuri opened the door with a bright smile, the narrator felt welcomed by her warm hug. They introduced Prince, who eagerly tugged at her sweats, prompting her to pick him up. After catching up, Nemuri led the narrator to the kitchen, where the delightful aroma of baking filled the air. She explained that she had just baked a chocolate cake, and the narrator's stomach growled in response. When Nemuri offered to make chocolate chip cookies together, the narrator eagerly accepted, rushing to wash their hands. As they enjoyed the cake, they engaged in light-hearted gossip about school. The narrator was amazed by Nemuri's baking skills, believing she should be in the baking industry rather than teaching. In a comfortable silence, Nemuri's gaze fell on the narrator's wrist. The narrator instinctively covered the mark with their shirt, and Nemuri gently inquired about it. The narrator hesitated, glancing at her own wrist, unsure of how to respond. The words conveyed a message that hinted at betrayal, marked in red, suggesting that Nemuri had encountered something troubling. As far as I knew, she was single, which made me curious about the meaning behind the mark. I urged her to share her story, not out of distrust, but genuine curiosity. With a sad smile, she glanced at her wrist before revealing her past. She had been on a mission for several months, only to return and discover that her boyfriend had cheated on her. My heart sank in outrage at her revelation, and I felt a surge of anger. I asked if she had ended the relationship, and she nodded, confirming that she had, but it had left her heartbroken. She explained that although he wasn't her soulmate, they had been together since their days at U.S.J. My frown deepened as I took another bite of my cake, feeling the weight of her words. She continued, sharing that she had decided to go on a long mission to escape the pain of being in the same city as him. Even from afar, she found herself still heartbroken. One night, seeking solace in a bar, she met someone new. As she spoke, I listened intently. The bartender had noticed her sadness and asked what was wrong. In her moment of vulnerability, she shared her story about her cheating boyfriend. Then, a handsome man sitting next to her had chimed in, saying, "Imagine cheating on a doll like you." It was a moment that sparked something new within her. I found myself waiting in line for the bus with my classmates, Mina and Kaminari, who were particularly lively that day, excited for the upcoming trip. My friends had tried to discuss the pool day, but I shot them an annoyed look, wishing to avoid the topic. Mina, ever the enthusiastic one, bounced on her feet, asking if I was excited. I forced a small smile and lied, saying I was. The truth was, I didn't want to go. If I stayed behind, I wouldn't have to betray them, and I could still find happiness. Suddenly, an irritating voice interrupted my thoughts. Nito Monoma, from the other class, stood near their bus, taunting us about our recent exam failures. His words grated on my nerves, and I decided to respond. Feigning a high-pitched voice, I exclaimed that it sounded like no one cared about his comments. A few classmates laughed, particularly the Baku squad. I continued, telling him to take his superiority complex elsewhere, as we had more important things to focus on as heroes in training. His face turned red with anger, and he retaliated, calling me names. Just then, Katsuki was ready to explode with anger, and Shoto stepped forward with an icy demeanor. I used my telekinesis to hold them back, then shot back at Monoma, pointing out his arrogance. The class erupted in laughter, while Ida tried to scold me, stuttering in disbelief. I smirked, teasing him about his fragile masculinity. The laughter continued, and Monoma's frustration only grew. Kaminari chimed in, claiming I was his wife, which made me laugh. I played along, pretending to be dramatic about my supposed infidelity with Mina. The banter continued, with Mina declaring her ownership of me, while Kirishima playfully complained about losing his soulmate to me. I winked at Yosetsu a ways, joking that I might consider him only on Fridays, which sent everyone into fits of laughter. As the ice formed beneath me, a ways slipped, and I nearly lost my balance. Katsuki quickly steadied me, and I noticed Shoto glaring at Aways and Tetsu, claiming it was an accident. The playful tension in the air was palpable, and I felt a blush creep onto my cheeks at the thought of Katsuki being protective. Ida announced it was time to board the bus, and as some of my classmates filed in, I caught Monoma's frown. I paused to address him directly, telling him he could go to hell, which earned a round of laughter from the class. Katsuki pulled me onto the bus, and as we walked, I noticed Midoriya sitting alone. I nudged Katsuki's grip off my arm and directed him to the empty seat next to Midoriya. Katsuki protested, insisting he wanted to sit with me, but I rolled my eyes, telling him to sit down before I embarrassed him. He scowled, muttering curses under his breath, but reluctantly took a seat next to Midoriya, leaving me to navigate the bus with a sense of satisfaction. I spotted Shoto sitting near the back and smiled to myself before going to sit next to him. As I settled down, someone pushed me out of the way, causing me to fall onto the cold bus floor. Gasps filled the air as everyone turned to look at me. I glanced up to see Yaoyorozu occupying my seat. That was my place, and I felt a surge of anger as I sat on the floor. She shrugged and remarked that she didn't see my name on it. My frustration boiled over and I stood up, confronting her directly. I demanded that she get up, but she merely challenged me to make her. In that moment, everything escalated. Instead of acting on my darker thoughts, I rolled my eyes and scoffed, thinking that she was overreacting. I could have retaliated, but I didn't want to resort to violence. The only available seat was next to Mineta, so I reluctantly joined him. Mineta greeted me enthusiastically, calling me his goddess, which prompted me to hit him lightly on the head and request the window seat. He complied quickly, and I plugged in my earphones, drowning out his inappropriate comments. Leaning my head against the window, I frowned when I caught a glimpse of Yaoyorozu laughing at something Shoto said in the reflection. In just a few days, I would betray the school for him, and after that, I would never see him again. But I would rather never see him again than have him be in danger. My thoughts drifted, and suddenly images of a forest fire flashed through my mind. My surroundings faded into silence, and I saw a vision of moonfish attacking Katsuki and Shoto. Just as I began to process what I was witnessing, someone shouted for light, and the images faded, leaving me disoriented. People were calling out to me as I lay on the seat, noticing Katsuki fiercely confronting Mineta. Aizawa's voice broke through the chaos and I groaned, trying to sit up but feeling too weak. I asked what had happened, and the atmosphere shifted as everyone quieted down. Aizawa expressed his concern, revealing that I had blacked out while Mineta was being disruptive. Midoriya suddenly shouted that Mineta was a pervert, startling me. He attempted to leap out of his seat to confront Mineta but was stopped by Katsuki, who held him back. Midoriya fell backward into Katsuki's lap, turning bright red while Katsuki remained oblivious to the situation. Katsuki then questioned Midoriya about his language, which made me stifle a laugh from my position. Yaoyorozu scoffed at my groaning, and Shoto shot her a glare from his kneeling position beside me. I expressed my fatigue and frustration, warning that Mineta would face consequences for his actions. Mineta protested his innocence, but Kirishima punched him, insisting that he had crossed a line. Aizawa interrupted the commotion, directing his attention back to me. He asked what had happened, and I struggled to sit up again, this time with Shoto's gentle assistance. I hesitated, unsure of how to describe my experience. Finally, I admitted that I had seen a vision, which earned me skeptical looks from some. Aizawa pressed for details, and I recounted the forest fire I had witnessed. Yaoyorozu dismissed my claim, but I insisted that I wasn't seeking attention, I had genuinely seen it. Aizawa seemed concerned and assured me that we would discuss it further when we reached camp. He then instructed Mineta to face a 3-week detention for his behavior and warned him against any further misconduct. As Aizawa pulled Mineta away from Katsuki and Midoriya, he turned back to me, stating that I would need a new seatmate. Shoto immediately volunteered, saying we were meant to sit together from the beginning. I smiled at his words, and Aizawa nodded, telling everyone to take their seats. Shoto helped me to my feet and guided me to Yaoyorozu's seat before taking his own. Yaoyorozu complained, but Shoto silenced her with a cold glare. I nodded tiredly, struggling to stay upright as the bus began to move. My head fell onto Shoto's shoulder, and I apologized for my exhaustion, explaining that the vision had drained me. Shoto intertwined our hands and reassured me that I could rest. His gentle words made my heart flutter, and I bit my lip to suppress a smile. I agreed to close my eyes and drifted off to sleep, finding comfort in his presence. When I awoke, someone was shaking me. I looked up to see it was Shoto, who informed me that Mr. Aizawa had announced a 10-minute break. I nodded in understanding, stretching as I sat up. Shoto asked how I had slept, and I smiled, saying I had rested well. I joked that he was so warm I might hire him for when I had cramps, causing him to blush slightly. He responded playfully, asking what the hiring fee would be as we stepped off the bus. A smirk crossed his face as he shrugged, contemplating the options. He mentioned unlimited cold soba but then suggested free hugs instead. After a moment of thought, he expressed his preference, saying he didn't want cold soba, but he would accept the free hugs, especially if they were from her. His playful smirk reminded her of the one he had given her at the Endeavor agency when he caught her admiring him, causing her to blush slightly. She teased him about his generosity, and he chuckled at her joke before she turned her attention to Mineta, cracking her knuckles and declaring her intention to deal with him. Just as she was about to confront Mineta, Aizawa intervened, grabbing her with his capture scarf and shooting her a disapproving glare. He brought her to the edge of a cliff where the rest of the class was gathered, instructing her to behave. He placed her next to Katsuki and began introducing 3 women and a man who were dressed in cat-themed outfits. They introduced themselves as the PP Cat Dolls, and Midoriya expressed his excitement, prompting Katsuki to tell him to stop muttering. She found it amusing and communicated telepathically, teasing Katsuki about his fondness for Midoriya. He shot her a glare, insisting that Midoriya was annoying, but she raised an eyebrow, knowing he was not being truthful. Midoriya began to explain the history of the PP Cat Dolls, but Pixie Bob interrupted him, playfully covering his mouth and declaring her youthful spirit. Aizawa then informed the class that they would be staying at the PP Cat's lodge in the woods, gesturing to the expansive forest below. Siro questioned why they were stopping at the cliff, to which Aizawa smirked, and she sensed his thoughts, teasing him about it. In a moment of mischief, she teleported onto the bus, prompting Aizawa to shout at her to get out as her classmates looked on in surprise. Kaminari suggested that she had the right idea, and everyone rushed to the bus except for Katsuki, Shoto, and Tokoyami. Pixie Bob suddenly appeared in front of them, startling them with a warning that those who didn't make it to camp before noon would miss lunch. She then used her quirk to cause the cliff to crumble beneath their classmates, eliciting screams from them. Aizawa, demanding her attention, threatened to come after her, his words always carrying weight. She teleported in front of him, and he lifted her with his capture weapon, hovering her over the vast forest below. He expressed his disdain for her antics, but she knew he didn't truly mean it. He was her favorite teacher, aside from Nemuri. He smirked back at her, mirroring her feelings. As he released her, she flipped him off while falling backward. His eyes widened in realization that she wasn't going to teleport this time. She had no intention of saving herself, feeling that if she were gone, she wouldn't have to betray her only source of happiness. Closing her eyes, she felt the wind rush past her, and her last thought was of Shoto. Just before hitting the ground, she felt a sudden jolt as Shoto used his ice to catch her, landing safely and placing her on her feet. She almost frowned but opted for a fake smile instead, thanking him for catching her, even though she had planned to let go. Shoto expressed his concern, scolding her for scaring him and questioning what would have happened if her quirk hadn't worked. His voice broke as he admitted he wasn't sure he could live without her, causing her heart to ache. She felt selfish for wanting to escape her guilt while he wanted her to live. He smiled and embraced her tightly, and she returned the hug, realizing he was the only thing keeping her from despair. As they pulled away, a dirt monster emerged from the ground, reminding her that Pixie Bob had indeed made it. Mandalay's voice echoed in her mind, announcing that everyone was allowed to use their quirks, startling her. Koda attempted to calm the dirt monster with his quirk, but it was ineffective. She teleported in front of Mineta as the monster lunged at him, throwing her knife at its chest, but it had no effect. Cracking her knuckles, she declared it was time for war, using her telekinesis to hold the monster in place. Shoto used his ice to freeze the creature, while Katsuki launched explosive blasts at it, with Midoriya assisting by delivering a powerful punch that reduced it to dust. After thanking her classmates for their help, she led the way deeper into the forest, the class following closely behind. Later, she groaned, her body aching from the day's events. Shoto was carrying her, and she jokingly declared that she was going to marry him, realizing too late how that sounded and turning bright red. He matched her blush and, after a brief silence, joked that he was holding her to that. She felt relieved that he took it lightly, even though she had meant it as a joke. As they arrived at the campgrounds, the entire class looked exhausted, but they were ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Midoriya expressed his exhaustion, prompting Katsuki to sigh and pull him along by the back of his shirt. The sight of the blonde dragging Midoriya off his feet made me chuckle as Shoto carried me in a bridal style before setting me down on my feet once we arrived at the campgrounds. Mandalay greeted us with a playful remark about our tardiness, noting it took us 8 hours to arrive. I groaned in response and playfully gestured at her, nearly losing my balance, but Shoto caught me with his ice, allowing me to rest comfortably on it. As we settled down for dinner, Aizawa informed us about the gender-separated hot tubs waiting for us outside. Mina and I quickly finished our meals, teasing the boys as we made our way to the tubs. Once we changed and entered the outdoor hot tub, we relaxed and enjoyed the warmth. Mina exclaimed how wonderful it felt, and I nodded in agreement. We shared some gossip until the other girls joined us. While we chatted with Jiro, Azui, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka engaged in their own conversation. The boys could be heard entering their hot tub on the other side of the bamboo wall. Uraraka initiated a discussion about soulmates, expressing her curiosity about who was paired with whom. Mina enthusiastically agreed, clapping her hands in excitement. Azui hesitated before volunteering to share first, revealing that her soulmate was Tokoyami, which earned her a round of squeals from the group. Mina encouraged Jiro to go next, and after a brief pause, she shyly admitted her soulmate was Kaminari. Mina gasped and excitedly shook Jiro, declaring they were a perfect match. I smiled at their enthusiasm, and when it was my turn, I stated that my soulmate was Ijiro, which elicited giggles from the group. Yaoyorozu followed suit, revealing her soulmate was Todoroki, causing me to snicker, much to the confusion of the others. Yaoyorozu questioned my laughter, and I raised a hand to calm myself, explaining that I found the situation amusing. Mina chimed in, suggesting I might need a therapist for my delusions, which made everyone laugh. Yaoyorozu, indignant, challenged my assertion that two people were lying about their soulmates. I reminded them of my quirk, which allowed me to read minds, and declared that I knew every lie and secret among them. The revelation shocked the girls who were unaware, and Midoriya's voice could be heard from the other side of the wall, expressing disbelief. I reiterated my ability, emphasizing that I was aware of the dishonesty present. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu appeared guilty, but I focused on Yaoyorozu, stating that I could tell she was lying even without my quirk. In response to her challenge, I called out to Shoto, silencing the group. Yaoyorozu turned pale, and the atmosphere shifted as everyone awaited his response. He questioned if he was in trouble, to which I assured him he was not, but I had a question for him. Relieved, he asked what it was, jokingly requesting I not ask about how babies are made. The group laughed at his humor, and I teased him about my knowledge of such matters, causing the girls to erupt in laughter while the boys fell silent. I then asked Shoto about his soulmate, capturing everyone's attention. He hesitated before describing her as having black hair and being feisty, which he found appealing. I could hear the smirk in his voice, prompting me to roll my eyes. Yaoyorozu seized the moment, claiming to be his soulmate, which made me momentarily scowl at her. I quickly dismissed her assertion, teasing Shoto about whether I knew her. He replied that he had beaten her in the last round of the sports festival, and I playfully contested his claim, causing gasps from the class at the revelation of our soulmates. He insisted he let me win, and I countered with playful banter, which made the boys laugh. I turned to Yaoyorozu, asserting that Shoto was my soulmate and urging her to back off. The laughter continued as the boys joined in, and I wondered if I had spoken too loudly. When I asked for confirmation, the laughter intensified, and the playful atmosphere remained lively as we continued to enjoy our time together. Katsuki communicated telepathically, commenting on someone's hair color, which made her chuckle as she imagined him blushing while sitting in the hot tub. Despite her attempts to push the thought away, she couldn't help but let her teenage imagination wander. She envisioned him in the hot tub, the steam highlighting his toned physique. Realizing where her thoughts were headed, she quickly redirected her focus, urging the boys to return to their activities. They laughed and began chatting among themselves, leaving her cheeks flushed. Jiro expressed his disapproval of her thoughts, and Mina nodded in agreement. Jiro shot her a glare before leaving the hot tub area, which she found amusing. The following day, Aizawa woke them up unusually early, and everyone appeared half asleep as they gathered outside the camp dorms. Kaminari leaned against her for support, complaining about the early hour. She pushed him away, causing him to stumble into Jiro, who glared at her as they tumbled to the ground. He jokingly lamented their supposed marriage, which she dismissed with a playful gesture, claiming she was running away with Mina. As she walked away, she couldn't help but smile at the scene. Approaching Shoto, she leaned against him, tired. He chuckled and steadied her, asking if their plan had worked. She nodded, recalling how she had asked him to ensure their friends slept next to each other. Shoto confirmed that they had indeed woken up tangled together, leading to some chaos in the boys' dorm. She felt a sense of accomplishment for orchestrating a moment of happiness for her best friend. Grateful for his help, she stood on her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on Shoto's cheek, causing him to blush slightly. Aizawa then gathered their attention, discussing their quirk development since the start of the school year. He instructed Katsuki to throw a ball, which only traveled a short distance compared to his earlier attempt. Frustration was evident on Katsuki's face, and she empathized with his feelings. Aizawa assigned them tasks to enhance their physical abilities, and she found herself standing alone in the field, unsure of what to do as Aizawa had asked her to wait. When he returned, he inquired about her vision quirk. She explained that it had manifested unexpectedly, and he encouraged her to recall any emotions she had felt during its activation. Reflecting on her feelings of sadness, she realized that strong emotions might trigger her quirk. Aizawa prompted her to channel that sadness again, and she closed her eyes, thinking of the potential loss of her friends and the loneliness that could follow. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she experienced a vivid image of a forest engulfed in pink smoke, a scene involving Dabi unleashing fire. When the vision faded, she collapsed to the ground, and Aizawa quickly caught her. She managed to tell him that it had worked, and he nodded, placing her gently on the grass. Exhausted, she shared what she had seen, omitting some details but noting the pink smoke. Aizawa acknowledged her experience and emphasized the need to build her endurance while using the quirk. After an intense training session, she lay on the ground, playfully accusing Aizawa of pushing her to her limits. He chuckled, and as she looked up at him, she felt a pang of guilt about her intentions. Class 1A had become her family, and the thought of betraying them felt unbearable. Gathering her courage, she decided to confide in Aizawa, hoping that if he could get the class out before the next night, everything could be avoided. Sensing her distress, he asked what was wrong, concern evident in his voice. She hesitated, grappling with the fear of revealing her true intentions. Would he kill me or would he lock me up? I feared what my brother would do if I was imprisoned. He'd probably break into the facility to confront me himself. The thought of it made my heart race. I hated him, but deep down, I knew I was the one putting everyone in danger. I was doing it for Shoto, the person who had saved me from a dark place earlier this year. He had shown me what true happiness felt like. Kaminari was on the verge of tears as he struggled with chopping onions, and the sight amused me. I walked past him and approached Shoto, who was captivated by Katsuki's cooking skills. I asked if he wanted to cook together, but he hesitated, admitting he wouldn't be much help. He held up a string bean he had awkwardly cut, which made me laugh. Uraraka marveled at how quickly Katsuki was chopping carrots, and he snapped at the group, frustrated that no one seemed to know how to cook. I sat down next to Shoto and gestured for him to move over. He handed me the chopping board, and I began slicing vegetables at an impressive speed, causing everyone around us to gasp in surprise. Mina squealed in delight as she helped Kirishima prepare a pot of soup. I shrugged, claiming I was just good with knives, and playfully threw one toward Kaminari, who yelped as it narrowly missed him. Yaoyorozu scoffed from her spot on her phone, unimpressed. I caught the knife effortlessly, making it look like a boomerang. I remarked that I meant to miss him, emphasizing that I didn't intend to harm my friends most of the time. Stain had trained me in knife control when I was younger, and while I could have been dangerous, I no longer felt that urge. Yaoyorozu rolled her eyes, and I threw my knife sideways, pinning Mineta's shirt to the wall. His frightened scream sent Mina into fits of laughter. I turned to Shoto, admitting I didn't know how to cook either, but we could try together. He smiled and nodded. An hour later, we stared at the charred soup on the stove, and Katsuki was less than pleased. He exclaimed in disbelief at our cooking skills, and Shoto suggested ordering takeout. Katsuki teased us, claiming we were made for each other and joking about our future kids. I playfully flipped him off while reassuring a blushing Shoto. The banter continued, with everyone chiming in about whose kids would be better. Shoto pointed out that if we had children, they would possess both physical and mental quirks, which I eagerly agreed with. Katsuki dismissed the idea, insisting that his explosive quirk combined with Midoriya's would create the most powerful offspring. The sight of Midoriya turning bright red was amusing, and I struggled to contain my laughter. Kirishima smirked, asking who would have the most powerful kids among us. Midoriya stammered that he and Katsuki would, but Katsuki's approval seemed to ease his nerves. I jokingly pulled Shoto toward the camp house, eager to prove everyone wrong about our potential children. Mina burst into laughter, but we were interrupted by Aizawa, who pulled us back with his capture tape, declaring that no one was making any children on his watch. Mina and I were in stitches, unable to control our amusement. Katsuki scoffed, clarifying that it was just a debate. Aizawa narrowed his eyes but eventually turned away, realizing we were joking. He remarked that it was likely between Katsuki and Midoriya, and then Shoto and me, which made us all laugh even harder. The next day, Aizawa helped me adapt my psychic quirk, and by the end of the session, I found myself lying on the floor, frowning up at him. I accused him of enjoying my struggle, but my thoughts quickly shifted to the looming threat of the League. They could be watching right now, waiting for their chance to strike. I couldn't let them take Katsuki. With urgency, I staggered to my feet, determined to warn Aizawa. It was now or never. This world was about survival, and for once in my life, I had to act. Shoto Todoroki walked towards the camp house, down the trail they had been on before the chaos erupted. He never expected a villain attack, and seeing Ikari in such a frantic state frightened him. Normally, during a villain attack, she remained level-headed and ready to confront the threat. But now, she was terrified, and that fear unsettled him. They caught a glimpse of a blonde-haired villain pinning Uraraka to the ground. When the villain noticed them, she released Uraraka and skipped towards the trees, declaring her intention to find Ikari. Shoto's brows shot up in surprise. How did the villain know Ikari? Midoriya turned around, his expression mirroring Shoto's concern. The realization hit them hard. Ikari was gone, along with Bakugo. Panic surged through Shoto, a painful sensation gripping his heart. Midoriya shouted, expressing his own alarm as he realized Bakugo was missing too. A voice called from above, drawing their attention to a figure perched in the trees. The masked villain looked like a magician and explained that he needed to take the two children, with the third being an unexpected addition. Shoto had heard enough. He demanded the villain be quiet, desperate to get Ikari back. The villain dodged an iceberg Shoto shot at him, adjusting his bow tie with a smirk. Shoto's anger boiled beneath the surface. He wanted to confront the villain with everything he had, but he knew he had to stay calm if he wanted to save Ikari. It was what she would have done. Midoriya shouted for Bakugo, but the villain merely toyed with 3 marbles, claiming they found Bakugo interesting. The villain then communicated through his earpiece, confirming he had secured the targets. With a bow, he prepared to leave. Shoto shot another iceberg at him, but the villain evaded it and leaped down the trail. Midoriya shouted for them to follow, and Shoto was already in motion. He couldn't let Ikari be taken from him. Their bond had grown strong, and she meant everything to him. Midoriya devised a plan, and with a combination of their quirks, they launched into the sky, landing right in front of the villains. The magician commanded his companion to move, unleashing blue fire that forced them to dodge. The magician engaged Shoji while Midoriya faced the blonde villain. A familiar figure with sewn patches of skin confronted Shoto, and he retaliated with ice, only for it to be melted away by fire. It became a battle of flames, neither side gaining a clear advantage. Shoji managed to steal the marbles from the magician, prompting a retreat filled with hope. They had saved their friends, and Shoto refused to lose Ikari. However, as they turned to leave, the villains stepped into a portal, leaving them stunned. The magician taunted them, revealing that what they saw was not the whole truth. Shoto felt a surge of indignation as he realized they had been deceived. The villains had tricked them, and Ikari was still in danger. As the villains began to step through the portal, the magician's voice echoed, but he was interrupted by a beam of light from Aoyama, who had hidden in the bushes. Shoto dashed for the fallen marbles, but the patched villain snatched them away just as he reached them, taunting him with a smirk. The villains stepped into the portal, and Shoto chased after them, witnessing the magician open the marbles to reveal Tokoyami instead of their friends. The patched villain held Bakugo and Ikari tightly, the portal beginning to close around them. Midoriya screamed for Bakugo, desperation in his voice. Bakugo warned them to stay back, fear evident in his eyes. Shoto's gaze locked onto Ikari, tears brimming in her crystal blue eyes. He reached out, barely grazing her hand as she expressed her gratitude and sorrow. As the portal closed, Shoto fell to his knees, the reality of their loss crashing down on him. The night was silent except for Midoriya's anguished cry. Shoto felt his heart shatter, tears streaming down his face as he grappled with overwhelming emotions. He had failed to save them, and he lost Ikari. In a moment of despair, he screamed her name, the sound echoing through the trees. The pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Ikari had warned them, but they hadn't listened. He hadn't listened when she needed him the most, and now he felt like a terrible soulmate. Her frightened eyes haunted him as Aizawa arrived at the scene, taking in the sight of Midoriya and Shoto sobbing on the ground. He urged everyone to regroup at the camp house, pulling us away from the cold ground. I had never felt so terrible in my entire life. I woke up in chains, bound to a stone chair. My head spun as if I had been knocked across a football pitch, and my stomach ached slightly. Looking up, I was met with the sight of the Vanguard Action Squad. We were at the bar in my brother's base, and my body felt stiff as I struggled against my restraints. Dabi announced my awakening, and everyone turned to me, my brother sitting casually on a bar stool. He glared at me, venom dripping from his words as he called me a traitor. I fought the urge to use my telekinesis to pull his hair out, my stomach churning as I remembered Katsuki had been kidnapped too. I demanded to know where he was, my voice laced with anger as I tugged at my chains. My brother sneered, a shiver running through me as he approached. He grabbed my hair, pulling me forward until I could see the red specks in his eyes. He taunted me about my emotions, claiming they made me weak and pathetic. I wanted nothing more than to retaliate, but I was trapped. Instead, I spat in his face, defiance burning within me. I caught a glimpse of Katsuki beside me, his eyes opening in confusion before shifting to fear and then anger. He shouted in outrage, demanding to know what they wanted with me. It was clear he was shocked to see me, and I could sense his concern. My brother, however, remained unfazed, pulling my hair again to force me to face him. He struck my face, and though it stung, I refused to flinch. Katsuki's cry of anger fell on deaf ears as my brother continued his cruel taunts. He claimed he had expected my betrayal and threatened to kill Shoto. My anger flared, and I vowed that it would be over my dead body. My brother ignored my protest, maintaining his composure as he observed me. He offered to forgive my betrayal, framing it as family love. I felt Katsuki's tension rise, and fear gripped me not of my brother, but of how Katsuki would react. Tamura noticed Katsuki's sudden silence and the change in his demeanor, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He taunted Katsuki, asking if he didn't know the truth. I struggled against my chains, desperate to break free, but they held firm. Katsuki's brows furrowed as he looked at me, shaking his head in disbelief. He asked if Tamura was lying, but I couldn't respond. A heavy emotion swelled within me, leaving me feeling hollow. The room fell silent before Katsuki demanded to know the truth. Tears rolled down my cheeks as Tamura laughed at my distress. I wanted to wipe them away, but the chains held my arms down. I whispered an apology to Katsuki, who rattled against his own restraints. The revelation hit him hard, a mix of anger and betrayal flooding his expression. Tamura reveled in the chaos, questioning how many lives I had taken. My body trembled as I fought to suppress my tears, his words cutting deep. I tried to deny it, but the truth escaped my lips. It was true. Tamura laughed maniacally, and if looks could kill, he would have been long gone. He pressed me for a confession, scrutinizing me with an indifferent gaze. I tugged at the chains, my jaw clenched. I admitted my villainy but declared my refusal to work for him any longer. I hated killing almost as much as I hated him, and I would rather die than call my actions a mistake. Since Katsuki's tension eased slightly, though he remained wary of my words. Tamura smashed a cup, causing us both to flinch. He turned his attention to Katsuki, studying him intently. He spoke about the flaws in the hero world, provoking Katsuki's anger as he claimed that many heroes were nothing but selfish. Tamura expressed his desire to correct these injustices, arguing that true strength lay in dismantling the current hero society to build a better future. He extended an invitation to Katsuki, asking him to join their cause. The room fell silent as Katsuki leaned forward, the chains straining against him as he considered the proposition. Tamura's insult earned a soft chuckle from me, while my brother's indignation was palpable. He expressed his frustration, insisting that Katsuki, despite his occasional foolishness, was not a villain. I caught Katsuki's gaze, and a frown appeared on his lips, signaling his appreciation for my words. Tamura decided to take a more forceful approach, snapping his fingers and sending a chill down my spine. Dabi was instructed to bring me to another room, and my heart raced as I sensed danger. I confronted Tamura, raising an eyebrow at his threat of betrayal. He seemed to revel in the idea of my suffering, believing it would compel obedience. Katsuki, still chained, shouted in protest, desperate to protect me. His anger was evident as he watched me being dragged away. I sent a calming thought to him, urging him to stay safe until I returned. As Tamura led me deeper into the backrooms, I heard Katsuki's shouts fade into the distance. I was determined to endure whatever I had to in order to keep my best friend safe, because I cared for him deeply. Time felt distorted as I lay on the cold floor, recalling the torment I had endured. I thought of Shoto, wondering if he was worried about me or if he believed the rumors of my villainy. I chastised myself for such thoughts, but a small part of me hoped he was searching for me. I could still hear Katsuki's occasional cries for my name, filled with anguish. Despite my dire situation, my thoughts were consumed with his safety. I needed to devise a plan to escape and ensure he was safe. However, my own survival was in question. I realized that without medical attention, my chances of survival were slim. I considered my options, knowing I couldn't find help on my own. The loyalty of the villains to Tamura made calling for assistance futile. The only viable plan I had was to feign SBMs to Tamura, hoping he would allow me to recover enough to communicate with Katsuki telepathically. Though I was reluctant to play into Tamura's hands, it was my best chance. I needed a backup plan, so I focused on my surroundings. My energy was depleted, and I had not eaten in days. My weapons had been taken, leaving me vulnerable. As I shifted, I heard the sound of metal, which piqued my interest. Tamura had left me unrestrained, confident I wouldn't escape. I strained to listen, recalling that I wore a necklace, a glimmer of hope. It was a reminder of the bond one shared with Shoto, and despite the pain, I felt a flicker of determination. It then hit me like a ton of bricks. The necklace that sends him my location. I needed to press the small button on the back of the metal to send it, but I couldn't move. I felt like I was fading away, yet I willed myself to stay alive for Katsuki's sake. If he saw my location drop, he'd be able to alert the heroes and police, ensuring Katsuki's safety. I forced my muscles to move, tears stinging my eyes as I grabbed my necklace. I pressed the button. I had never felt so relieved to be wearing a piece of jewelry in my entire life. I moved my hand away from my necklace, fearing Tamura would discover it. As I lay on the cold, hard, and wet floor, I prayed that even if he hated me now, he'd see my location drop and send the heroes to save Katsuki. For the last 72 hours, Shoto Todoroki had been a nervous wreck. He hadn't eaten, slept, nor stopped urging the heroes to tell him everything they knew. His sister, Fuyumi, called out to him from the kitchen, reminding him to eat as he stared into space, his red eyes a testament to his sleepless nights filled with worry. He looked at her and insisted he was fine, though he knew he was far from it. She sighed in resignation and retreated to the living room. Memories of Ikari flooded his mind, each one making his heart flutter. When she called him by his name or Sho, it felt personal, as if it belonged only to them. He remembered how her pink lips would pout when she was upset, drawing his attention, and how she would playfully smack his arm and stick her tongue out at him, which he found adorable. He cherished her excitement over sweets. Her eyes would sparkle, lighting up any room when she received one. Her voice sent shivers down his spine, making even the most mundane topics feel significant. He loved her touch, which, though infrequent, sent electricity through his body and gave him butterflies. Overwhelmed, he broke into sobs at the kitchen island, feeling the weight of guilt pressing down on him. He should have listened to her. Those thoughts had replayed in his mind countless times over the past 3 days. As he cried into his arms, he felt a hand on his back, causing him to jolt up and look behind him. His father stood there with a frown, but Shoto shook his hand off, wanting nothing more than to hear that they had found Ikari. When he asked if they had found her, his father shook his head, admitting they had no leads. Anger surged within Shoto as he cut his father off, insisting he had no idea what he was going through. He watched as his father bit the inside of his cheek, looking away, hiding something. Shoto didn't press him for answers, knowing he wouldn't share. His father spoke again, suggesting that if Ikari were there, she wouldn't be pleased with Shoto's neglect of his health. Though he hated to admit it, his father was right. She would have forced him to eat. Frustrated, Shoto muttered that he couldn't sleep, rubbing his red eyes. His father nodded in understanding before patting him on the back and heading to the fridge. Dropping his head into his hands, Shoto's mind raced with the worst possibilities regarding Ikari's current state when his phone buzzed. He sighed, not wanting to talk to anyone, but curiosity got the better of him. The notification on his home screen displayed the contact name, Mind Beating Heart. His phone clattered to the floor as he dropped it. It was her. His father turned around, alarmed by Shoto's sudden outburst. Shoto looked at her message, which indicated a location drop. He shouted about the necklace, realizing she was in Kamino Ward. His father approached him, confused, but Shoto pushed his phone into his father's face, watching his eyes widen as he snatched it from Shoto's hands. His father asked if it was really her, and Shoto nodded, tears welling in his eyes. His father questioned how this was possible since she had left her phone at camp. Shoto explained that they had matching necklaces that dropped locations to each other's phones at the touch of a button. His father muttered, "Kamino Ward," under his breath, and Shoto urged him that she was in trouble. His father left the kitchen, heading for the front door, insisting he needed to organize a rescue party while Shoto should check on his injured friends. Though he was right, Shoto felt a sense of urgency to save Ikari. As he rushed out of the house toward the hospital where Midoriya was, he formulated a plan of action. He was determined to save her. An hour after I dropped my location, the door to the room opened, and Tamura walked in. He gazed at my still form and scowled, expressing disappointment that I was still alive. He squatted in front of me, asking if I was still defiant or if I had learned my lesson, brushing my hair aside with a touch that made me want to recoil. She forced her vocal cords to work and feigned regret, expressing how she regretted going against his orders. She admitted that she had let her guard down and had become weak. Her voice was fragile, and it took everything out of her to say those words. He smiled, and she felt a wave of nausea as he caressed her face in a seemingly caring manner. He remarked that the heroes had polluted her, and she agreed. He then stood up, stating that he would have Dabi patch her up. He instructed her to change clothes, eat something, and meet him in the bar, as they had unfinished business to attend to. A few minutes later, Dabi entered with a first aid kit. Upon seeing her lying on the floor, her face discolored and her body marked with wounds, he froze. Fear and guilt lined his face, and he looked ready to cry as he gazed at her. He took a few tentative steps toward her before kneeling down and gently placing his hand on her forehead. He muttered in disbelief, a tear escaping but quickly wiped away. He picked her up with a gentle grip and leaned her against the wall, her head lolling to the side as he began to patch her up. For a while, he remained silent, and when he finally spoke, his voice trembled as he questioned how someone could do this to his sister. She reminded him of himself at her age. As he continued to stitch her wounds, he whispered why she had betrayed him. She replied that it was because she cared for him, the deeper feelings left unspoken. When he asked if it was Bakugo, she shook her head. He then referred to her brother, pausing for a moment before resuming his work. The silence stretched on until he finished and put away the needle and thread along with the antiseptic. He observed her for a moment, acknowledging that she hadn't truly reformed after just 24 hours of torment. She felt her blood thin as she leaned against the wall. He then confessed that he held no loyalty to her brother and worked for him only due to his own motives. This revelation surprised her, but she maintained a neutral expression. He assured her that he wouldn't betray her and hoped she would escape the hell she had endured since childhood. He fixed her hair and caressed her cheek as he stood up with the first aid kit, advising her to stay safe. She nodded as he left the room. After a moment of gathering her strength, she stood up, her body aching as she trudged down the hallway. In the kitchen, she grabbed a few protein bars, forcing them down along with plenty of water, knowing she would need the energy. She reflected on how she should be dead but wasn't, finding it ironic how life could change so drastically. One moment, she wished for an end, and the next, she prayed for survival to save Katsuki. Entering Tamura's room, she rummaged through his closet, her clothes soaked in blood. Wearing his attire felt like a betrayal, but it was her only option. She reminded herself that this was for Katsuki. As she walked into the bar, her expression was blank, as if Tamura had broken her. Katsuki looked up, freezing at the sight of her face, and shouted in anger, demanding to know what Tamura had done to her. She assessed him quickly. He appeared fine apart from his red, tear-streaked eyes. Tamura smugly claimed he had taught her a lesson, and she felt a surge of anger but simply nodded in response. He commented on her choice of clothing, suggesting that some sibling love was warranted. She wanted to lash out but kept her composure, stating that her clothes were at headquarters, her voice devoid of emotion. Katsuki looked heartbroken, pleading with her not to side with them. She communicated with him telepathically, assuring him that pretending to be sorry was her only way to save him. As they watched the news, Aizawa and Nizu appeared on the screen, answering questions. Aizawa looked surprisingly composed, and she felt a small smile form at the sight. Katsuki insisted he wouldn't leave her behind, but she countered that she had enough energy to devise a plan to rescue him. Tamura interrupted, ordering Dabi to untie Katsuki, stating that if they were to recruit him, they needed to treat him as an equal. Dabi reluctantly complied, and Katsuki rubbed his wrists before standing up. Tamura then pointed out how the heroes were being blamed for the events of their camping trip, questioning the fairness of it all. He remarked that the heroes were only trying their best to keep everyone safe, while the system they operated under was fundamentally flawed, which was why they sought to rebuild it from the ground up. Think of it as beating the system. Katsuki's reaction was immediate as he unleashed an explosion towards my brother, knocking the hand off his face. He declared that he only ever did what he wanted and had no intention of becoming a villain. I winced slightly, hoping no one noticed. He then expressed his desire to win like All Might, and I caught my brother muttering "Father" under his breath before he reached down to pick up the hand on the floor. I shifted nervously, unsure of how he would respond. Kurogiri started to suggest tying him up, but my brother interrupted, insisting they treat him as an equal. He then called out for his father's power, sending alarm bells ringing in my head. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. A man outside announced the pizza delivery. My brother hissed in frustration, scanning the room for the culprit. Everyone looked confused until the wall of the bar suddenly broke down, and All Might jumped in. Chapter End. Shoto Todoroki's POV. 10 hours prior. Upon arriving at the hospital, I met Kirishima at the entrance, who greeted me with a sympathetic look. I nodded in response, my mind consumed with thoughts of Ikari. We walked through the hospital in silence, passing a room where All Might was conversing with another man and Yaoyorozu. She had placed a tracker on a Nomu during the camp incident. Kirishima exchanged a glance with me, and we waited for All Might and the man to exit before entering the room. Yaoyorozu beamed at me, asking if I could provide a copy of the tracker. However, there was a problem. The tracker and the location Ikari had given me were completely different. Kirishima confessed that they had a tracker from Yaoyorozu leading to Bakugo and Maindo. Midoriya's eyes widened at this revelation, and Kirishima continued, expressing hope that we had a chance to save them. Midoriya looked at me, likely gauging my reaction. Ida urged caution, insisting we should leave it to the heroes, but Kirishima dismissed him, revealing his frustration over not being there for his closest friend. He was determined to make things right. Kirishima then implored me to join them, emphasizing that Yaoyorozu was my soulmate. I regarded him for a moment before firmly stating that I would not accompany them. Ida sighed in relief, while Midoriya, Kirishima, and Ishido looked thoroughly shocked. I explained that Ikari had given me a location drop that was completely different from the tracker. The class was taken aback by this news. Ishido expressed her disbelief, and I began to explain our matching necklaces, which only added to their confusion. Kirishima ran a hand over his face, and Ida urged me to reconsider, warning that going against the law could lead to serious consequences. Anger bubbled inside me as I declared that I would do whatever it took to save her, even if it meant breaking the law. Kirishima then suggested that he would follow the tracker while I went to the location Ikari had provided, to which I nodded in agreement. Midoriya offered to join Kirishima, expressing his regret for not saving Bakugo when he had the chance. I sensed that Midoriya had deep feelings for Bakugo, but their complicated past held them back. Uraraka tried to reason with Midoriya, cautioning against the risks of defying the law, but he remained resolute. We made the decision to attempt the rescue that night. As darkness fell, I stood behind the heroes, with All Might leading the rescue team. He broke down the wall of the building, and I could hear voices, particularly Bakugo's. I recognized his desperate shout, demanding that they let her go. Instinctively, I tried to push past the heroes, but they restrained me. I struggled against them, insisting they let me in, but it was futile. All Might then commanded them to stop the villains, and chaos erupted as the heroes scrambled. In the midst of the commotion, All Might launched himself into the sky, seemingly in pursuit of something. A hero shouted in confusion, and Gran Torino explained that some black liquid had caused the villains to teleport. Without wasting a moment, I sprinted down the road toward the location indicated by the tracker. As I ran, the streets grew more crowded with people evacuating. I prayed that Ikari was safe as I pushed through the throngs of people. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the edge of the city, only to be met with police tape and hero officials. A police officer informed me that it was a crime scene. I pleaded with him to let me through, insisting that my soulmate was inside. He sighed with pity and directed me to a large screen nearby where I could watch the fight. I approached the screen, where All Might was battling a powerful man with black hair. The broadcast split into two, one camera focusing on All Might while the other showed the League of Villains. Ikari was nowhere to be seen, and the villains appeared confused and angry. Moments later, I caught a glimpse of long black hair on the screen, and my breath hitched as I saw Ikari's condition. She looked gravely injured, bruises covering her face and her clothes stained with blood. Panic surged within me as I called out her name, feeling my heart race. Despite her injuries, she fought back against the villains, demonstrating her strength. I wondered where Bakugo was, but Ikari held her own, even managing to stab Shigaraki and break one of the villain's fists. Then, the black-haired man fighting All Might shouted for Tamura to leave, and the League of Villains vanished through a portal. Ikari stood there, clutching her arm after being attacked by the blonde villain. A voice broke through the tension, instructing the police to let someone through. Turning her head, she saw Bakugo, his cheeks stained with tears. The police allowed him past the tape, and she caught sight of Ida, Kirishima, and Midoriya. Midoriya rushed to Bakugo, embracing him tightly. They shared a brief moment before Bakugo pulled away, tears streaming down his face as he locked eyes with her. The question escaped her lips, nearly breaking. He bit his lip, looking down at the ground, and whispered that she had saved him. His fist trembled as silent tears fell. Of course she had. Ikari was the most selfless person she knew. Looking up at the screen, she watched as the camera zoomed in on All Might's weakened form. Midoriya, Bakugo, Ida, and Kirishima stood beside her, all eyes fixed on the screen. All Might lay on the ground, facing a black-haired man poised to strike. Just as the man launched his attack, Ikari teleported in front of All Might, gripping the man's fist with a fierce and determined expression. She absorbed the blow, her hair whipping behind her from the force, and retaliated by throwing him against the wall. Bakugo stifled a sob as they witnessed her turn to All Might, extending her hand. She interrupted him, her scratchy voice breaking the tension as she insisted on needing to defeat the enemy. After a moment, she asked for his help. As the symbol of peace accepted her hand and rose to his feet, the crowd erupted in cheers. Encouragement filled the air as Midoriya and Bakugo shouted their support, watching the black-haired man charge at them. All Might raised his fist, and the two clashed before he sent the man sprawling to the far side of the ruined area. The man fell unconscious, and All Might raised his hand in victory. The cheers of the crowd echoed throughout Japan, a wave of relief washing over her as she saw Ikari standing beside him, lost in thought. Suddenly, she teleported again, the cameras frantically following her as she hovered above the defeated man. Raising her knife, her anguished scream pierced the air. She demanded the return of her childhood, and the crowd gasped as she struck the man. A brilliant light enveloped them both, shooting into the sky like a supernova. Ikari's scream of fury resonated as she pressed her hand against his chest. Bakugo's sob echoed through the chaos as she collapsed to the ground. She was gone. As she lay there, her heart shattered, tears streamed down her face. Bakugo's anguished cry filled the air, and she stepped back, clutching her head in disbelief. Desperation clawed at her throat as she gasped for air, but it felt impossible. She cried out for Ikari, trying to break through the police barrier to reach her, but they held her back. The crowd watched as she struggled, pleading to be let through. Her cries for Ikari were met with shouts to calm down and step back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw them loading Ikari into an ambulance, her heart sinking further. Falling to her knees, it felt as if she had been stabbed through the heart. The name escaped her lips in a broken whisper as she sobbed into her hands, Bakugo mirroring her pain. She had witnessed her friend take her last breath. She was surprised to wake up. Opening her eyes, she found herself in a room with white and gray walls, the air feeling stale and cold. Sitting up, she noticed the heavy silver bracelets around her wrists. The room contained a toilet and sink, and she felt disoriented as she approached the white bars that confined her. Was this heaven or hell? Dressed in a white jumpsuit that felt oddly comfortable, she called out, questioning her surroundings. The men outside the bars flinched at her voice. They rushed out of the empty room, and one of them returned with a plastic cup of water, placing it on the floor through the bars. She felt like an animal, but she drank the water gratefully. After quenching her thirst, the suited man and All Might entered the room. The man introduced himself as Detective Tsukachi, and her stomach churned at the mention of her fate. Another man handed her a granola bar, and she nodded in thanks, chewing slowly as the reality sank in. She was in Tartarus, and it had been 2 weeks since the Kamino incident. The weight of her situation settled heavily on her, the hope of being in hell now replaced with the grim reality of prison. I now see that hope can be a troublesome thing. Having been out for 2 weeks, I knew Shoto must have heard about me by now. The thought of him made my heart ache, but I listened to the two men in front of me anyway. All Might expressed his surprise, stating that I had managed to deceive him during our time together. I rolled up the wrapper of my granola bar and tossed it out of the bars. I acknowledged that appearances could be misleading, but I hadn't acted like a villain, had I? I shrugged and folded my legs beneath me. They ignored my comment, and then Tsukachi spoke, causing my heart to sink. He regrettably informed me that I was sentenced to life in prison without parole for acts of terrorism, betrayal of the Hero Commission, and betrayal of Japan. I nodded and looked down at my hands, wishing I could will myself to disappear. I asked if I could pose a question, my voice barely above a whisper. My dignity felt lost at this point. Tsukachi replied that it depended on the question. I needed peace of mind and asked if he was dead. All Might confirmed that All for One had died on the way to the hospital 2 weeks ago. I sighed in relief and nodded before standing up. As they prepared to leave, All Might expressed his sorrow that I had harmed innocent people. I shared that sentiment. I believed I had been in this cell for a month. Time felt distorted, with minutes stretching into hours as I sat there, counting the lines on my hands and the hairs on my skin. Sometimes, I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling, recalling my happiest moments with my friends and Shoto. My thoughts were consumed by him, and it felt like a form of torture to wonder what he was doing and if he was happy. I often reminisced about the things I liked about him, and in my dreams, he was always there. I imagined what life with him would be like, whether I would be happy. I pictured him holding my hand or hugging me, and sometimes I even wondered what it would be like to kiss him. As I sat on my bed, counting the threads in my thin blanket, a guard's voice startled me. It was unusual for them to call out, especially since it wasn't dinner time yet. He informed me that I had a visitor, which puzzled me. Since the detective and All Might had left a month ago, I had assumed I wouldn't receive any visitors given my life sentence. I slid to the edge of my bed as heavy footsteps approached the almost empty room outside my cell. When the man came into view, I almost rubbed my eyes in disbelief. Endeavor regarded me with careful, calculating eyes, making me wonder what he was thinking. The heavy cuffs around my wrists were designed to suppress my quirk. He attempted small talk, asking how I was, but I didn't respond. After a month in solitary confinement, I wasn't sure how I felt. When I remained silent, he continued, expressing his surprise that I was a villain, let alone All for One's daughter. This revelation made me feel nauseous and ignited a bubbling anger within me. I vehemently denied any connection to him, declaring that he was not my father. Endeavor flinched at my outburst, his eyes widening. I would never acknowledge that man as my father again. He was merely a donor in my eyes. Endeavor asked if I had just used my quirk, his tone reflecting shock. I clarified that the cuffs prevented me from doing so, gesturing to my wrists, which were not chained together but separated, allowing some movement. He regarded me for a moment before shifting the subject, stating that only elite pro heroes were allowed to visit me. I folded my legs on the bed and looked down at my hands, expressing that I didn't want any visitors. I had accepted my fate and felt I deserved this punishment, just as I had deserved Tamura's abuse. Yet the pain remained. Endeavor fell silent for a minute, but when he spoke again, my head snapped up. He asked how I would feel if Shoto came to visit me. The mention of his name pierced my heart. Shoto was better off without me. He was too good for the darkness that surrounded me. Tears welled in my eyes as I looked at Endeavor, expressing that I didn't want Shoto to see me. He needed to move on. Endeavor's response echoed my own pain, agreeing that it would be better if Shoto could move on. He paused, eyeing me cautiously before delivering the devastating news that Shoto had run away. My breath caught in my throat. Endeavor explained that after learning about my imprisonment, Shoto had disappeared, and he hadn't seen his son in a month. My heart ached at the thought of him running away from me, missing out on school and possibly putting himself in danger. I pushed the thought away, desperately hoping for his safety. Endeavor warned me that if I was affiliated with Shoto, I would be in deep trouble before leaving the room, the sound of his footsteps fading as he closed the door. I slumped onto my bed, staring up at the ceiling, my mind racing with worry. Please be safe, Shoto. There are about 10 more chapters of suffering until everything turns to sunshine and rainbows. There may be a few gray clouds in the distant future too. Chapter End. Shoto Todoroki's perspective. A month ago. It had been 2 weeks since Ikari was taken away in an ambulance at Kamino Ward. Shoto had avoided the news, staying cooped up in his room ever since. Earlier this week, his father had informed him that she was stable but unconscious, which brought a sense of calm to his mind. Today, he returned to school to join the new dorm system that UA had implemented. As he walked toward the gates, his thoughts remained on Ikari. She was all he could think about. Looking up at the dorms, he wondered if she would enjoy staying there. He noticed his classmates gathered in front of their dorm building, all looking glum. Everyone was present, everyone except Ikari. His gaze locked onto Bakugo, who appeared the worst off among them, heavy bags under his red eyes. Shoto was sure he looked just as worn, having barely slept for more than an hour each night. Aizawa stood before the class and began to speak in his usual monotone voice, but Shoto noticed a lack of his typical energy. Welcome, Class 1A, to the new dorms. For a number of reasons, if it weren't for All Might's retirement, you'd all be expelled. Shoto saw his classmates flinch at his words. Going against the heroes and police to save your classmate is grounds for expulsion. Aizawa waved a tired hand, signaling he was done with that topic. Anyway, I know things are hard right now, especially with the news about Maindo, but I hope you enjoy your stay at the dorms. As he walked away, Shoto was left with many questions. What news about Ikari? Bakugo grabbed Kaminari and playfully shoved him behind a bush, eliciting laughter from the others when Kaminari feigned being knocked out. Bakugo then walked past Kirishima, slipping some money into his hands while muttering something. He approached Shoto and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him into the dorms. Confused and too tired to protest, Shoto raised an eyebrow. Look, Bakugo cut himself off, shoving his hands into his pockets. I'm sorry, Icy Hot. Shoto furrowed his brows, unsure of what Bakugo meant. Bakugo clenched his fist and walked away, leaving Shoto puzzled. Did Bakugo blame himself for Ikari's condition? Inside the dorms, Aizawa stood in front of the class, preparing to speak before Ishido interrupted. Mr. Aizawa, what's happening with Ikari? Is she coming back? Shoto felt the class tense up, which only heightened his alarm. What was going on? Aizawa bit his lip, his shoulders sagging. I'm afraid Maindo won't be joining you for the rest of your time here at U. Shoto's eyes widened at his words, and he felt a surge of panic. What are you talking about? Anger and confusion surged within him as he desperately sought answers. Everyone turned to him, and Midoriya muttered an empathetic remark, their expressions filled with sympathy. Why were they looking at him like that? Maindo is... Aizawa hesitated, fiddling with his hands. She's a villain, Todoroki. Midoriya finished, and Shoto's heart sank as he processed those words. They echoed in his mind, confusion racing through him. What was Midoriya saying? She couldn't be a villain, she was the best person he knew. No, she's not. Shoto shook his head, feeling his skin grow pale as he staggered slightly. His heart twisted painfully. She saved Bakugo, and she's so kind, his voice faltered. Many of his classmates shook their heads, and he shook his in response. She's a good person. He spoke frantically, while Aizawa sighed, his tired eyes meeting Shoto's. I'm sorry, Todoroki. Shoto felt a chill run through him, as if oxygen had been stolen from his lungs. They were lying. They had to be. You guys are lying to me, he shouted, struggling to comprehend their words. The looks on their faces told him they weren't lying, but he couldn't accept it. He refused to believe that his beautiful soulmate was a villain. Aizawa continued, she's currently locked up in Tartarus, a high-security prison designed for elite villains. Shoto shook his head, gripping his hair tightly. She's a good person. His voice echoed through the common room, and his classmates shot him sympathetic looks. She'll be let out. He tried to reassure himself, but Aizawa shook his head. She received a life sentence without parole. A tear slipped down Shoto's cheek, his heart feeling as though it had been ripped from his chest. She didn't. Another tear fell, and as he looked at their downcast faces, he realized they were telling the truth. They had locked her up. A wave of anger surged within him, ice forming on his right side and turning the floor beneath him into a slick surface. You have to let her out. She's a good person. He gripped his hair harder, desperate to quell the pain in his heart. Todoroki, you need to calm down, Aizawa began, but Shoto interrupted him with a loud refusal that echoed in his mind. Pure rage swelled within him, mingling with fear and sorrow. He stomped his foot on the ground, ice spikes erupting throughout the dorms. Don't tell me to calm down, he shouted, clutching his chest as tears fell onto the icy floor that was spreading throughout the room. He needed her more than anything. I need her. His emotions intensified, causing the ice spikes to grow larger. I need my girl here with me. Spread beneath his classmate's feet, encasing Aizawa until he couldn't erase Shoto's quirk. The common room had transformed into a winter wonderland. Breathing heavily, Shoto stepped back, feeling betrayed as he looked at them. How could you be okay with this? His anger directed at his peers, who remained silent guilty. Did they truly fear her? Traitors. All of them. His gaze landed on Bakugo, whose expression was heartbroken, but he remained silent. Stepping back, the feeling of betrayal weighed heavily on me. Turning on my feet, I fled the building, ignoring the calls of my classmates urging me to stop. I ran down the paths of you, tears streaming down my cheeks. I passed both the gyms and the training grounds until I reached the main building, racing through the halls and out of the entrance. My vision blurred by tears, I looked up at the imposing UA structure. If it came to it, I could accept that she might be seen as a villain, but there was no way that girl was truly evil. Even if she was labeled a villain, she hadn't betrayed them, they had betrayed her. In that moment, I froze the entire building over. Running down the road, I took several turns to escape the school and the town. My father had plenty to say over the past 2 weeks, but he chose not to, driven by his own selfishness. I didn't want to go home, not now, not ever. In fact, I wasn't sure my house had ever felt like a home. Fuyumi tried, but even she wasn't innocent in all this. No one had told me my soulmate was in prison for life. I ran until I could go no further, catching multiple trains to cross Japan, determined to reach my destination. It was time to visit someone I had meant to see for a while. The room was pitch black and eerie, like an empty void craving darkness. There wasn't much to see except for a man with black hair, his back turned to me. Something compelled me to approach him, and I found myself inching closer. When I caught a glimpse of his face, my joints locked up, and I felt a wave of sickness wash over me as I stared into his blue eyes. He didn't acknowledge my presence, as if I were invisible. I watched him place a hand on someone's head, and my stomach lurched. It was a woman, though her face was obscured as if erased. She appeared to be in immense pain before she fainted right in front of me. It was as if my father sensed my choked gasp, for he stepped toward me and grabbed my arm, his grip bruising. He placed his hand on my head, and my body convulsed before I collapsed, just like the woman before me. I saw him smile in satisfaction as my eyes fluttered shut, darkness enveloping me. This vision had haunted me every night for 2 weeks. It had been a month and a half since I was placed in Tartarus, and these past 2 weeks felt like a living nightmare. Random visions of every terrible act I had ever committed plagued me, and each time they surfaced, I found myself retching into the sink. The guards offered me tissues but never asked questions, which I appreciated. Sometimes I thought of my friends. I wondered if they hated me now, if Mina and Katsuki had turned against me. I often thought about Prince, worrying if he was being treated well or if Nemuri had cast him aside when she learned the truth about me. I doubted she would do such a thing. I was sure she cared for him. I missed her hugs and her baking. I missed her a lot. The visions only grew worse with each passing day, taunting me and making me lose my composure. I wished they would disappear. After retching into the sink for the 6th time that day, I looked into the mirror. Staring back at me was my milky skin and bright blue eyes framed by dark lashes. Suddenly, my reflection morphed into that of my father. I looked like him. Everything about me reminded me of him, his blind eye to my suffering, his attempts to harm me. As I gazed at my reflection, his words echoed in my mind, "You were nothing but a mere pawn in my grand game." Anger consumed me as I recalled my naivety. I punched the mirror, the glass shattering with a loud crash as hot tears streamed down my face. The guards shouted at me to stop. Grabbing a shard of glass, I cut off my hair in one swift motion, black locks falling to the ground as the guards rushed in to take the mirror from me. As they scolded me for my actions, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the remnants of the shattered mirror. My hair was now short, reaching my shoulders. It made me look different, but as I continued to gaze at myself, I realized I still bore a resemblance to him. I screamed in frustration, clutching my hair as a powerful light flooded the cell. The guards looked stunned for a moment as I cried into my hands, checking my cuffs before muttering that they were functioning properly. In that moment, I had never hated myself more. A few days after cutting my hair, the guards replaced the broken mirror with a new one, covering it with plastic for protection. I heard the door to my cell open, but I didn't bother to get up, choosing instead to lean against the wall. The man who walked up to my cell made my heart ache. Aizawa sat in the black chair in front of me, and I nearly cried at the sight of him, having missed him so much. He asked how I was feeling, and I rubbed my tired, red eyes, admitting that I had been experiencing some troubling visions. He looked at me with sympathy and suggested I try to focus on one thing, as it might help. I decided to focus on Shoto, the first thought that came to mind, feeling my heart clench at the idea of him. I hoped that concentrating on him would bring me some comfort. For a while, it was quiet as my mind drifted to my favorite features of his. His eyes were one of the most captivating features, the heterochromatic colors giving him an ethereal quality. After a long silence, Aizawa spoke, assuring that it wasn't Katsuki's fault. The reminder of the kidnapping brought tears to my eyes. It felt like it was my fault, and I shook my head in denial. Memories of my father flooded my mind, and I began to sob, overwhelmed by feelings of regret. I had been such a fool, loving someone who never loved me back. I had done everything to earn his affection, but it only led to my manipulation. I had betrayed my friends for a love that was never real. I slammed my fist onto the bed, frustration boiling within me. I had committed terrible acts in the name of love, believing that it would somehow redeem me. But I was wrong. My voice cracked as I spoke, tears staining my clothes. I felt like a monster, unworthy of love. Looking at my hands, I realized that the scars I bore were not self-inflicted but were reminders of Tamura's cruelty. I had never harmed myself, but my supposed brother had. The realization deepened my despair. My father had known about the torment I endured, yet he had stood by, doing nothing. Desperation filled the room as I cried out, expressing the loneliness I felt. I had a heartless father, a deceased mother, and an adoptive brother who took pleasure in my suffering. The man I had called father had even tried to end my life as a baby. I felt overwhelmed, sinking to my knees, wishing I had never been born. To my surprise, Aizawa was crying too, a few stray tears rolling down his face as he watched me. After a moment, he stood and approached the bars, gripping them tightly. He promised to get me out of there, but I shook my head, feeling the weight of my sorrow. I believed I deserved to be there. A week had passed since Aizawa's visit, and I had taken his advice to focus on Shoto. During the day, it helped, but the nightmares still haunted me at night. I often imagined falling asleep in his arms, wondering if he had moved on. I didn't want his fate to be one of unhappiness. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Light footsteps approached, and I looked up to see Namuri enter the room. Her warm smile brought a tear to my eye. She complimented my hair, and I felt another tear roll down my cheek, overwhelmed by emotions. She reassured me that it wasn't my fault, but I shook my head in denial. I couldn't accept that. I felt unworthy of anyone's kindness, believing I belonged in that cell to prevent myself from hurting anyone else. Namuri insisted that I deserved better, and her determination to reclaim me as her daughter filled me with a sense of joy. She had always been kind, a true parental figure in my life. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't deserve her kindness. As she spoke, I sensed her urgency. She mentioned having visions, and I felt a heaviness in my bones. Confusion washed over me as I watched her eyes glisten with unshed tears. She explained that her memories were returning, and I felt a flicker of hope. When she revealed that during her relationship with her soulmate, she had become PRNT, my heart raced. The pieces began to fit together. She had lost her memories, and now I understood the connection. With a firm grip on the bars, she declared that I was her child. The realization hit me like a wave. The visions I had been experiencing suddenly made sense, and I gasped as the truth settled in. Nemuri promised to get me out of the cell and back into her arms. She would appeal to the Hero Commission and reopen my case. I shook my head in disbelief, but her determination was unwavering. As I broke down into sobs, I felt a glimmer of hope for the first time in a long while. I don't deserve it, Nem. Shoto felt his cheeks wet, and a tear rolled down her face. She reassured him, saying he absolutely did deserve it, reminding him that he was just a child. In a plush living room, Shoto sat staring at a television that played an advertisement. A hand touched his shoulder, and he turned to see her looking at him with concern. He nodded in response to her question about whether he was sure he wanted to do this. He toyed with the leather of the couch, finding comfort in its cold material. She took a seat next to him, placing a tray of tea down before taking his hand. For the past 2 months, Shoto had felt empty, having not spoken to his father or siblings, anyone, really, except her. She gazed at him with loving eyes, her thumb gently caressing his hand. She was his pillar of support during this difficult time, and he felt incredibly lucky to have her by his side. He nodded again, expressing his hope that the case would go in their favor. She smiled softly in response. Shoto had run away to his mother's house, where she was being cared for by psychologists but was allowed to live independently, just not with his father. The television switched back to the news, and the reporters announced the upcoming appeal of Ikari Maindo, daughter of All for One. As the camera shifted to the courtroom, Shoto felt a rush of emotions. He believed they would give her a second chance because he knew she was an amazing person. He just hoped he wasn't mistaken. When the cameras focused on Ikari, his heart raced. She looked alive and well, but he noticed the dejected look in her blue eyes. She had cut her hair, and the short black style suited her, enhancing her features. He admired her deeply, his feelings for her running far deeper than mere appearances. His mother murmured sympathetically as she sipped her tea, watching the proceedings. The judge began to question Ikari, asking if she swore to tell the truth. She nodded and affirmed her commitment, which brought tears to Shoto's eyes. The judge requested her to share a bit about herself, and she introduced herself, stating her age and her past working for All for One. Shoto's heart sank as he listened. Doubts crept in if she had lied about being an orphan. Did she ever truly care for him? He had read countless articles about her, trying to discern fact from fiction, which had driven him nearly mad. When the judge asked how long she had worked for All for One, she replied it was around 7 years. The realization that she had started at such a young age made his stomach churn, but he remained focused as the judge continued, asking about her childhood. Ikari recounted how All for One had hired various villains to teach her skills, but as she grew older he had stopped and left that responsibility to her adoptive brother, Tamura Shigaraki. Shoto felt a sense of relief knowing Tamura wasn't her real brother. The judge pressed on, inquiring about her relationship with Tamura. Ikari answered without hesitation, describing it as hostile and revealing that he had tortured her from a young age. Shoto felt a wave of anguish wash over him at her words, realizing the scars she bore were a result of that torment. As she described the various forms of torture she had endured, Shoto felt tears streaming down his face, his heart breaking for her. His mother gasped, and he buried his head in his hands, overwhelmed by the horror of it all. She had been a child, suffering unimaginable pain. The judge expressed sympathy for her struggles, and Ikari nodded in acknowledgement. The judge then asked why she had infiltrated U.S.J. Ikari spoke of her desire for her father's love, revealing how she had never felt comfort and thought that by obeying him he would finally accept her. Her voice trembled, and Shoto felt a deep connection to her pain. The judge continued with his questions, asking if she had killed before infiltrating U.A. She confirmed it regretfully, and when asked why she had killed her father, her response was filled with anger and hurt. She explained that he had allowed her brother to harm her and had tried to rid himself of her since childhood. Shoto's heart shattered at her admission. The judge inquired about her feelings regarding Katsuki Bakugo, and Ikari expressed her love for him, stating she would endure anything to protect him. Shoto felt another tear fall as he witnessed her vulnerability. Finally, the judge asked if she regretted killing her father. She shook her head vehemently, her eyes filled with fierce determination. The judge nodded and called for the first witness to take the stand, the atmosphere heavy with tension and emotion. Bakugo approached the stands, his eyes reflecting a weariness similar to mine. He began to speak with a respectful tone that caught me off guard, indicating how much he valued this moment. He introduced himself as Katsuki Bakugo, stating that he was Ikari's best friend. I noticed Ikari shedding another tear. He confirmed that he had been kidnapped alongside Ms. Maindo and was prompted to share more about their experience. He recalled how, before their abduction, Ikari had desperately urged him to escape. He remembered her tears and her pleas, which filled him with regret as he admitted that he hadn't listened to her. That day replayed in my mind like a haunting memory, consuming me with guilt. If only I had heeded her warning, would she still be facing such dire consequences? He continued, describing how they had awakened bound in a dimly lit bar, surrounded by their captors. The mention of Shigaraki's cruel actions ignited a surge of anger within me, knowing that Ikari deserved nothing but kindness. Bakugo recounted how Shigaraki had claimed her as his sister, a moment that had initially filled him with betrayal. Yet he soon witnessed Ikari's defiance as she declared her refusal to embrace a life of villainy and her desire to break free from his control.